here is, for those who missed, we are doing some more No Man's Sky. We are doing permadeath. We are on, it's not technically the absolute hardest settings it could be. Technically, I can make fishing slower, not harder. That is one setting I didn't change. And then technically, I could make it so things don't stack as high in my inventory. And that was the other thing we didn't change. So, with that said, those are the only two settings we didn't max out that I could think of. The inventory one is certainly the one that people would actually argue with difficulty. The fishing, we may not even end up fishing, we'll see when we get there. But the point being, it's literally makes the timer take longer. I'm just going to make a building to hide in anyways. Now, this isn't a just race to the middle of the galaxy. We've done that before. This one is like genuinely we're treating it as a forever run. So we are trying to like get our stuff up to S class and get our stuff up, really invest it, that way it really, really hurts when we die. Making sure the pain is very palpable. We did like literally the last thing we did before the end of stream is we did get a A-class multi-tool that we just bought off a shelf. It cost me like 3 million. So that has massively improved our stuff here. But what we were working on in their log, we had to scan for the animals, we have to cull a bunch of scan for minerals, cull a bunch of animals, and then we were on our way to the Under the Rebel Star stuff. We're also looking out for Valkene weapons. I'm pretty sure we already checked this station, but memory is a fickle thing. So I'm down to kill more creatures. Oh, I already have that. Okay. Okay, yeah. So we already checked that because I actually recognize those things. What is the most dangerous thing in the universe to your health? You can certainly kill yourself by jumping from way too high very easily. Otherwise, I would argue it's getting in fights with either the Sentinels on the ground or in space. Because it is really... I do hate how sometimes this game will put the mouse key over the window. Because sometimes you will get into situations where the Sentinels, each time you kill a wave, they will escalate. And there are cases that... Alright, the frigate fuel just sit in my inventory so I could just rot. So you very easily can get yourself in some pretty big danger by just, you know, you get into a fight and you barely get away, and then the next wave comes, and it's just all downhill from there. Okay. So let's check. We need to scan for minerals down here, but I need to make some hyperdrive fuel, which means I need some ferrite dust. We are going to need to land on one of these planets. We had planned on landing on one of these planets to maybe get some salvage parts for the Corvette. Oh right, this system only had 2 planets. I remember that now. And that I had found that kind of interesting, because in No Man's Sky it's very rare you have systems that don't have a bunch of planets. Yeah, no, the Sentinels can just escalate, and really escaping the Sentinels on the ground is fairly straightforward. Right, well, between these two, I'd rather land on this one. You know, it's rather, like, straightforward to get away. You just dig down real fast. But sometimes they can hit you really hard. And so it's really easy to get yourself in a situation where you think you're good, and then just get hammered for a lot of your life really fast. You asked her a long time ago at a space battle, your friend dying walking around the freighter caused me pause. Is that less of a thing now? You can get yourself trapped kind of thing, like that type of deal. Usually the workaround for that type of stuff is the moment you see like you clip into train or anything like that where you start taking damage, you just exit the game and reload. Because that's not like you as a player fault making a mistake. The game can glitch out like that. Alright, so we're just gonna land here. So we're here for ferrite. And if I have the opportunity... Okay, so you're just parched. So it shouldn't be a particularly dangerous planet. Alright. We're looking for Vikine daggers. I need those for a request. We're looking for ferrite. We obviously can scan for stuff to potentially get ourselves more money. And more nanites and all that. See, it's a weird tentacle monster. Okay. We could also get ship parts here. Alright, so first let's start by moving some stuff out of our inventory to the ship. So we hopefully have as much inventory space available as possible. We also will need to continue to process the rusted metal. Because I need the ferrite. We can put the Gek relics over here. We'll deal with the slime later. We can take the nanite, move it over, take the fuel, move it over, take the selenium, move it over, take the gold, move it over. You can get moved over. Probably just move the chromatic metal over. Pure ferrite. A full stack of the powder. Okay. Oh, there's some more. Alright, so that should free up enough inventory. So what we're looking for here is one, again, scanning what we can. We can check the discoveries. There are 12 animals on here. There's some flying and some underwater, so it'll be a little rough if we go to scan all of them. But if we look, you'll occasionally see a little ripple like that. Come back up. Getting it to accept the scan on those giant worms has always been real dodgy. It's fine. So everything we scan is money and nanites. Okay, so we are taking heat damage slowly on this planet. Okay. But as I mentioned before, the big things we're trying to do here is we're just trying to get ourselves some ferrite, which I can find anywhere. I'm hoping I'll be able to snag up some ship parts while we're here. Alright. There's only 12 creatures to scan. So I know you got the big worm still. You got some stuff in the water. Yeah, what I was saying is if we look, you'll see that buried technology module. You'll see the same icon as that, but it'll be yellow. And that's salvage. And salvage means parts for my Corvette, which is utterly appalling looking right now. So we're going to want to get that sorted. In the meantime, we can keep processing the junk here. Okay, we learned some Gek words. We can go to a refinery and chuck this out. So that's giving me the dust. We can go to the copper and keep processing it. Yeah, I'm not... Oh, wait. Salvage way over there. Alright, so we scanned a bunch. So we're at 6 of them. So we have 1 ground animal that's rare. But we've got all the day and night stuff that's on the ground. And I've got... Yeah, so I've got 1 ground animal we're missing, and I got a bunch of underwater animals. The big question is when I go to the water, is it going to be a thing where I hop in the water and then it's just really rough down there, or not? Should probably also get the carbon, condensed carbon, while we're here. Our Corvette looks wonderful in a Boba Fett kind of mercenary way. Our ship looks beautiful in the sense that someone went to a scrapyard and found, like, an old Ford Taurus, a Honda Civic, a DeLorean, and then something that someone made in a chop shop, and then just welded the 3 of them together haphazardly. That it technically moves, it technically works, but you gotta really, really loosen up your stylish expectations. Alright, so we're just grabbing a bunch of this carbon and condensed carbon because we're using that in our little refinery on our ship. Okay, and we got a Sentinel harassing us, but that's fine. All right. Okay, so how bad is the water for us? Honestly, the water here, in a lot of ways, is less bad than the surface. Okay. No one is going to steal it. That's certainly a strategy. Are you aggressive? Oh, okay. It just seemed like it's swimming straight at me. So that's what, we got like 1 more animal? 2 more animals to go. We've got 1 rare ground and 1 rare underwater. I think they disappeared when I got out of the water. Alright, we got 1 rare ground animal, and that's it We'll have scanned all the animals. Okay. And meanwhile, you finished making more chromatic metal. Just want to keep it... Like, I don't even care what it's processing. I just want to keep it running on anything that is something you would normally process. So if I go to the surface, do I get the benefit of the water and... no consequences? Excellent. So I can go to the surface of the water here and just kick across it. I'm no longer getting the planet hot penalty. I'm no longer getting the you're going underwater thing. You still have the basic life support thing, but you know, that's always going to be the case. Okay, so just going to make our way over to the salvage here. We're going to do a little tour here, try and grab some of that. I hate that. Okay. It's an interesting consideration that you could potentially jump in and out of the water, and other than like your basic life support, everything would be covered. And usually there's sources down here for your basic needs like air and all that. Yeah, the alluring specimen, that's probably that creepy eye I saw. I've done those things in the past, which has been a while. Okay, we can go here. Because we get that all converted into the, into nanites. Yeah, we have a giant smoke plume over there, and I'm not seeing any others. There's a chance there's something over there, like a wrecked ship. We'll check. It could just be some type of vent or whatever. I didn't check the planet too carefully. Either way, it'll be worth looking at. It could also be a carrier. Like a freighter. Sorry, not carrier. Alright. And if we check, I think that is everything scanned on the planet so far as animals. I also just realized I am supposed to be killing animals. Okay. Okay, we got a rare item found, a water-stained gear. Although unconventional design, superior build quality, and premium materials have preserved this technology's value. Impractical for use in modern technology, it would still be highly prized by a collector. Yeah, so you can see we'll start getting parts out of here, like ion barriers and all that. Even if we don't want those parts, we could trade them for other parts. Okay, so we've got a little smoke air there from a wreck. Landed pilot. I don't think I've seen that before. But where's it? There you are. The Gek looks at me curiously, as if they were not expecting to need another person on this planet. They eye their surroundings carefully. Offer to trade. Ah! You sell illicit goods. Or illicit mods and all that. So it's just another way of getting those. Okay, do we have... His planet's pretty awful from the perspective of acquiring salvage. Go away, Sentinel. I'm just trying to kill the local ecosystem. Nothing that concerns you. Alright. An S-tier scanning module we just got out of that. Okay. So we got an S-tier scanning module out of that. Let's see. And you will give me 8,000%-ish of the value on fauna rewards and about 6,500 on mineral, and give me a bigger scanning radius. So that's really good. Might be easier for me to kill the fish. Yeah, it's a shame this planet sucks so much from being able to find the salvage. I literally just walked back in the hole I made. Don't mind me. I'll need to grab the logs to get our quest set. Okay. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna start heading back towards the ship and not worry about the salvage on this planet. I think it's just the fact that it is a water planet, and so there's like just pockets of land. It just didn't spawn nearly as much salvage for me to chase. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to run to the water, so that way I don't have to keep recharging my heat shield. And we are going to destroy an aquatic environment, because I need to cull a bunch of animals for one of the missions we grabbed. I'm going to work on that. Because that'll probably go a lot easier than me trying to chase all the various like little stuff around. Okay. Alright, so we're getting all that taken care of. Getting everyone, you know, the local wildlife starting to be handled. Probably help if it wasn't so dark, but that's okay. Okay. So I've already got 7 handled. Alright, there's 8. And 9. Possible for me to see what I'm doing with some of these creatures. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so they're both still saying... Okay, so I need one more. I need like a proper headlamp or something. That's fine. We're the pure ferrite. Okay. We're getting pretty close. We just need to get ourselves a couple more, like 1 or 2 more of the aquatic creatures to be killed. That'll finish our quest objective. With the quest objective done, we can move on from that. Okay, which way is it to my ship? We'll head towards the ship while we're looking. Okay, so we got that one done. I need 4 more creatures for the other one. Okay. So I need 3 more. 3 or 2 more, however many more. Another one taken care of. kind of just looking for the ones that aren't moving towards the bottom. They seem to die pretty easy, and then they can't just swim away into the darkness where I can't see them. Alright, so that's all the creatures. So that's that done. We got a bunch of bioferrites, so we can do that. I know your ship is a bit of Frankenship-ish, but you can't believe how quickly you geared up. Is it just staying focused? No, not really. There's just a lot of opportunities to get stuff. And if you are willing to take those opportunities, you can go with that. Because, like, the Corvettes, you can gear those up pretty quickly. You just have to do salvage stuff on the planet, which is what it's going to actually do on this planet, but then we found out this planet kind of sucks for that. We're learning that the water worlds don't really spawn salvage in nearly as much. Yeah. It's like this whole area, not a single... We got like one salvage area we had to go almost 1,000 U just to get to. So that wasn't a good use of our time. But that's okay, we only landed because I needed ferrite to be able to build more warp cells. I also just realized I didn't need that. I have the bigger warp cell things. Let's take a quick peek at what the fire is right in front of us. Well, the smoke plume, I guess, is more accurate. Yep, so now instead of getting a couple $100, we're getting like $14,000 per mineral scan. So that's interesting. So we got credit for scanning all the creatures on the planet, despite never managing to scan the big worm. I guess it just doesn't count. Like I said, I want to see what that is. It might just be some kind of like vent or something that's utterly meaningless to us, but I'm curious. You never know when it could be like a crash ship or a freighter or whatever. It's probably just like a volcano looking thing though. Smoke vent, that kind of thing. Yep, it is just a smoke vent. Alright, well, it was worth peeking. Even didn't give us any results we care about. We just know in the future not bother running him down. Because for as much as I played this game, it's one of those things that you always end up finding more, or things will change and all that kind of stuff. So it's worth taking past assumptions and challenging them again. Figure out where they go with that. Alright. So we get back to our ship. We will remember that I actually already have the big fuel cell things that we got as our rewards for standings kind of stuff. Because, like, oh, I'm out of hyperfuel. And that's with only one of those. So what you can actually do is those scanner improvements. You can stack them 4 deep, and you can get them. I think they go up to like 12 or 14,000% on one of the stats. And so, needless to say, you stack them that deep, and they kind of just multiply on top of each other. And you can have where you scan one thing and you get literally hundreds of thousands per scan. We're not going to worry about any of the stuff there. There's some decent rewards, but not stuff I want to deal with. I'm going to take off, and before I forget, as I mentioned, I had fuel. And very genuinely, with the stuff we're doing, there's a good chance I will be able to just get fuel as fast as I can use it, as long as I take the time to stop at the stations. So we're going to ignore that. We're going to hop down here, a slight detour. So that way we can hit this planet, we'll run in, we'll get our inventory upgrade, we'll check on the missions going on in the system. Got how to switch targets. Because it keeps trying to auto-target the wrong one. I thought it was just if I tag it. Let's get a little distance, just so I can figure out which one's actually on me. Cycle ship, cycle targets. Okay, so we'll deal with this one real fast. So the one big negative about the auto target thing is it won't adjust. But at the same time, I absolutely despise the flight model for the game, as someone who plays a lot of flight sims. All right. Okay. Trying to wait till it doesn't have a ship behind it, so I don't accidentally anger the civilians. Because right now on our ship, we basically are just guns and shields. Our maneuverability and all that is horrendously bad. Okay. Come on. I feel like I did aggro the other ones too, but honestly they're not putting on much of a fight, so it's fine. Now, we're still pretty low combat level because we're still early game. As we gain ranks in combat, they will get tougher and tougher, and they can get very dangerous towards the end if you're not ready for it. Ooh, that was an actual decent hit you put on me. Come on. Okay. I was getting really tired of them just not hitting the right target. Okay. So we don't understand anything other than interloper of a keen warrior. The life form must be the captain of the freighter. It looks greatly relieved. They gesture as they welcome aboard. Okay. So let's see what we're looking at for a freighter. It does not appear to be a model I'm particularly worried about in a bad way. Like it seems like a fun model. There we go. The question is, what are we looking at class-wise? I don't need to like hold out for an S-class or anything fancy like that. But it would be good if I could snag something at least higher than a C-class. That said, it's all RNG on what you get. So, you just see what you got. An air of wary authority clearly marks this being as the freighter's commander. Offered by the freighter. So it's a C-class that has a value of 8 million. It's pretty underwhelming. It does already come with a scanner on it, though. And a lot of the time, you don't actually get that. So that is interesting in that regard. I think I'm going to leave and decline, though. I'm going to hold out for better. Because you get one freebie, and then everything after that you gotta pay for. So if you end up being a bit picky on your freebie, you can go for better. Like I said, I'm not really aiming to try and snag an A class or an S class. That'd be nice, obviously. But really, kind of what I'm hoping for is that we can either get one, a model I really like of freighter, so like the appearance. Or B, we managed to snag ourselves like a B or an A or an S class or whatever, just any higher than the lowest possible class. Okay, so let's get to the station. Listen, it's not a bad model. It's not the one that people, when they say the one that looks like a Star Destroyer, it's not that one, but it's similar. Okay. Is a freighter something you need or just cool to have? It's cool to have. There's very little in this game you actually need. You can run through the entire game with just like the starting ship and nothing more. You would certainly benefit from doing a bunch of stuff. Pretty much the way to look at it is the freighter can be kind of a mobile base in space. The Corvette I'm flying kind of has a lot of overlap with freighters now. Because it used to be your starship didn't have any means of doing anything kind of particularly interesting in there. So we got a shield generator. We got a piece of armor. So, The shields are basically maxed. So shield generator, I don't need. And then the armor has no function whatsoever that we care about. Now, our damage potential could potentially be much higher, our cargo can be better, and all that. So you're gonna leave the workshop. You're gonna go over here and see if we can't happen to trade. That's not where I do it. See if I can't happen to trade those for something more useful. So I'll purchase nodes, trade for advanced components. All right. So right now we are using a Titan class setup. I believe I can actually put one more phase beam modifier on it, and it would work. I do think, though, we would benefit the most from engines. Which will require me to have more place to attach the engines to, because that's kind of where we're at right now. Because, yeah, so we have, like, the landing gear thing I've got right now. And that helps with, like, launch costs and all that. But in this case, I think what we do is see if I can't get another Titan-class HAB. And they traded for it. Okay. So it leaves us with no extra parts. So we can modify our ship. What we're going to do right now is we're going to pull off that engine real quick. And I'm going to grab the HAB section. Put the engine back on. Put that down there to make it slightly less cursed. Yep, so needless to say, not a very attractive ship right now. Well, this is kind of an interesting one. I haven't done this yet. So we board and all that on the same side. Yeah, so we board on the same side our cockpit is. Alright, so still pretty cursed looking, but ever so slightly less cursed looking. So I would say we've had a net improvement. So our shield strength is maxed, our damage potential is about 2/3 the way up, and then our hyperdrive range did get, no, it has not got a bump, but it's not really changed much. So even though, like, looking at this, you're like, oh, but did you get anything good? We did actually get some more cargo, and it's not quite as cursed and quite as claustrophobic, so there is something to say about that. We are completely out of parts, though, so we're definitely not doing anything else with that right now. Alright. So let's go ahead and hand in the missions we already got. So there's an upgrade chart and some salvage data. We don't really care about ion capacitors. Scanning materials is no big deal. I'll add that. Killing creatures is no big deal. But that's fine. Pretentious donut for scanning flora. I actually don't care about the pretentious donut, but it just scanned flora. So we'll do that to keep getting our rank up with Vy'keen, because we're going to want that rank to give us access to more stuff. Now we're going to go up to you. We're going to start by donating. Have some salvage data. We'll take a suspicious equipment and launch fuel. Okay. And then you gave me vector compressors worth 50,000. Let's grab our inventory before I forget. And at this stage, it's probably not worth it too much for me to look at these, because even if I find a multi-tool, like I've already gotten A rank, to get a better one is not very likely. Oh, one of the near-term things I'm gonna want to get is to get some of the other stuff going on here. Okay, so let's see here. So sell the vector compressors, get those out of here. We'll sell the leg meat, because that's just taking up inventory that I don't need. I'll sell the salt. Sell the meaty chunks. Hold on to Mordite for right now. Sell the salty chunks. Sell the offal sack and the meat things. Oh. Oh, I had a spare Titan class landing bay? Let me double check. We do have that on the ship, right? Yeah, no, I can see it from over here. Okay, well, the spare Titan class landing bay, I could probably trade that to maybe get ourselves another engine on the back. Because we can get another engine, we can potentially increase the performance of our maneuverability and hyperdrive and all that nonsense. Let's grab you. You are actually there, right? Yes. Okay, so purchase modules, trade advanced modules. Okay, so let's see. We'll start by trying to get the same of the engine modules we have. Huh. Do you actually... Okay, so it has the bay. Weird. Alright, I guess we sell it. If it won't let me trade it, I've already got one. It's the exact same style I already have. And it taking up an inventory spot versus giving me $800,000, I will take the $800,000. Okay. Cool. Oh, when I went to the donate, did I check the ship's inventory as well? Because those are separate inventories and all that. Okay, and donate, ship. Okay, we're good. Alright. Basically bribing our way to having better faction. Alright, so we accepted a couple of quests here. We have one of the plants that we need to drop down to and scan. That's just going to give us more goods. Was there anything I wanted to move over to the ship while we're here? Yeah, we'll move some of these valuables over. And the reason I held on to those versus selling them for the quick cash is just the fact that those can be used to give to the Mercenaries Guild. So I want them on my ship, or I want to save them until my inventory starts to get too much of a problem. Just in the off chance I can get that put to use. Alright. Keep all that going. So we got Sub-Zero here. Alright, so let's look at our mission objectives. So we are required to scan for this stuff. So we have the mineral survey on a Sub-Zero planet. We don't really care about the stuff going on the planet too much. That's fine. With the mineral survey, I don't need to actually be at the spot it's specifically recommended. I just need to be on the right planet. And then sometimes with some of these, it'll be weird, and if you stack the same type of missions, even though it should want me to be in the other system to do it, it'll just complete the mission at the same time. I don't know why it does that. Hello, giant building. Okay. In hindsight, I should have brought that artifact, because I might have been able to trade it. But that's fine. The technology merchant wares include blueprints and craftable technology, as well as components they require to craft them. Interloper is pathetic. Death. Death. Alright, so looking at this, you got a bunch of junk I don't care about, friend. Actually, I don't really care that much at all. Actually, wait, you might sell Viking daggers. I can never remember a lot of the rules around who carries what. Okay, they do not. Alright, meanwhile, I also completely forgot. We should put on here to make the thing that can teleport materials back and forth. Local information repository, we don't care about that much. Yeah, that's just the same things here. Alright, let's go inside here. Okay. So, we only got the words is, to, and Viking out of the computer. The Viking archive is intended only for its own species. Ancient audio equipment drones in a low frequency, seemingly expecting a voice command. Death. Archive access. Granted. Decrypt archive. The archive possesses a vast amount of information on parenting and raising Viking cubs to adulthood. Much of it focuses on hostility and threat. The young cub will be born in fear. All were, are, and shall be so. Bonded with their family alone. Contact with any other entity will invoke mortal dread. The fear of open spaces, of touch, of contact is to overcome through two means. The brotherhood of the entire species in the light of Herc. We are all family. This must be taught. We were once prey, now we are predators. All other life in this universe shall fear us, just as we feared them. Fear will be our strength. That ancient cry, Gra, our rallying cry, our reminder. The interloper who dares to approach our being will be hunted. They will be harried. We shall not be afraid. We shall not be abandoned. Cool, man. That definitely seems like a very healthy way to start your life. Is to be like, be afraid of everything and everyone. They're all out here to hurt you. That's an S tier ship. That's an exotic. Alright, so we gotta get over here and start scanning. Okay. We could scan all these for the nanites. Should only need one more thing to scan. Getting a little weirded out how close you're just getting to me. Okay, that finishes that objective. Now let's see, because like I said, sometimes... Yep, we did get credit for those. And you want me to scan unique plants and thin the herd. Okay, how many more animals do we have? So we got 3 more animals. 1 flying, 1 underground, 1 ground. Can't be held accountable. It's not my fault the NPCs always ask for murder. Okay. What I'm trying to do is reach the spot that's considered underground and hunt some of the animals here. Okay, the Sentinel caught me committing murder, so they're all big mad. See, one of the creatures are missing, so just trying to close the gap. Okay, what am I still missing? I'm missing two. I am missing a flying and an underground one that are supposed to always be active. Let's get back to the underground. Usually underground ones can be a pain to find. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Usually the underground ones can be a little bit of a pain to find. They just don't spawn super reliably. But I need to commit large volumes of creature murder. Usually they suck at actually finding their way down to the caves. So what we're going to do is we're going to wander around here just a little bit and see if we can't get the underground one to spawn. If it takes any meaningful amount of time, we'll just move on. Let's go ahead and mine all these things, because they give oxygen, plus they're things that will potentially hurt me if I don't pay attention. Alright. But yeah, and then the flying ones, those are usually easy. You just walk around and look up every so often. I've never had problems finding flying things. The worst I've had is like when they're like, oh, this flying thing only spawns on like the southern hemisphere. You know, and then if you're not in the southern hemisphere, you don't find it. For obvious reasons. Let's actually make sure none of those have a specific area of the map. Okay, the flying ones are diurnal. I think they only show up at the day? Can't remember. But yeah, always active underground, so you don't have to worry about day-night cycle. Alright. And as they move around down here, some of the creatures above ground will spawn, despawn, that kind of thing, and that's usually when you start having stuff show up. Get a lot of cobalt, but not super worried about that. Okay. We're getting the carbon we need as well. Speaking of which, I should check on this. Okay, so we definitely have underground creatures spawning around us now. Okay, we have cold enough creatures to satisfy the quest log. We have that one to scan enough flora, but that's going to be a different planet. I'm both amused and somewhat concerned about the fact that there's these underground worm things that hop and that they are hostile, that they will just like attack me and try to eat me or whatever. Okay, so no signs of any unknown creatures at the moment. It's honestly a pretty big network of caves. Alright. And we can always just turn back here, because this is where it's gone deep enough we've kind of bottomed out. But as I mentioned, the underground creatures can be pretty dodgy to find sometimes. Okay. These things seem like they're a pretty good source of carbon when you destroy them. Yeah, those things are giving me like 300 carbon. Okay. Yeah, so those things, I think that's the most I've seen something give me carbon per punch, is just dumping buckets of carbon on my lap. Oh hey, that gave me gold. Yeah, honestly, genuinely, it might be worth my time to just, if I don't see the thing here, just keep clearing those out till I don't see any more of the big fan things and how much carbon they're giving me. You might notice I'm checking very frequently. It is a thing that as you move around, you can cause stuff to despawn, potentially. So I'm just trying to keep a lookout so I don't end up walking away from the thing I'm trying to collect. I thought I heard another one. Yeah, these things here are just straight up piles of carbon. Yeah, so that was another 430 carbon for taking that apart. And another 400. And another. So in just those few seconds, we got about 1,500 carbon. Okay, well, I think with that, let's start making some condensed carbon, because it's not like I don't have enough carbon to spare. And that'll make it stack better. Okay. This whole planet seems to be absolutely covered with this, like, cave network. I never get to walk around this much without having to, like, hop out or tunnel through a wall or something like that looking for more. Okay, that looks like the end of this route. Let's pop over here real quick, go to you. Drop you down there. Grab more carbon. Oh, we got something I don't recognize. So there's the rare birds. That leaves just the one rare underground thing. Okay, and get you sorted out. And one of the downsides is for underground creatures, is it only counts when it's like naturally occurring underground. I can't just like tunnel out a huge area and wander around in there or something like that. So you have to like stay in the tunnels. Okay. Nope, that's not what I wanted. We'll grab you. Drop you off. Grab more carbon to process. Okay. So we've got one more creature, and the reason we're kind of going out of our way for this is if I get that last creature scanned, it'll usually give you somewhere in the ballpark of around 2,000 nanites just for scanning all the creatures. And it's not counting, you can then take those scans and turn those into the anomaly and get, you know, kind of a double dip on it. It won't give you like the full 2,000 for the second part, but the first part gives you 2,000, and you might get yourself like 100 more or whatever. I don't know what the actual rate is. Okay. And grab you out. That's condensed carbon. So if you run condensed carbon, so condensed carbon and carbon just go back and forth. That's kind of what I figured. Lost track of it, that's fine. Okay. How's the permadeath going? Any deaths? No deaths. This is my first time doing permadeath. The big difference between this run and permadeath than my previous ones, I did turn up the difficulty on a lot of things, so we're gonna take way more damage and all that kind of stuff. But then the other thing that I changed for permadeath is normally my go-to challenge for permadeath is just get to the center of the galaxy, because that's kind of the conclude the game kind of thing. And in this case, we're like, you know what? Let's not just go to the center of the galaxy. Instead, we're going to treat it like a forever run, where we're going to, you know, do the quest line. So we're at with just trying to achieve the goal of get to the center of the galaxy, there's only one or two really dangerous, like, quest objectives you have where you have to fight a bunch of stuff or at least be in a dangerous situation. But you can mostly mitigate that risk in those runs. Versus what I'm trying to do here, there's just some of those scenarios, they're dangerous. There's no real not making it that dangerous. It's just the nature of what it is. Come on, rare underground creature. Okay. So both of those are maxed out, so let's not worry about compressing that much more right now. What else would be good for me to process? Just make that into sodium so it doesn't take its own spot in my inventory. Oh, we got some copper we can process. Okay. I hate to give up and move on, but like I said, it's one of those things that sometimes it can just be a booger, or it just doesn't want to spawn. And now we got it. So now I can get out of these tunnels. Because that'll be 2,000 nanites. See, again, we've been rewarded that all I have to do is just give up on something, and that is the precise moment the game will be like, alright, there you go, man. So yeah, so now if we go here, 2,000 nanites. Bam. And it is one of the ways to get the best nanites in the games, that kind of thing. It's not a fast way, necessarily, because, you know, there's a bit of RNG on when you land the planet. Are they going to be easy enough the things to get a hold of quickly, that kind of stuff. And a lot of that you just don't have control over. Alright, it's got unknown buildings. We might as well check out these unknown buildings that are nearby. Like, we're already on the planet. Just pop over here, take a quick peek. Because you never know when this is going to be a really, really good building. It can also be junk we don't care about, but you won't know till you get there. Alright. Okay, that looks like might be one of the trading, not trade hub, but like something like an observatory or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't have all the... Just breaking in. The alert has obscured the information on the primary terminal. I can only make out a few words. Ah, good, excellent. We've made out not only a few words, literally no words. If I can work out what was being worked on here, I can restart the workflow and restore operations. So I have no idea. I'm gonna hit Starship. I failed to access the Resident Warrior's workflow. The installation remains offline. So we didn't get the goodies out of it because we didn't know enough of the language to guess what was right. Now, stuff like this, if we get the level 2 Atlas Pass, you can get some pretty good goodies out some of those. Some of them are pretty worthless. Okay, and we did see another building while we were underground, but yeah, it doesn't look like we got it. Yep. So, sadly we didn't get the reward, but without having anything there, the words that it offered was drop pod, starship, or freighter. And my logic on approaching is that the drop pod was probably the most likely answer, because it's kind of the lowest value thing. At the same time, I generally don't care about the drop pod. Versus the starship can easily be anywhere from like 3 million to 6 million instantaneous cash. Well, near instantaneous cash. And the freighter would be good too, but you know. So figure Gamba for the one we want the most. Well, I mean, it's no matter what, it's gonna be a Gamba. But guess the one I want the most, because assuming an equal distribution, which is not a safe assumption. You know, there's no reason for me to choose one over the other. Okay, so we can just get back to our ship. We're done here. Then we can move on to the place where I need to scan the floor or whatever. As well as continuing to gradually move our way towards the next pirate system objective. That's kind of what we've been doing. Is both of the... Well, actually, at this point, I could go back to my base and talk to the scientist. It might not be a terrible idea for me to get our way to the pirate system. And then do that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we've got another black market mod for our hazard stuff. So that gives us a little bit of all resistance types, so not a lot, but just a little poke of everything. I like this style way more than these. So these ones basically give you like an extra tank you can fill up, so it's more of a buffer, whereas these ones give you a flat-out resistance. I'd rather take the resistance any chance I get. And let's check this. Probably has nothing I care about. 24 sentinels for a circuit board. Nah. I'll choose this one. We're not going to focus on that right here. When we get to the next planet, I'll do it. Okay. So what we need to do is go to our options, log, harmless research. We can get off this planet, jump to the next system, and get that one, do the whole roundabout on the station of, you know, grabbing our inventory slot, turning in whatever requests we got. Yeah, so we're not really making forward trajectory, we're kind of just sliding sideways and slowly getting stuff. Okay. Let's dock up. Turn everything in, grab our inventory slot, see if the local mercenaries or whatever have anything for me. Then we can do our flora survey at the same time murdering any hostile flora we see. Okay. And assuming we don't get any more agent missions that take us more abroad. Good, so hand-in missions. Cool. So deliver an item, kill creatures. That I can do on basically any planet, so I'll take that. And then the Sentinels would not be a problem. I'm gonna avoid that one, because that one's one that restricts me to a very specific system. So if we keep with what we've got here, I could do all three of these when we land. And I won't have to go out of my way for any of them, so we can keep on our way to the pirate stuff. Alright, we'll start with donating. There's the nav data. And nothing on the ships that they want. And then we can redeem. So buy one for 483 units. So it's 483 units for the platinum they're selling. What does platinum sell for? Oh, also, sell the sweet root. Sell the vortex cubes. Sell the leg meat. Honestly, probably sell the... Well, the Starship launch fuel doesn't sell for anything, so I don't care that much. That's not worth anything. Don't worry about that. Sell the hunks of those things. I need to pop this open real quick. A defense chip. I'll sell the 1 unit of gold. Frozen tubers. There's the Gek relic. We have a suspicious... let's see. Cool, so we got ourselves some goodies there. A lost exhaust filter for us to sell. Or we can dismantle into cadmium. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Which that's interesting, because turning that into cadmium, that means I effectively got a material I'm not supposed to have access to yet. Okay, so I gotta shuffle stuff around to make this work. So let's move you here, move you there, move you here. So now I've got all that, got that having better bonuses. So I boosted her shields up even more. Now is all those things sorted out. The thing is, I don't have what the price of the platinum is, so I'm going to buy just a single unit of platinum, which he bought for 483. The question I have here is, if I buy it at the discount, can I immediately dump it on the same market and make money? No, I would lose. I'd lose about 30. I lose about 30 units per whichever. Have you added Corvette expansion slot modules? I have not. We haven't gotten any to show up yet, but we are starting to kind of rub up against what I have room for. Meanwhile, while I have this here, might as well put those together. We can sell the Corvax things from the ship.
Who's the most handsome boy in the house?
Oh.
Yes, you do. Who is it?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Who is it?
I don't know. I'm sure there's like a bug or something.
You're more handsome than bugs.
So I wasn't sure if they were in the game or not. You haven't played it, but yes. So use the same ones as the Starship to upgrade the cargo capacity of the Corvette. But I haven't seen them yet. I'm not sure if they're locked behind rank or something, or if it's just because my low inventory. The game does fudge what offerings you're going to get based on where you're at in the game, what you have. Now, it doesn't fudge it so strong that, like, your low inventory, you'll see nothing but inventory or something like that. Nothing that extreme. So let's see. Harmless research. Okay, how many planets are in the system? 4. So I've got you. There's one down here. Poisonous planet, everyone's favorite. We got one up here. Rainy planet, and then the one we're actually going to is this tiny little one behind the frozen planet. Oh, nope, that's not taking me behind the frozen planet. That's fine. Okay, so we are looking for plants on the frozen planet. You just found out that you can have multiple settlements and upgrade the building Upgrade the buildings themselves? Yes. I know you can upgrade the buildings yourselves. That is the one thing in the game I have not done much of, is the settlement stuff. Because I had one settlement on a planet I really just did not have any interest in dealing with, and then I didn't have another opportunity to grab another settlement in that run. And I just haven't seen much. Okay, so that's a trade hub. I don't care about that. I'm pretty sure that doesn't count. Looks like it's just a region waypoint. That'll do fine. Okay. And just go right around here. Open the hatch. Can I beam down and it make more sense? Yep. Why would we do that when we can drop from the sky? And just do that nonsense. Okay. They went ahead and got all that taken care of. That's one feature you really like with the Corvettes. Oh, like the just either the beaming up or just running out the back door and then gliding down. Unknown Grave, we should mark that. You can get some good stuff from Unknown Graves. So once we get all this sorted, I'll go for the Unknown Grave. Come on. Sometimes it's hard to make out what is and isn't like in a hitbox or whatever. Also, I'm pretty sure it's required to murder some animals. Yeah, so let's check. What are we doing on this planet? Catalogs. Sorry, log. We need to scan the unique plants, eliminate hazardous plants, cull creatures. Okay. Scan unique plants from a specific planet. And how many of those do I need? Oh, I need one more. It's not my fault. I was asked to, and they're gonna pay me. It advocates me of all responsibility for my actions, right? Okay. Go the unknown grave? Yeah, no, we're working on it. I'm just scanning and doing that stuff along the way. Okay. This thing is I need to scan one more unique plant. Okay, so that's that objective done. So you can go to our log and go to the call the creatures. So gotta kill that hat. Go away, Sentinel. Be cool. It's fine. There's nothing to see here. Okay. So we're gonna need to go and convert a bunch of this scrap metal into other materials because our inventory is just getting full very rapidly. Okay. Yeah, so we're just working over here and grabbing everything we can along the way. All that good stuff. It's fine. Cool. So you're gonna let them de-aggro. And go right back to what we were doing. I only got 2 inventory spots left. Okay, creatures are called. So we can go ahead and choose log. That leaves just the malicious flora. And then we're going to check out this grave because... I'll deal with that in a minute. We're going to check out this grave because you can get some pretty cool stuff from those two. What can I do for compressing my inventory? Not much that I want to do right now. Just keep processing things as we've been processing them. Keep all that going. Inventory's full. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the meaty chunks. They're not really worth that much anyways. I'm not super desperate on the money. Okay, so pretty soon we're going to run out of those. The cave will probably have a bunch of hazardous stuff in it. I asked. Question not one had asked. It was a simple. The Sentinels. What are the Sentinels? Do they come from? I made it my life's work to find. Left logs, records across worlds. The fallen traveler's grave is marked by a glyph, an epitaph of some ancient technology. Extract the epitaph. I obtained the glyph, and with it the ability to travel to unknown worlds. I leave the fallen traveler in peace. A memory fragment? It's fine. Yeah, because I see there's a bunch right here. Yeah, so I don't think I grabbed the inventory upgrade from the station. I have upgrades I can put in there, I just don't have room on my suit for them. Alright, 1 second. Okay, just wanted to scan for those things. Yeah, usually these caves are a really good source for the hazardous flora when you find them. Do you plan to live a low nomadic flight aboard a freighter? Or do you intend to establish a base on a planet itself? We do have a base that we've got a teleport we can go back to and all that. I honestly don't think it matters that much in the game in all reality. Because when you compare the different systems, it's not like going to one part of the solar system or one part of the galaxy to the other has a significant change in what you're going to run into. So, whether you're just doing stuff within a couple of jumps of home or just plowing across the galaxy, you're going to see mostly the same things. But, we've been kind of just following wherever the objectives take us. You know, the objectives take us traveling a bunch of systems, that's fine. The objectives keep us closer to home, that's fine. Alright. That's another objective done. That's another objective done. Okay, so we basically have all those objectives done. We just gotta turn them all in. How are we doing on this planet? We have also discovered all the things on the planet. So yeah, we're pretty much done here. Yeah, my jetpack's also, or not my jetpack, my backpack's also very full. I definitely need to do some clearing some stuff out. Okay. So we're almost to the teleporter to get myself back up to the ship. And like I said, I don't think I actually grabbed the inventory thing from the station. Because we grabbed the inventory thing from the station, I can add it to my I can add it to the slots for my suit upgrades, and those slots of the suit upgrades will give me what I need for the next thing. Okay. Then we can turn all those in. That's like 4 missions I'm turning in or something like that. We can get our suit upgrade. And I could put that other environmental protection, hazard protection thing in. Okay, so we got some fuel. Meanwhile, we need to keep going through this and tidying up. Alright. It's a shame I can't, like, knock out that middle wall and make it like a 2x2 room, like a big open space. I'm willing to bet there are ones like that, but... Okay, we are now close ally with the Vakeen. So we're gonna hand in more. Scan the flora, kill the creatures. Love to see it. Not gonna worry about most of these ones here. Like, if there was, like, really, really good things like multi-tool stuff, I'd potentially grab it immediately. But I think in this case what I'm going to do is run up here, get our extra suit upgrade. Now in this case, I want the extra suit upgrade up here. So that I can go here and get even more toxic resistance and all that. And we'll run over to you, make sure I can turn the stuff in here. And then we're on our way to getting at least a bit closer to the pirates. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy the platinum. Let's see here. We could sell a bunch of this random food in that. Try to keep our inventory manageable. Okay. So we'll sell the donut. Sell the effigy. Sell the casing. I'm glad we got the repair kits. Those could be very useful. Probably should be selling a lot of these things. That I need for quests we have to turn in still. Got the tiniest amount of platinum here. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. Okay. Let's go take our freighter, and we're going to go on towards the pirate system to keep that quest line going. That's led to a lot of spaceship fighting so far. which luckily our rank in the spaceship fighting isn't too high yet. So we're getting these fights out of the way while they're not super juiced. On the other hand, by doing them, I'm getting my XP up really quickly, which result me in getting later space combat being much harder. We did get pretty lucky in that our ship right now, it's not nimble, but it can hold its own in a fight. Does your ship have inventory? Yeah, so you have my inventory, the ship's inventory, and then if I had a freighter, the freighter would also have its own inventory on top of all that. Oh, 1 second. We will change our objective to onto the Rebel Star. Alright. You can't go straight to it? Not quite. So next jump after this one will be the pirate system. You can also build inventory stashes in Corvettes. Cannot? Yes. There is where you can build the storage rooms in the Corvette. I would want to make the Corvette bigger to give me space to do that, though. Now, barring if the space station gives us an objective that's right for this place, then we could potentially deal with that. Friends. For trade, I don't understand. Help. Duh. The transmission is infused with static and its alien speech garbled. One thing is unmistakable. The life form is in great distress. Their broadcast contains a set of coordinates. The pre-recorded message fades as I shut down my Starship communicator. Their coordinates point to a nearby planet. Okay. So it looks like that's going to be our settlement, I guess. So that's another distraction from my distraction. For the distraction we hold dear. Alright, what do you got for me for mission objectives? Kill creatures. Okay. Kill sentinels. I'm probably going to be doing that in a minute anyways. Okay. Collect fungal mold for a starship augmentation. I will do that. Fungal mold is not a convenient thing to collect, but the reward there is a good one, because it means expanding the inventory on my spaceship. Okay. So give me that. Give me the fuel. I'll donate the data. That's fine. Alright. So with that... Okay, I don't know what it became, but it went somewhere. Ah, it became magnetized ferrite. Now, I'll choose to make this another spot up here since we are full on those. I also need to check. So nothing I need to install up here. Nothing I need to install there. I have a lot I can potentially install here. So I've got like the teleport receiver. I've got the Cadium drives. I've got the conflict scanner and all that kind of stuff. I can literally put the economy scanner in it right now. Alright. Well, we'll start with what we can put in here. So we got an economy scanner on there. And I've got one spot here. We can make out a Cadium drive. And I could just buy, it was 3 wiring looms, I believe. Let's just buy the wiring looms real fast. They'll cost me a decent amount. Actually, a pretty good price here. All right. Store that for a minute. Where did you go? Okay. Oh, I wonder. Yeah, I don't think those benefit each other in any way. They'll mark as like having a link to them, but it doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, because I'd have to move a whole. No, actually, because I can take you off, put you here, grab you there, put you here. And put you down there. Yeah, so it's got them highlighted, but it doesn't actually give you a perk on that one, I don't believe. I could be wrong about that. But that's all fine. Yeah, that means we got nothing there. Oh, is that an overcharge spot? Oh, that's a supercharge spot. Okay, I have a supercharge spot available. Let's move you to the supercharge spot. Yeah, that's what you want to see. So we supercharge the thing that gives us just a couple percentages of resistance. And that has supercharged my across the board about here. Cool. We can go to you. Get your ferrite dust out of here. And there was more stuff to process in here. Alright. So, let's get to our ship. We did get a quest log to... Planet Distress. Alright. Now I want to say with the Planet Distress, I believe that's one of those ones, if I'm not happy with the planet, you can travel some distance and then redo it, like reset it, to get a different planet. I have found, generally speaking, pretty much every settlement I've ever seen has been on a pretty garbage planet so far as not very hospitable. Oh, and didn't I need to turn one in here too? Kill creatures. Just add it to the queue. Okay. So all these things we're doing are giving us a large amount of nanites, they're giving us money, they're giving us a whole bunch of things, so all that is going to help. We want to make sure we are still on that objective. So, goody. It'll be... Why did you change my objective? Stop doing that. So we're going to be on an acidic planet. Okay, to double check the things we've got. So I need to kill creatures and eliminate sentinels. Okay. So the sentinels, I believe, is going to happen whether I like it or not. I want to say as we do this, we will have to tangle with some sentinels. Okay. It's trying to tell me I do things. I'm like, I'm busy. There's stuff to scan. And it is just blasting this music. Like, can you, like, look at the amazing thing you've done? You landed on a planet. Alright, so this gets into the settlement functionality. What a tip for finding lots of salvage? Well, you can go to the salvage plants and get it really quick. If that's what you're talking about. That's a problem. So I'm supposed to talk to this guy, but he's in the ground. Let's see if we can use the classic solution to all of our problems. Okay, so the autosave was less than a minute ago. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly hop into the ship. Actually, wait, isn't there usually a beacon thing around here somewhere we can interact with? Friend, to help? The settlement must be the source of the distress signal. What are they doing here? Building a life exposed to such harsh planetary existence. Battered by the element. Ask about the distress signal. Before I can speak, you hear a wail of a siren. A hostile buzz descends upon the town. The Sentinels have arrived. That's so much better than we had for first weapon. Okay. Apply for settlement control. Accessing planetary settlement interface. Access granted. Current overseas status. Missing. Deceased. Overseer position presumed vacant. Apply for settlement management. Yeah, you know, it's just the applications closed during emergency. The assumption here is that, you know, he just fell through the planet. Let's see here. Log. Alright, so realistically what I'm going to need to do... Okay. It updated the log. Apply to be overseer. Okay, so the greater Ambuska is a settlement overview. Current population 18 of 37. Happiness 4%. Productivity 119,000 units per day. Maintenance cost 304,000 units per day. Sentinel alert level 2%. Bounty scanner increases productivity. Pungent food cannery reduces citizen happiness. Built on a fault line increases maintenance cost. Poorly decorated reduces citizens happiness. No pets allowed reduces citizens happiness. Invest in settlement. Become the settlement overseer. Okay. And thank you, Zalsel, for the 10 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Means a heck of a lot. And the debt is continuing to build. Alright. Total tenure as Overseer, 593 billion years and 1 month. Population growth, 19 citizens, and pretty much nothing has changed otherwise. Now, what I need to figure out is how to make things better here. Let's go inside real quick. And go over here. Overseer's office construction. Alright, waiting materials, so I need to apply 210 silica powder. So it's going to take 1 minute and 26 seconds to actually build that. How many life forms are on this planet? There are 8. And a lot of them are underground, so I'm not going to sweat it for right now. Again, I just had to kind of reset it. Alright. So, we're basically waiting for the construction of the Overseer's office. So that's going to be a curiosity about the best way to get myself back to this system. But we'll figure it out. I'll just have to remember to make this system a favorite so I can get back here easier. Alright. So by the time I walk over to the Overseer's office, it is upgraded. It's now got a really angry red icon. Okay, so I need 5 metal plates. Oh, and that's an hour and a half to get that done. I do find it amusing with the world gen, so like clearly this cliff was supposed to keep going, but then it put the settlement here, so it just kind of cut a chunk out and then flattened it to make room for the settlement. But as a result, you know, you have this weird steep cliff that's just been cut out of the terrain. And I did see one over here. It mentioned a sleeping unit. Can be upgraded to advanced sleeping pod. I'm assuming I'll get choices for that, because I literally have already done more in the settlement than I've done previously. When I say I haven't done hardly anything in the settlement, I mean very really haven't done anything. In the meantime, while that's doing its thing, what else can we work out? Kill the animals. Yes, the tentacle ones are really hard to do anything with. Three microprocessors for the next stage. I have 5 on the ship. Alright, so just hand those back to me. Meanwhile, before I forget, Making it look good. Let's go to this cave system. And see about finding some of our unknown wildlife here. And then immediately murdering it. Kind of hoping we'd have more of an actual cave down here. Alright. Just to give more critters a chance to spawn, because I have to kill 24 of them. And I can't kill what isn't here. Alright. You get a couple of critters way over there. The big problem is the critters I'm seeing outside are mostly those tentacle things that pop up. And it's not that you can't kill them, it's just the way you hit them is like really kind of funky. I imagine the trick could be getting something explosive or whatever, so it kind of hits the ground. That's fine. This will be about done in a minute, and we can go and get the next piece here. Awaiting opening. Alright, open building. Unveil the completed one. The Overseer's office is completed. Overseer's office building details can be upgraded to an Overseer's office. Upgrade to B class using nanites. And that does give it a portal, so I can teleport directly to it. Well, let's make great decisions. Take my nanites. Okay. Agra module. Okay, so we can't upgrade another building at the same time. So yeah, so the idea here is I guess we just keep upgrading stuff and making it nicer. And overall, it'll eventually become properly nice. And then if we look at the overall settlement, so we are still increasing our debt. Every second our debt continues to go up. Let's see, reduce debt by constructing, building, and investing in settlement features to increase production and reduce maintenance costs. Yup. It can't be so bad if there's like any creatures nearby I could potentially go after to work on objectives. So like toggle the thing to work. Go murder 4 or 5 creatures or whatever. Go toggle the next thing. Yeah, so this is an example of one of the creatures. You can see actually hitting it is a whole thing. That's the only creature I'm seeing on the surface is those tentacles. And they're just too hard to kill in the sense that they just don't register as hitting very often. Alright, so we upgrade the Overseer's office to a B tier. Waiting upgrade unveiling. Alright, so reopen the building. Unhappiness has been decreased. I would make it, I would need a quantum computer. I can't do that. I don't have a quantum computer. So I can go to the sleeping unit. So we need 150 pure ferrite. And it would make us a little bit more productive. And all that. And we're probably not close enough to the ship? No. So pure ferrite should be easy. First of all, let's grab you. Drop that there. You're good on all that stuff. You just convert the ferrite dust into pure ferrite and be done with it. Your nanites mostly went towards buying the fireworks? Yes. You'll also understand I 100% focused all of my efforts onto making the place that I would stay while here to be the best it can be, and completely disregarded anything that wasn't that. As you do. Alright, what other than the creatures, what all do we have here? So we have exterminate creatures, we have the settlement stuff. There is sourcing, what was it? Fungal mold, we're not going to be doing that here. And eliminating the sentinels we already did, and then more creature extermination. So yeah, it's literally all I could do here is kill creature. Alright. So you can go here, remove that from there, pop in here and grab the next thing for processing. Okay, so make it a B class here, which should improve our productivity. Oh, that... renovation process. So that one's 20 minutes. So obviously we're not staying here for this. Okay. So the good news is we did get the settlement thing knocked out for the time being. And it sounds like what's ultimately going to need to happen is we're going to have to like pop back and forth. You know, tell it to improve a building, leave, do the next thing. Yeah, because it can only upgrade one at a time. So there's 20 minutes until we can do the next thing here. So I'll beam aboard our ship. It's time to leave. Because what we can do now is I can teleport directly back to that settlement. Alright, galaxy map. And there's the pirate system for the pirate quest. Okay. As we're docking, let's go in here real fast and switch over to the pirate mission. Oh wait, you're not showing at the station? It's weird that you're showing the mark way up there when the station's way down here. But that's fine. Yep, so we're docking with the Heretic Outpost. Love to see it. Okay. That's fine, whatever. Okay, so just run back here. And so with this one, we can get other contracts to do illicit stuff. Smuggling, all that kind of nonsense. You can actually turn in your legitimate quests here, too. And weirdly, you can turn in your legitimate or your illegitimate quests at a normal quest person as well. It's just for getting the quest, you gotta go to the appropriate place. Okay, so let's make sure we can go here and salvage dealer. Alright, so this is a person you can buy all sorts of illegal things. There are the illegal modifications. You can have those on you. You just have to get them in areas like this. The weird caveat with those, the illicit ones, is those illicit ones are kind of a gamble on how good, bad, or otherwise they'll be. Okay, so we got that one. Yeah, so this would be targeting, like, killing another pirate. And most of these you're going to see are illegal goods, with the exception of that one down there. So yeah, so we can basically hunt and destroy. All of this is combat. We're going to probably hold off on that right now unless we get an objective pretty much tells us we need to do it. And you can see here, I can go and buy illegal goods to then take into the next system, and you could sell them at a premium. The caveat, oh, hey, I'll take that all day. Because of that, we just got our mission objective done for the mold. You're not the right person. Okay, so yeah, so for the objective there, oh, fungal mold. I mean, that's still fine. I'm still happy we bought this. These become nanites anyways. Right, fungal mold is the thing we find on toxic worlds. Let's see. So I can go to you, drop your stuff off, because then I can grab that, and they'll become like another 50 nanites. Alright, still thinking we put the next one up here. Then we're gonna start splitting them again. Life support systems, commercial monitoring, disabled. Station defenses, primed. Freedom, Atlas surveillance in uplink, rejected. Request the voice of freedom. Glorious survivor, the promised star will be yours. Glass, 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 glass. Yes. I respect the appeal for you wanting the glass. A series of light flashes across the lifeform's visor. A tingle runs across my scalp. It feels unpleasant, as if my thoughts are being rummaged through. Purchase old scrap. Sell the vortex thing, because I forgot to do that. Sell the leg meat, because it's taking up inventory. That'll do. We can go to this. Take the nanites. Drop that on the ship. And what else are we converting here? It's not looking like I got anything else immediately to convert. Let's check the ship inventory. Yeah, looks like we're all good there. Okay. Local system authorities have displaced by the Voice of Freedom's outlaw forces. The outlaw systems allow you to purchase black market goods, complete lucrative missions, and acquire forged passports and all that. Let's try exiting the station again and then going exactly to where they want me to have the objective. Because we're weirdly not getting like what I'm supposed to be doing here. And I thought it was just to talk to the various people. It could be that they specifically want... Oh, speak to those aboard. Thank you for putting the objective back up there. Yeah, so I think we just need to just talk to a random person and ask them about it. And then we might have to talk to all the people on the fringes again. That's a cool ship. Welcome, glorious survivor. Here, there are no Gek, no Korvax, no Vakeen. Here we speak one tongue. Here we are free. Ask about the voice of freedom. Only the strong deserve to sing the glorious voice of freedom. We do not permit the weak to find us. Welcome, new face. To find us is to be chosen. To find us is to be free. Ask about the voice of freedom. There are those who would deny us freedom. New face, those who would sacrifice everything to appease the Sentinels. But the voice keeps us free. I really appreciate your being clear on this. The Crimson Fiends corrupts the minds across the galaxy. No more will we prostrate ourselves before its all-seeing red eye. Alright, we're going to ask about the voice of freedom. To speak with the voice of freedom is to roar back against the Crimson Void. It is glory itself. This guy looks like he's going to a death metal concert when he's done talking with you. Yes. You are one of us now, new face. You are bonded to us. You are free. Ask about the voice of freedom. The voice is not one voice, but many. Thanks to the wave, man. It's our voice. It's your voice. You sing with the choir now. New customization unlocked. The Shroud of Freedom. Cool. Examine the subverted core. Alright, so now we run around talking to all people like I was doing originally. Cool. And this is the exact same dialogue we just read, so I'm just going to skip on through it. Yep. Okay, we got the black market person. Cool. And we got the mission person. Yep. And then we got the illegal modifications person. Yep. Alright, and then it says to leave our ship. Before we do that... Well, actually, let's go ahead and follow this just for this part. I was going to say we could hop back to our home base and talk to the scientist to keep his stuff going. Possibly kill a bunch of animals while we're there. Because the animals on the planet I said on my home base die very easily. It's convenient. Okay. Station flight path monitoring alert. Exit clearance pending. The voice of freedom will not permit the Atlas silence. New face carries our voice. You must hide your trail. Take this document. Disrupt the traffic records at a station core. Your voice will be free of the darkness. Accept the task. So we have an illegal good, a forged passport. Alright, so I gotta go to the next system over. And now I want to rush into the station pretty quick because we are carrying an illegal good, so if we get scanned, the local authorities will get really upset about it. And when they get upset, they don't find you, they get murdery. Alright, so just gotta zip right on in here. And that'll be fine because we can pop in here. We can check for some quests, get our inventory slot, all that garbage. And then what we can do from there is I can favorite the pirate station. So whenever we feel like doing illicit stuff, I can teleport directly to the pirate station. And then we can also favorite our settlement. Alright, we can just teleport over. Okay, let's grab whatever you got. Kill 11 creatures. Collect the mold. I already have a quest to do that. And you're gonna give me a haunted chocolate dreams. I don't know what that is, but I kinda want it. And kill even more creatures. Everyone on this game is like murder all wildlife. All of it, every last bit of it. Spare no one. Okay, let's expand our inventory real quick. There we go. Alright, so price is starting to go up. It's getting into the hundreds of thousands units to expand my inventory, and it will continue to go up until it gets into the millions. Atlas Aeron surveillance uplink high alert. Unusual activity detected. Beginning travel database scan. Disrupt station records. Forged passport. Registration document accepted. Traffic patterns unexceptional. I love being unexceptional. Alright. So you can donate the salvaged goods. And more. And repair things. Yeah, so now we can get the semiconductors at a 50% discount. And the sulfurine and all that. But the big thing is that I can get these free supplies literally everywhere. So when you jump into the system, you're just instantly given goodies. You can eventually get to the point where they'll start to get pretty good. Alright, so let's check real fast. If I buy... So 361 for a semiconductor. Could take a chance. 361 for superconductor. I want to see if I can just sell it locally and make money. I don't think you can. I'm experimenting with something a little bit more expensive than they probably should be. Yeah, so I'm gonna lose money on it. It's fine. Yeah, so buying and turning around and just dropping it isn't gonna make me money. That's fine. We basically broke even with that other thing I got from them, so it's fine. Okay. I also noticed my helmet changed back to... I thought I had a different helmet on. Let's look at our helmet options. I thought we unlocked another helmet. I would like to find a helmet that's all scuffed up as well. Yeah, because that's the Skyborn one. That's fine. I wanna get a helmet that's like properly just dinged up. Not. Can you sell another system for good prices? Potentially, but that could take me a couple of systems to find one that has the prices I want, and I'm already kind of hurrying for inventory. The bounty showed you. The bounty showed you get a forged passport. Yeah, and the forged passport item is the thing that's illegal. That when you're carrying it, if you get scanned, you get into a fight. All right, so log. We have call the creatures. Okay, so it did take the pirate thing off my list here. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go to the teleporter, and I'm gonna try and mark the ones I want to save. So I want to save a pirate system. So anytime I want a pirate thing, I can just jump to the pirate system immediately through the teleporting system. Okay. Clearance not granted. Okay, so I can't go directly to this. We can add the favorite for my settlement. But yeah, apparently I cannot jump directly to the pirate system. And let's remove that from favorites. Okay, so basically we've got our settlement itself. Make a base in the pirate system. I could potentially do that. The thing I'm looking at is where I have this is close enough to the pirate system I can just jump between them. And I think that's okay. But before we go too much, let's go to Bluegrass Hills. That's fine. We'll get rid of one of the missions there that I don't care that much. It's the one thing is I don't like that the mission board on the ship counts as multiplayer. Like, I'm fine if they were played multiplayer, but since I'm playing solo, it's very annoying that you get all the multiplayer restrictions even when you're not multiplayering. You can always go to the settlement and jump from there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is we'd be able to go to the settlement, fly straight up, and then warp to the next system over. That it's close enough since we do have the settlement there to serve our purposes. Alright. Return to the Overseer. It is good to see you, friend. I trust the Valkyne's technology kept you safe. I have the selenium required to finish the plans for the farmer's workstation. It'll be interesting to see what effect a second Gek will have on my Overseer. I cannot imagine they've spent much time conversing with the scientists and the armorer. Gives selenium? Ah, to farm. We shall exploit the earth and free the last from the Sentinels. The precise and practice the glory of trade. Okay. Once you have secured our farmer, you will want to trade unhindered to profit from our glorious harvest, without being dragged to and fro. Never fear, friend, for I shall make it so, and all I require is a few circuit boards to finish the plans for the trade terminal of our own. The Overseer requests circuit boards in order to create a galactic trade terminal blueprint. Yup. Let's see, I do not have the zeal for trade, it seems, to seize the Gek. Nonetheless, it would be convenient to tap to the galactic market from right here inside my home. Alright, so we can go over here and go to our stuff we can unlock there. There's the agricultural terminal. Plunk that down right there. And am I close enough to get to Starship stuff? Yeah, so we can move. You should have 2 circuit boards left. No, I probably moved the whole stack. Alright, so let's see what we actually need to make this happy. So scientific research, return to the scientist. Unknown life form. I passed my test. I am free to explore, free to pursue my passion for structural analysis. Do you have the data to operate on? An observatory would supply some. Think of all that might be done. The Korvax appears to have no memory of our previous encounters. I do not know if they feel reconnected to the convergence, or they simply do not recall what they should feel like. I should visit the observatory for them and see if the structural analysis they claim to enjoy will prompt a memory. Accept. I look forward to seeing the results, Traveler. Alright, and let's look at the next thing on the log. We have to get the daggers. The base archive has thing available, which is right over here. Automated archive recovery in progress. Data recovered. 6%. New data available. Search construction database. Base technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Storage container plans restored. I already had that, but that, thanks. Additional data available. Log data from recovered. Search archives. Entry number 4925 follows. Found additional buried technology modules. Construction proceeding smoothly. Recent expedition. Copying data. Readability archive retrieval complete. Beginning defragmentation of next segment. Alright, well, cool, I guess. So we can go to our log here. Construct a storage container. Okay, so they are forcing me to construct a storage container to continue that. Okay. I would like to, snap it in place somewhere that's not just out in the open. Alright, well, let's start by expanding the building a bit more. Okay, so they're horizontal. All right. That's what I feared. I was kind of hoping it would just snap into the walls and all that. But it looks like it's just going to be loose containers. So I did the thing. I'm probably not going to use it in any meaningful amount, but we'll see. Okay, so check the next thing in the log. Acquire a circuit board. I should have a circuit board. Well, first of all, what I'm going to actually do... Get my materials back. Factories infest this place. Worlds upon worlds spitting out resources for no purpose. Yet you were attacked by sentinels for obliterating a single rock. It's outrageous. It makes me sick. The Overseer is right. I'm attacked by sentinels for mining small quantities of resource when factory complexes operate with impunity. Why? Why do they ignore such greed while I must fight for survival? Ungreed, this is unjust. It is good to see you anger. Ask yourself, why do the sentinels get to choose who suffers? Who gave them this power? Okay. So I need to kill a bunch of animals while we're on our way to whatever this thing is. So the location they're sending me to, I don't know. We're just killing animals. Get wrecked, animal. All wildlife must submit. Okay. Alright, so let's switch to one of the quests asking me to kill a bunch of stuff. See how many more I gotta kill. Alright. It'd be nice when I have better weapons, so it doesn't feel like I'm practically torturing these animals by just slowly killing them with my laser. Okay. Alright, so that's the first culling one done. And I need one more for the second one. That'll be all the creatures I need to kill done. Alright, so we got those sorted. So the things we still have is to find the fungal mold, which is not on this planet. We can construct a new building. And then we need to find the circuit board for the scientist. So let's go ahead and teleport up here. And it set itself back to that. Okay. Alright, so... aid the scientist to learn how to do circuit boards. I was expecting you to tell me where I'm going for this. Okay, let's, is it... there we go, okay. There we go. Yeah, no, I've been just tracking those things down. I actually haven't gone back to the anomaly in a hot minute. Yeah, and I'm just kind of tracking down on missions, kind of ignoring the main story missions and doing the side missions. And as we start running ourselves low on side missions, we'll, you know, pop back to the main missions here and there. Because there'll be some main missions that, or sorry, some side missions that repeat. And I've learned plenty of times with these kind of missions just to land. Now, how's my inventory, by the way? It's okay. You can throw out the meaty chunks if needed. Okay, and we can learn a word on the way by. You've got a beacon thing over there. Okay. So then what we can do is we can run over, pop into here, get the observatory, do the scientist thing. We actually already have the pattern for the circuit board, which is why I'm kind of a little bit curious why it's telling me to do that again. And we got it from the scientist on that. Okay, we got ourselves an actual circuit board itself out of that. Alright. Okay, so this is... Alright, this does not appear to be one I need to break into. This is one where you have to guess the code. Let's see. That wasn't a circuit board. That's... Oh, right. Yeah. Let's see. The warrior is young and looks terrified. Their terminal screen is full of orders, instructing them to head into the forest and join a military campaign against the Sentinels. When they see me, their eyes are wide. They proffer their multi-tool towards me with trembling hands. Their yelp sounds pleading. The fear in their moments before the movements are more than apparent. They are so on edge that it doesn't seem aware of the security cameras surrounding us, watching our every move. We're going to refuse the multi-tool because for the Valkyne, that would be like, I would be doing something awful. I refuse and try my best to give the younger warrior a stirring bark. They look cheered by this effort, or perhaps shamed by the comparison, and take back their weapon. They will die in a glorious battle. And we gained reputation with their faction because we kind of understand their culture. Data siphon installed. Accessing. The observatory appears to have been calibrated for a single purpose: to locate the interfaces of a being the Corvex calls the Atlas. After many years, the inhabitant of this facility succeeded in their quest, disappearing without a trace. Download the data. Got the nanites, we got all that. Alright, so now we go back to our ship. First we'll grab this along the way. Because we got lucky and we got like an S-tier survival thing out of one of these. A-tier shield module for the ship. I could certainly live with that. You can go ahead and learn a word. Oh, we already did that one. Okay. Okay, so we can grab another word over here. And other junk that's laying around. And you are star brambles. Back away from that before it hurts me. Sure, we'll grab those. I don't really need them, but I've got just enough space for them and they're not bolted down. That's good enough a reason for me. Okay, and let's get to our ship. Alright. So now we head back to the scientist, we got their data. And if I'm not mistaken, what'll end up happening with this, we'll turn it in, it'll be like, okay, we did the thing, and then we won't be allowed to do more for the scientist for like a real life hour or whatever. That will then go and track down like the next thing kind of deal. Which is fine. because then we could hop over to the settlement and queue up the next building. All right. Okay. Cool. And we can pop over here. Turn your stuff in. Traveler, while you have been absent, the Korvax detected anomalies. I feel alone. Perhaps the data will answer it? Give them the data. This data contains no answers, Traveler. Merely the blueprints for living glass and a beacon. The convergence is absent, Traveler. I can feel myself slipping farther. Perhaps that beacon may be of some use? Construct one, and the convergence may find me again. The Korvax is grateful, Traveler. I shall also work on my own solution while you investigate the beacon. Okay, I'll make the beacon. Alright. Construct a beacon. So I need 2 metal plates. I don't really have room for. Is the beacon constructed, Traveler? Confirm. We shall wait. It may take time for the convergence to find me. My own research proved fruitless. It only yielded blueprints. Autonomous mining and atmosphere harvester. The atmosphere harvester and the mining unit plans prompted a thought. What if they could be friends for the beacon? What if they could make their own convergence? They shall be my children, Traveler. I have transmitted the crafted intelligence to the beacon so that they might live and connect as the Korvax do. But I cannot see the world. Bring me scan data so I might teach it. The physicist entity's plans seems desperate, but it does seem like they have genuinely made them happier. At least, less anxious about their separation. The Korvax asks me to scan creature to feed its newly created intelligence. Thank you, Traveler. Return to the scientist again? Scan planetary creatures. Isn't it wonderful, Traveler, to be an us again? Praise the new AI. I use the term artificial, but physicist entity corrects me. They tell me all intelligence is artificial. All bodies are mere shells to something greater. The Korvax body is merely a shell, the carapace for their souls, a networked core of many intelligences. Alright, so once for me to scan animals, the catch is, I just don't have a need for it. Alright, so I'd need ammonia or uranium to use those. And the idea is then I could use the save points as a way of moving between those. Alright, so let's check on the thing. So the stuff there will happen on its own. Acquire a circuit board. Did we not already get the pattern for a circuit board? No. Okay, that's fine. We'll ignore that. Those we just need to drop by a station. That we haven't seen yet. We can jump back to actually cogging the machine versus profiteering. So profiteering is fungal mold. Cogging the machine is also fungal mold. Okay. We have the weapons research we're waiting on. Hire a base farmer. Outside local system, consult the map. Okay. So let's do this. Let's first teleport over to my settlement itself. Queue up the next thing there. Then we could see about getting the farmer, turning in all our quests, getting inventory slots, yada yada yada. All those various things you end up doing with all that to continue to progress everything, getting it all sorted out and whatnot. Alright. So you should be upgraded. Reopen building. So we made our sleeping area into a B-class sleeping area. Alright. So that would require ionized cobalt. I don't think that's just processed, right? It is? So, hosts regular book club. And how are we doing so far as writing our horrific debt? Not good. We are slowly getting our happiness higher. Because honestly, the way I'm looking at this is I'm just going to keep upgrading whatever buildings we can and not really sweat what buildings we're upgrading and why. Because it doesn't seem like there's okay, you've got a spot on the map, you must decide what building to put there. Maybe that is a thing. It seems like you just have the buildings, ultimately you'll want to upgrade all of them. Yes, that makes happiness. That's another house. That's the agri module. You need nitrogen, I can't do that. That's a farm module. That requires nitrogen, I can't do that. That's another dwelling. That's an agri unit. Can't do that. This is a big building, whatever it is. Storage unit. That requires 9 ion batteries. You have a small house. Pure ferrite. Dwelling. Dwelling. Yeah, so all these do add to our productivity. So it seems like the answer is to genuinely just keep expanding whatever. Because even the ones like this still give me productivity bonuses. Alright. And you will take 20 minutes to build. Because yeah, that'll add 1,000 something productivity and some more happiness. My assumption what's going to happen with the settlement is gradually we're going to look at this and stuff like this is going to slowly improve, like these negatives. Like the poorly decorated, I imagine as we upgrade will improve. As we get the population to be happier, we'll get more people who will be more productive. We're also increasing our productivity. So I do think we're going to be kind of on a deficit for a while, but just as we go a little bit more and a little bit more, we'll get there. Yeah, multi-story dwelling. That's all fine. There's the Overseer's place. Yeah, because all of those seem to help out a bit. Oh, Settlement Administration Terminal? View construction opportunity. We can approve a starship dock, which will increase our population capacity, and our productivity by a lot. Or approve a fishing pond, which will give us happiness, capacity, and not quite as much productivity, but some. There's more approval for the pond. Alright, so with that, we can do our base terminal here. And we can hop back to Bluegrass. And then we'll jump in our ship, go to get our farmer, bring the farmer back. And then keep these, you know, our home base going. Yeah, no, the thing is right now I've already got a thing queued up, and it seems like we're only allowed one construction at a time. Yeah, so that's what was missing, is the Overseer's thing had a computer terminal in it I could interact with to start up new projects. Alright. So, you'll want to go out here. Jump in our ship. Check on the immediate things nearby. That's a lot of money, and stuff that's probably also worth some money. Alright. One second. We just need to go to our hyperdrive. And do it again. Because we will switch to the farmer and get that all sorted. Because it'll just, basically we're just kind of chasing down all the different endpoints. Okay, so we've already been to this system. We will want to make sure I'm looking at the one for getting the farmer. I appreciate that's at the station. Now, downside is if this is a system we've already been to, which I think it is, we won't have as many things we can do here worthwhile, but that's okay, we can check. We'll see if we can expand our inventory, we have quests to turn in, all that kind of garbage. Okay. Let's run down the line. So here's the quests. Hand in. Okay. So I could scan flora. I'm not gonna worry about the fish. Alright, we'll mark that. That's all fine. And we did get a multi-tool expansion slot. Now the catch-22 with that is, do I want to start using the multi-tool expansion slots now? I'm thinking no. I think for right now, I'm going to hold on to that. And the reason I'm going to hold on to it is in the event that we end up getting a much better one later, like better multi-tool, that's a valuable commodity. Yeah, so that doesn't come back up. That's fine. That's like a pretty valuable commodity for us. Okay. Donate. Yep. Yep. And we can get ourselves more fuel. And a free toxic protection module. And condensed carbon on the cheap. Which I will take. Alright, so let's get back to what we were doing. It's getting the farmer. Friend, you have work for me, yes? I have served the finest kitchens and gardens from 12 systems, in each one producing prize-winning cuisine. I grow all my own ingredients. Hire me, yes? The geck chirps happily at the sight of me. They promise to help me grow all kind of crops on my world. The required paperwork has already been signed, apparently. The farmer offers to join my world and make use of the agricultural terminal. Sure. Thank you, friend. Neither you nor your stomach shall regret it. Cool. So we got that all sorted out, so we just teleport right on back home. Bases, pop here. Warp to Bluegrass Hills. That'll cancel that quest that I grabbed just a second ago. Multiplayer mechanics being tied into single player is super annoying. Alright. This is a home of glass and metal, traveler. It is in dire need of my touch, but no need to fear, for I have come equipped for such work. A gut rot plant, and large hydroponic and small one. Your first lesson will to teach you to embrace the dirt, friend. The earth provides life in death, after all. Take this hydroponics tray and use these gut rot flower seeds and grow the flower. Underline Oot's bidding is already bedding in nicely. They have already given me the means for means to beautify my home. If I prove myself worthy farmer with this gut rot flower, perhaps they will share more of their agricultural secrets. Wonderful, my friend. Soon, our home will be filled with delicate perfume, for which this plant was named. Gut rot. I'm not super convinced by our home is going to be filled with the wonderful smell of gut rot. Okay, I think I have some of that on my starship. No, I don't. I had some of that on my starship. I know there's stuff I could process into the Facium. I don't think it was the meat, though. I think the meat's no dice there. I'm pretty sure the Mordite can be processed into Facium. Yeah, because you do not become what we want. There we go. Meanwhile, I will need to go here to power. Grab a wire here. Can I make those wires invisible yet? I'll have to check. I know there's a way to make those invisible so they're not nearly as obnoxious. But I'll worry about that when we get there. Right now, we just kind of have to deal with that cutting right through people's faces. It's a device you build? Yeah, no, I remembered it was something like that. Okay, what else do we want to put in here? We could start processing you. How is a gut rot flower, friend? Does it blossom? Is it heavy with fruit? And the facium. Prepare a dish of fragrant wonder. Another agricultural challenge awaits you. Frostwort. The frostwort is a tricky thing, friend. It flourishes where other planets fail, thrusting its roots through the ice and snow. But such a hard life is not for us. Plant one here, in your own home, and be spared the pain of winter. Ask me to grow a frostwort plant to prove our hydroponic system can replicate any environment. Wonderful, friend. It is a delicate thing to look at, and for such a hardy plant, please enjoy it. Alright, so to do that one, we have a bit of a thing there. So you want me to track certain specific animals. We have another one to cull creatures. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to find the dioxide. So what we'll do, we're gonna hop out to our ship and locate a planet that's got dioxide on it and get that going. We'll once again check the mission board and ignore everything there. So I want to say you have dioxide on you, maybe? No. But you do. Alright, so we need to get the dioxide. Sure, I have no idea what you said, but we will accept your message. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. Okay, so back to the dioxide that I was working on. Because we accepted its message, but it didn't lead to another quest or anything, so we just kind of move on and not worry about it. We just finished processing stuff in our refinery. Okay, so we're looking for dioxide, and then we might be able to get other things done while we're down here. There's some type of ore over here. Okay, that was copper. Got salvage. Got closer salvage. Okay, we're just scanning all the things. Classic when you get to new planet, just spam scan. All right. So looking at my inventory, it is dire. Oh yeah. I had a ship module I needed to put on. Well, right now, destroy that. So the catch is, if I go after these components first like I am, because greed, they're going to take up my inventory space really quickly. And it's also not the dioxide I need to be looking for. Okay. Okay, there's dioxide over there, so we'll hit this. Turn towards the dioxide. Okay, before we take it apart, okay, so I still got inventory spaces left. Cool. Alright, so we got some more parts to this, that's all fine. We can go ahead and keep processing things. Alright. There's the dioxide we saw, or at least that's some dioxide. Yes, that dioxide's nice and close, so we'll just run over here. Okay, so double checking. Exterminate creatures. I need to kill one more creature. And that'll finish another mission objective. Turn into an agent. Alright. Got nanites for that. Okay, let's get over here and start mining this real fast. Okay, so this is the first time we've had to go for deoxite. We're going to grab what we can. And then we're going to want to bring that back with us. We'll probably end up needing more in the future, so I can store it somewhere. I'm probably going to actually have to build the big storages. Those big storage units, my only grief with them is just the fact that they're only accessible if you walk up to them directly, versus, you know, where you can hop between your storage, your ship storage, your freighter storage, your exocraft storage. And those ones are the only ones you have to, like, physically walk up and interact with them, which is not that big of a deal. But it makes me want to use it a lot less because it's just less convenient. I'd really love it if I could just kind of tab over to it and peek into each one. That way when, you know, oh, I need to build this thing, do I have the material? Let me just tab through all the stuff and find it. So it's good for stuff that either, one, you're just going to want an obnoxious amount in storage. That's fine. Stuff like your carbon and your ferrite and that can be perfectly fine to just chuck in there for a rainy day. They can also be useful for stuff that, you know, you could sell, but you probably want to save for, like, when someone asks for it, like the Vakeen daggers and all that. There's an argument to be made for storing that kind of stuff in there. Really expensive manufacturing goods, I could see an argument for tossing those in there, where it's not something you're likely to need at any given moment. But when something comes up, having it just stashed away can be good. The oxide is pretty? It is. It's blue and shiny. And apparently can be used as a source of oxygen. How's my inventory doing? We gotta be getting close to full. We are full. That's gonna be a tricky one. Let's see. What can I do? What do I... Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna use you, so I'm gonna discard that. And get back to this. You know, keep exploring nearby systems, because every time we go to a system, I always get the ability to expand stuff as is. I get the ability to get myself another inventory slot until we're genuinely full. Man, that makes me think, going back to when this game first came out, and your inventory was so much more limited than it is now. Like, I think they've more than quadrupled our limit, you know, inventory just on your character, not counting the fact that, you know, they added freighters, because those weren't in the game when it first came out, if I remember correctly. They made it so the ship could get a much larger amount of inventory than it used to be able to. You've got now the... like the base building, so you've got the storage stuff on those. They added the exocraft, and each and every exocraft has its own inventory. So, like, they've done so much to just expand inventory options. Okay. So my thought is, I don't know how often I'm going to need deoxite. If we just grab as much as we can from this, it means like the next time or two I need it. I just already have it. We can just stash it away somewhere. Okay. Even go to you. Keep converting them to nanites because it gets it on my inventory. Precision laser work, like densist carving out decay. But that's the thing. You can make it the much larger area to cover, and you'll go way faster, but you'll get way less. But like the dust around here that you catch on the edges, it's not bad. You can use it to recharge this tool, but you end up with so much of it, you usually don't want more. Okay, what else can we toss in here for processing? Honestly, probably not much. We're doing... Yeah, it's fine. What I will do is get rid of that single unit, because one unit of something like that doesn't help. Alright. Yeah, because doing it this way, I'll probably end up with almost 3 stacks of deoxite. Versus if I just blast through it, I'd probably get just shy of a stack. It's a pretty nasty loss when you just blast through at the maximum radius. But it all depends. If you just want to go through and dig it out real fast and move on with your life, there's nothing wrong with that strategy. Time is a relevant resource. Especially since the longer I'm standing out here, I am slowly depleting the coal. Now granted, I could have dug like myself a little cave to mine this out from. It's worth doing, especially if under an extreme hazard planet. All right. And the last little bit. And I was gonna check where we're standing because I almost always missed a tiny bit there. Okay, so how's my inventory now? I've got 1 space left. Which is probably not as much as I should. Oh, I'm sitting on all this. I mean, okay, we're gonna just get rid of that. So I have 2 spaces left. So first, I'm gonna go get that word. And then in the general direction of the ship, is there any salvage we can snag on the way back? So that one's at 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Right here. Okay, so we're gonna grab this one. Unless it happens to be the exact same modules we just got, which the odds are extremely low of, then what's gonna happen here is once I pull this up, we'll either run out of inventory as I'm grabbing it, or it'll be close. Okay. So let's toss out a stack of the powder. And see what we can do here. Yeah, and it's complaining because it wanted to give me more powder or whatever, and I didn't have space. We got a ship part and something we can salvage. Let's see if there's a bunch of powder in here. So we'll keep the dust. Get a tiny little bit of powder there. So actually, I think we're good. Yeah, so I see there's 3.5 stacks of the dioxide. I'm going to go ahead and chuck the 8 units of ionized cobalt. It's not enough to matter. Is there anything else we have, like, next to none of? Can we merge any of these stacks that are floating around here? Not really from the looks of it. Yeah, so I got another thing of powder, so I can get rid of that. So I've got myself 2 more inventory spaces. $700, 1,000. I'm kind of choosing this one because it's very, very loosely in the direction of the ship. We're going to grab those last few inventory points because our poor ship has not been getting any upgrades because I've not been doing any of this. So I'm just kind of taking a minor detour. Going to kind of grab the inventory as full as we can get it. Just in the off chance we get that. Oh, did I get the last animal I needed to get killed? No, so I need to kill 1 animal. And how are we doing on scanning the animals for the planet, by the way? We're done. Give me my 2,000 nanites. Ooh, let's make sure that didn't add... Yeah, get you out of my inventory and get you out of my inventory. I don't really want their meat. We get pretty close to getting the max level with having fully scanned all the animals on planets. And you can consider each one of those gives about 2,000 nanites. When we fully scan a planet, give or take a little bit depending on how many animals and all that. Like, some of them only get 1,500, some of them I think go up to like 3,000, but 2,000's kind of what you see the most of. You know, you consider that that's 14,000 nanites just from scanning the animals. That's not even counting that the turning that in at the anomaly also gives you a little extra. Alright. So ditch the powder. You just go away for a minute. That'd be nice. Okay. And we found another one. Okay, at that point, we're not making any more fit. Let's get out of here. We got ourselves a couple of engines and all that. So ultimately, regardless of how we want to set this up, we're going to be able to get a couple Corvette parts set up with that. Whether I have to trade for them, using what we found, or that's enough in its own. That's fine. Oh, we got sodium over here. We'll grab that on the flyby. Okay. And I'm just using the scanner in case we have any of, like, the things of knowledge, or we see salvage data or whatever, like, happens to be just right in the way. Alright. The good news is that takes care of that. That'll have the farmer happy. The settlement will be ready for me to build the next thing. Because my assumption is what happens, I'll keep building and building and building, and then eventually we'll hit that threshold where instead of slowly burning materials, we'll be slowly gaining them. What was your thing? You didn't have a thing. Not gonna worry about that. Okay, so all we can do is nose up here. So one of those will be the station to drop off the agent mission, and the other one will be the home base. So we'll probably stop by the agent mission to do that first, just because that'll take it off our list. We might get a better agent mission to grab for in the future. And it can always teleport directly from up here down to the planet without having to actually fly. Okay. Alright, so let's start getting all this sorted. So first, let's drop off all our parts. So what did we actually get? So other parts we got, the shield is functional and the engine is functional, and these are all cosmetic. Now, if we check on our Corvette, I believe, let's do it this way. I believe we already have, so we could definitely put the engine on there. We could probably put the shield on there, except I don't have the slots to do anything, unfortunately. So we're going to probably just leave that all laying around. And then we have the same kind of problem that I have a shield here I could install, but I don't have a place I can fit it. Now the interesting thing is I can look at, for example, these here, where it says that's a 9% bonus and these are better. I can actually go and remove that off of there, and then it wouldn't count. Alright. Let's modify the ship. So for right now, let's pull those two off and apply those changes. Because this that we have down here is better than those. Runs there. That has better stats than those shields did. So you're 17%, you're 22%, you're 17%. Okay, so you go here, you go there. Alright. So with that, we can go to our ship, modify, and we got the high energy shield. And apply those changes. Yep, so we got all that hooked up. So I've got no more slots left on my ship to put anything else on. So kind of the bummer we have here is that we then have to go and look at the stuff here. So these shields... Hi.
I have the handsomest hubby.
That's a lie. You're not allowed to lie on the internet. Okay, so let's take that off and see if I could put a second shield booster here. And if we still get the bonus, we will. Alright, so this is going to get a little weird. So we could start by storing this for a minute. Do that. Grab you, move you here, grab you, move you there, you, put you back up here. Reinstall that. Okay, so we have given up some more of our... Why is it lower? It shouldn't be lower. Automatic recharging, drive fuel efficiency, launch, that's all fine. That's just boosting and maneuverability, that's our pulse engine. Do you start with that in your ship builds? Making the ship look good versus performance? Rual's being watched by the internets? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. These kind of ones, you can put your actual modules in here, and they're the things that take priority over those things. So, like you saw me do where I took off the high energy shield and all that, that's kind of what we did. So we could store this for a minute. Move you here.
Thank you,
here.
Ruinbor, for subscribing for 33 months.
And thank you, Rongor, for the tier 2 sub. That's 33 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really appreciate that. Not only would you sub, but you go above and beyond to the tier 2, and that you've been doing that for 33 months, almost 3 years. And it does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Really does mean a lot. Okay, so we've got all that sorted out. We gave a bunch of energy stuff, or engine stuff. So one thing I'm going to do is we're really not using the photon cannon.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And then thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting 2 tier 1 subs to the channel. I do really appreciate that, gifting those subs to the channel. And so thank you so much. That way everyone out there who would like, you know, not everyone who would like the sub, that a bunch of you can get your subs and all that stuff and have a good time and all that stuff. Thanks so much for that. So yeah, the Thunderbird. We will move you over there. Go pop into this and modify. So I've got one spot to work with. Now what I want to check is it will still let me put another shield in there. So I'm gonna. Apply for later. Okay, so this is going to be another one that's going to be tricky again, so I'm going to store this shield on my person themselves, I guess. And so we can move you over here, move you over there, move you over here, pop back down here. Alright. So we're boosting our shields even more. But yeah, so we got a lot of shields going on. We could definitely get higher numbers than all that we've got. But we are running into issues where if I want more, I just need more module slots. I'm trying to just kind of wedge everything in here. And needless to say, there's just not space. I kind of wish I could pull the photon cannons off of here entirely, but you can just move them around. And the reason I'm saying that is I've got our phase beams here, that we got tons of stuff going on there as is. So I really don't need these. Oh, you know what we can do? So we can look at what we've got here. Do we have any of these on our ship that are very low class? So everything is at least B. So we know that the engine down there is an A class. Let's see if we can't trade up. So let's purchase modules, trade for advanced modules. So let's see if we can't go down here. So no, that's probably the S-class version there. The proto drive. I can also go out of my way to add more phase beam on there. I get a bunch of cosmetic. Alright. The Twin Echo. I wish you could see the class in these right from the get-go. You didn't have to, like, guess where it was. That would be very nice. I'm assuming that's probably the S-class. Okay, so let's take a quick look here. Modify. Okay, so this is an A-class engine back here. Let's yoink that for a minute. And then my hope is, when I put that there, so it's 11 to 11, and then you are just simply better. Alright. So we did fit that in there, but it's not by the other engines. So again, we'll take this off for a moment. Drop you down here. Then we can go up here, and we gotta juggle some things around to make room. We're gonna move you, grab you, move you, grab you. Oh, you're showing... Oh, that does link. Well, crap. Because I don't want you to be the supercharged one. Alright, so you go here. You come here. You go there. You come here. You go there. You pop here. You go there. You pop here. You go there. You pop here. You go there. So you are all linked here. So boost maneuvering. That was linked the last time, I thought. Well, that would be boosted there, so let's go ahead and shuffle you over. It's fine. Alright, so you got our weapons here. You obviously don't want that there. We will bring the combat scanner over here. You can go down there. Combat scanner goes there. That's all linked. That's everything here. Alright, so we've got that all sorted out for there. Okay, so we can go back to you and grab our shield bonus. Drop it there. Okay. So we've got all our shields linked up. We got our weapons linked up. We got our engines linked up. We got our cargo slots linked up that don't matter. We got our warp drives linked up. We got all this junk linked up over here. That helps with boost. I wonder if you can make those grid over. Let's check that. Okay, put you away again. What you do is I can move you here for a second, move you over, put you back over here. Because that helps with boost, and that's next to that. I don't think those will apply to each other, but honestly, I don't even know anymore. So much stuff links to so much stuff, it's not always predictable. The point is, or actually, yeah, you're supercharged not. So we got that sorted. We'll leave that alone for right now. Because holy crap, I'm getting in the weeds of it. We can pop over here. We can go to purchase modules, trade advanced modules, and see if we can't get anything else useful. It would have to be something that we would swap something though. I think we just leave it alone because I'm getting to that point where I just don't have the slots to do anything with it. Okay, you can't find a picture of what you're looking for, but you've seen a picture with the cosmetic text locks recently. You remember looking at No Man's Sky like, I'm not sure if that is indeed No Man's Sky, and a ship on top. Yeah, no, with the cosmetic slots, you end up getting enough slots you can just afford to use a bunch for cosmetic stuff. Okay. Not really worried about all the rest of this. We can just leave the rest of that alone. We can run up here. We're not going to be able to get a inventory expansion in 1 second. Every once in a while, something will happen and my mouse will start showing up in No Man's Sky. Okay, thermic protection. Alright. So we're really close to being able to get just straight, like this is what we're hoping for, is that we get down here to where I have master, I can just get a ship expansion right there for free. Like I don't even have to pay for it, literally it's free. And that's kind of the dream. Okay, so all of that's still linked, that's fine. Alright, so we shouldn't be able to get an expansion here. It should just say visited. Yep. Alright, but we can go down here and trade away some of this junk. That's not where I need to do this. Alright, so sell. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and sell that. And just get it out of here for now. We've got the ship. So I've got a ton of these pirate datas. It says you could turn them into the envoy, but that's not happened. These I just haven't needed. If I need it, I can make one. We can get rid of the Strider meat. Get rid of the selenium. I'm already growing it, so we will have a source of it. Get rid of the raw steak. Okay. So, let's double check what we got going on. Upload our data. Okay, so we have the growing the frostwort. We'll want to do that. The scan for unique stuff. We just need to return to the scientist entirely. And all that. So what we're going to go ahead and do here real fast is let's go to our settlement, queue up the next thing at our settlement. And then we can go from our settlement over to our base and queue up the next thing there. It may look like a Drake caterpillar, complete with your bedroom for aesthetic purposes in the back of the ship with a window to the outside. Yeah, no, that's it'll be fun to start getting to that point. Obviously, I'm still early on. I'm just kind of piecemealing together whatever modules I can. And it's just going to take time. Alright, come on. So I'll need to go over here. Alright. Unveil the upgraded structure. So our advanced sleep pod has been upgraded to A class. Helping things out. And we cannot upgrade it more. You are maxed. Wait, it says upgrade to S-Class? What? Another construction requires attention. Okay, so... construct your first new building. That's not the one that we need to do. View its status. Alright, so our happiness is continuing to climb. We're still going farther in debt. But, you know, it is slowly getting better. Yeah, so somewhere up here, we queued up a fishing building. That's the agri building. That's the farm module. Yeah, so it says another one needs attention, but it is pointing at the wrong building. Standard dwelling. C-class dwelling, C-class storage, C-class standard home, C-class home, C-class domestic, fishing pond. That's probably, yeah, there it is. The big red bouncing symbol. Alright. I require 90 salt. Okay. I do not have salt handy. We can get salt in any place that's got water. And sometimes you get lucky with some of these planets and their minerals will have salt. I guess lucky or unlucky depending on if you're looking for it or not. Cobalt, cobalt. Carbon. Silver. Alright, so it's looking like in this case, I don't think there's much water on this planet, so I don't think we're going to find much salt. Do you have any chlorine? No. I think in both cases we're probably going to need to find not necessarily an ocean planet, but a planet with a bunch of water on its surface, which unfortunately I don't think this is one. So what we'll do is we'll take the teleporter, we're going to leave here, and we're just going to have to keep in mind the next time we see a place to get salt. Do you have a way to buy chlorine? Not yet. I can just get salt, like, don't get me wrong. I know there's multiple places to get salt. It's just that particular planet is not convenient for salt. We could just go to this one where I would need the processor to get water. There's not water on the surface of this planet either. But the next time we're out and I hit a planet that's got water, we stop, we get salt, we go back to the settlement, drop it off, get the next thing built. And just keep going from thing to thing to thing as able. Alright, so I need to talk to you. Do you have the data, Traveler? My child cannot see the world as you see it. To share your scans will be to share the consciousness with them. It is a tremendous gift. Alright. What sights? By way of thanks, my child has presented you a blueprint. You have now learned how to make an unstable gel. I hope it makes you happy. Traveler, the data has raised concern. As a beacon, reminder, we deleted that beacon and then we discarded it. As a beacon, my child could receive signals from unknown sources all across the galaxy. I will be unable to protect them from unsavory thoughts of the Gek or the harsh scans of the Sentinels. If you find ion batteries, I will prepare polyfiber blueprints, and we shall weave a protective cloak. Do not delay, Traveler. Their young mind is very impressionable. I normally have a bunch of those sitting around, but I guess in this one particular case I just don't. Well, I need ion battery. Oh, I'm sitting on that tab. Alright, so how many ion batteries do you want me to bring? Gather ion batteries. You need to tell me how much you need, man. I can make them. I just need a quantity. I had a nightmare a few days ago. Something we share, is it not? In my dream, I cried out for the convergence, but no response came. I cried out for you, but you only laughed. And finally, I cried out for my beacon. Nothing answered. Do you know what this means? It means we're alone. It means nothing. I reassure the scientists, all beings dream, but the images are random. If they reflect anything, they reflect our fears. They do not reflect reality. This appears to calm them, though I suspect some other worry is at work. Okay, we'll make another one. Are you happy? Also, I have it set to this queue. Quit showing me the other objective. Make another one. Are you happy? That is the right thing I'm making, right? Ion battery. There you go. Have you found the ion batteries, traveler? The Korvac looks anxious. Their disconnection with the convergence and their anxiety for their child. It's taking its toll. Perhaps the batteries will help? Give them the ion batteries. Thank you, traveler. It is good that I can protect the little beacon, but I fear it may not be enough. You should take a copy of the polyfiber plans. They may be of use to you. Now please, give me some time to educate my child. Cool, so he's unavailable for a little bit. Excuse me, why is there nightmare fuel? Farmer? Underling? Why have you grown a literal hazardous flora inside my home? We need to discuss this later. Okay. The frostwort. There you go. There's quite a collection of life forms here, but very few of them are flora. I am so pleased that it's changing. The farmers made themselves at home in my base. They seem to have made a peculiar friend in the overseer. Preparing them a parade of strange dishes. Ask about cooking. It brings me great pleasure to cook, friend. I grow the plants, I eat the plants, and in death I shall feed the plants in return. Okay. I have to grow and harvest it. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait to, oh, never mind. It said grow and harvest, we haven't got that. You have mastered the Fraught Wars? Your base is already feeling more homely, yes? Confirm 50 frost crystals. Does the way it shimmers in the light not enchant you, friend? I have lost hours to its gentle glisten. But now, a plant of great contrast. Solar Vine. I literally just sold the selenium. That's okay, I didn't have the phosphorus anyways. Your next crop is the Solar Vine. Plant that grows deep within the mantle of scorched worlds. It seeks out all heat, from the sun to the core below. Its roots can extend for such incredible lengths that once it was believed to they never end. But worry not, friend. Here are facilities. Their growth shall be more manageable. Let's see. Underling wishes us to cultivate solar vine and plant it that usually grows in extreme heat. Cool. If only I shone as brightly as solar vine. I envy the joy you discovery, friend. Alright, so we'll deal with that when we can. So we have to wait for that. We have to scan unique plants. We have to get a circuit board. We have to get fungal mold. That we're waiting for salt. That's also fungal mold. We know the Valkene daggers. Oh, and we can talk to the base computer. There's so many things. Recovery archive encrypted. Input recovery passkey to proceed. Sales Gek. Recovery archive encrypted. Input recovery passkey to proceed. Friendly. Recovery archive encrypted. Input passkey to proceed. Trade. Yep. Yourself. Tolgek. Archive unlocked. Automated archive recovery progress. 15%. New data available. Search construction database. Exosuit technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Personal upgrade module synthesized from data scraps. Additional data available. Log recovered from search archives. Entry number 4925 follows. My exosuit has directed me to a crashed starship. Controls react to my touch. I can only assume it belongs to me. No memory of it. No sense of it before. Readable archive retrieval complete. Beginning defragmentation of next segment. Cool. Alright, so we got a life support module B that I have no room for whatsoever. So it's life support. So I do have multiple of these. I don't think there's much value. Oh, that's the S tier. Keep that one. I was going to say, I don't think there's actually much value in me having multiple of the things that give me the buffer. So I'd much rather have the ones that, you know, like have a buffer and have a lot of resistance stuff. So meanwhile, what we could probably do is move the hazmat over there, move you up here, grab you. And that gives me 2% solar panel. Cool, so that's the thing I could trade for nanites. Alright. So regardless, it looks like we're on our way to another planet. Because I need fungal mold, solar vines. Yeah, so it's fungal mold or solar vines and scanning for the unique stuff. So let's take this by the approach of we will go to our ship, we'll go to space, and we are going to jump to wherever that quest takes us. And we'll see if we can find any of the resources we're looking for in the system when we get there. Alright, still too close to the planet. There we go. Okay. Ship is looking slightly less cursed than it previously looked. Not having the one engine just jutting out of the side. Okay, and what do we got? We have selenium and phosphorus. That'll work for that objective. Okay, and double check that there's only the 4. No, there is 6, so I'm still missing 2. I see, there's 2 planets tucked behind that one. Alright, so we'll start by going to the station and see what we can see there. I have one of those planets I have to go to specifically for dealing with the wildlife on it. But it does also look like we'll be able to get the selenium and then the phosphorus. And that'll satisfy the farming Gek person to get the next crop planted there. It's pretty unlikely that plant is going to have a bunch of water for salt, so that'll be a thing. But that's okay. When you have this many missions, it's not like you can set yourself up to be able to like double and triple dip into everything. Sometimes you get lucky and you can knock out 2 missions at the same time, or more, but not always. Okay, so I can go over here. What do you got for me? We're gonna be able to kill 10 creatures, so that's fine. Except, kill 10 creatures, except, That's a ship expansion, so while I'm not necessarily a big fan of this particular mission type, the ship expansion is something I do need, so I'm willing to put up with it and kill creatures. That's fine. So I can run up here, expand our inventory. Okay, so I'm going to put it up here because I need another slot up there more. Now we could do here. Is scooch all that over, scooch all you over, scooch you over. And we could put you back. Oh wait, never mind. Here. Put you back up there for now. Let's also go here and see about trading stuff away. Alright, so we don't know enough of their language to matter. So sell. That's only 16 nanites, but it's for a weapon I'm not using, so that's fine. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so let's go to donating. We don't have anything between any of our stuff. Yeah, so they're offering more and more protection modules. We're full at this point. I will take the free ion batteries and the free that stuff. And honestly, oxygen for a discount is not a bad move. I think I'll leave that alone, actually. Okay. So all things considered, you get a bunch of materials here. I don't really have a need for having on my person. That's all the deoxide. Got the star bulbs, we'll put those away. Salvage data, the frost crystals, pugnium, the warp fuel, the nav data. These are worth keeping. The microchips. And I think we'll put the pure ferrite away. Okay, so just cleaned up a bunch of inventory space. Alright, that'll be fine. So, what we're looking for... That's a cool ship. Let's see, just started playing today and got a wormhole drive and an antimatter. Question, will you eventually play with other players at some point? You do have multiplayer in this game. This is one of those games you kind of need to seek out multiplayer. It won't happen naturally. And the reason to think of that is if you look at the size of the universe, even with the player base as big as it is for the game, the universe is so astronomically large, the chances of you randomly running into another player just by random is so incredibly negligibly small because space is big that it's nearly impossible. Because you can even have several hundred players in the same planet and there's a good chance they would never cross paths. So if you want to do multiplayer, you can go to the anomaly, which is the thing you summon like that. And that's where you set up, you know, your multiplayer stuff. But it is something you have to kind of go out of your way to do. This space is big. So locate the dig site. Alright, so we're gonna have a couple things to do. Let's get the dig site so that we can potentially get the larger ship cargo. Also, before we go there, let's scan you two. See what you're in for. Nothing I need on that one. Okay. Yep, so we're gonna want to search for the relic. Let's see, how you mean space is big? You're totally confused. How can you get near other players and make some friends? Like I said, if you go to space, and we go like this, space is big in the sense that every single tiny one of these little dots you see out here, every single one of those is a star system with its own star, planets, all that kind of stuff. And then each of those planets is big enough that it's unlikely you'll be able to find people even if you're standing on the same planet. And this goes on forever. And there are multiple entire universes. So that's what I mean by space is big. So even if we had on the time in the game, every single human being on Earth was playing playing No Man's Sky at the same time, your odds of crossing paths naturally would still be absurdly small. Now, the way you actually do find other players is if you hit X, I believe the button is, and you chose to bring in the anomaly, when you go in there, right in the middle of that thing, there is specifically quests for multiplayer, and you can kind of do like a matchmaking thing to get into the same world as other people. The other way to do it is if you have other people you know who play the game and all that stuff, they can give you coordinates to a teleporter near them, and then you can go out of your way to go to the same place. But generally speaking, it's going to be going to that anomaly and queuing up multiplayer. I would argue while this game does have multiplayer functionality, I would not call it a multiplayer game. Like it is technically a multiplayer game. Multiplayer exists in the game, but it's also one of those games that it's kind of more so about you exploring than, you know, anything else. So you have torrential heat. You got it. Exit the space anomaly. You can't understand how they built this so big. Procedural generation. So if you think about a game like Skyrim, you know, they take the time to like create the map. It's static. This planet, no one handcrafted anything on this planet. This planet is effectively a glorified math equation. That when you go to the planet, the math runs and it creates it. But no one, that's annoying. No one designed any of it. Yeah, so it's 300 away. The problem I have is there's a storm going on right now. But yeah, and the concept of procedural generation is instead of people taking the time to write it all up, that kind of thing, they kind of say, okay, here is how you make it, and then it makes it as it goes. But it's the same reason why when you come back to an area that you've previously been, it will remember what the area looks like, sort of, because it reruns the same math and should, you know, in theory get the same-ish results. But if you do something to alter it, it won't remember the alterations that well, because it reruns the math and it doesn't do that. If they go to the same planet, the view will be different? No, because you'll be running the same math, so you should come up with the same results. Yeah, it's not remembering on the server. Yeah, so when you run into weirdness, it's usually around stuff like when you, the player, alter the terrain, like you dig holes and all that kind of stuff. Some of that will have desync between it where we'll see things a little bit different from each other. But generally speaking, like just what's where and all that, because it is, again, it's all mathematically done, what should happen is everyone runs the math, they get kind of the same results of the math. Alright, we're gonna do this the other way. Yep. Yeah, no, it does do stuff to sync. The only times I've seen weirdness with multiplayer, though, it's been altered terrain. So like where I'm tunneling like this, it should be mostly similar-ish between clients. But if you actually were to like do a screenshot next to screenshot type of thing, you would most likely come up with very close but not quite the same results. But that's because all of this is math instead of like someone sitting down and drawing it all. That's so weird. Let's see, you really want to meet someone in space to explore together? But how can a player come across each other on a different planet if the planets are generated for both of them differently? Well, no, the planet should be generated the same. Ish. Because again, the planet, it's doing a ton of math behind the scenes, and both computers will do the same math and should have effectively the same results. Like the texture might line up slightly different or something like that. There we go. Could you stop whatever that nightmare fuel is? Man, that's procedural generation. Like when you play games like Minecraft and all that, they all use procedural generation too. Alright. So, the flickering embers appear on the stone. Although I do not recognize the language, somehow I can read the history of the strange planet and the Gek that once resided here. So I need bits of murdered animal to make that thing happy. Truly Gek coded. Okay. Let's see, when the planet is generated, it exists in the game. If someone has to land on the planet that Rual is on, it would look at the same of what he's seeing, but it's unlikely the same as someone be same planet. 99.9% of planets you discover playing this game are undiscovered because it's literally an unthinkable number of planets, just like real space. Yes. And I needed 50, so I'm gonna have to kill quite a few of these. Alright, do we have enough now, or is it 24 total I have? Okay, should have enough to do this thing now. So could you already visit a planet? Yeah, no, it's just, the universe is like bonkers big. Flickering embers, alright, so it's the same thing we just read. I would like to seek knowledge of the past. Yeah, I wouldn't call anything about No Man's Sky randomly generated. Not in the sense that phrase implies. Only because superheated storm approaching, let's get to our ship. That's the thing. The difference between randomly generated and procedurally generated is really like randomly generated using randomizers. Generally speaking, No Man's Sky does not do random generation hardly at all. It just kind of does its math to get everything where it should be and all that. But the idea is you should have the same things in the same place for the, you know, different people and all that. Reproduces patterns. Yeah. So it's like none of it's been pre-coded, or like, sorry, not like pre-written where what is where, but it's all math. So barring some weirdness, the math should always have the same result. So we got a flying, we got 2 ground creatures. We moved in our spot on the planet. Oh, let's also check. Sometimes they'll say they're like only northern hemisphere. Yeah, found in the north. So that one I can only find in the north. And I have no idea relative where. Let's see. So wait, with procedural generation, that means there's more and more gigabytes will end up in your hard drive? No. Like, if you go back to a place you previously tunneled, like, multiple play sessions ago, a lot of times your tunnels will just be gone. It will remember... That's like when you make your base computer and you put that down. That's kind of marking, hey, actually keep the data for this spot. And when you make your customization with your freighter, that is something you design. It's not math anymore. It's you have taken the time to customize it. But like your random tunnels and where you've cleaned up stuff around your base, between play sessions, it will forget like where you got rid of stuff and things like that. Yeah, it's not that there isn't any potential for save file bloat. It'll probably remember, like, who you talked to, these kind of things. The procedural generation can also be used to randomly generation, but uses pseudo-random numbers as starting point. No Man's Sky has set numbers. Yeah, no, that's exactly the difference. So if you look like a roguelike game, a lot of roguelike games will use procedural generation. And they might have, like, starting different pieces on what they'll look like and all that. But ultimately, there is some randomization to it. That's usually what they called your seed. Is the random number to cause the generation to be a little different each time. With No Man's Sky, they don't have a seed of that nature in the sense that everyone gets the same seed when they're in the same galaxy, yada yada. That way we all kind of end up with the same world, same universe and all that. Now, there's a caveat there that there are actually multiple universes in the game as well. I'm like weirdly hitting an invisible wall there. But there's like things you have to do to access the different ones and all that. And I won't spoil how that all works. You all start, I believe, in the same universe, but different places. Let's see, does No Man's Sky generate planets upon discovery, or are they pre-generated from launch? Might be a dumb question for someone who doesn't know how the software stuff. So they're not pre-generated in any capacity. What happens is when you arrive, there's effectively just this whole mathematical equation that it just goes through, and then when you get to the location, the math runs, and you get the results. So it's not like it generates the whole planet and then somewhere in some database is stored this map of what the planet looks like. Now, they do have some handcrafted maps out there. Well, not even truly handcrafted. Like when they do their expeditions, there are some stuff where they've kind of fudged the algorithm on the back end to get specific results they want. That was basically what it was asking. Does the math run when you render? Or was it render before? Yeah, no, it runs when you go there. Because there's going to be so many systems that no one will ever get to. And so taking the time to generate all that for no value, because no one ever finds it, that's just a bunch of data storage in our stuff that doesn't help anything. Okay, we got our keys. We put them in. We get our artifact. And for the record, that's the thing that No Man's Sky has done that is actually truly unique and amazing, is the sheer scale of that random generation. Like we haven't seen that before in a game. There's been plenty of games that have done procedural generation, but nowhere near the scope that we have here. Yeah, no, it doesn't even generate the whole planet. Yep, it's just the area kind of like in your immediate surroundings. Can I use ship? My cockpit doesn't want to work. Alright, well, that's close enough. We could just book it over here. Okay. So are we missing just the one in the north? No, we were missing just a random rare one that just shows up on the ground anyways. Okay. Let's see, in the canon of the game, you're basically outside of the game. Consider like sessions or iterations of the game. Like the team, like team shooters, multiple different games occurring on the map, but they're occurring in parallel. Yeah, no, they got like a whole multiverse thing going on. Like, it won't spoil it too much, because that's going to get, like, into proper spoilers of the game. But, there's a whole explanation in game as to why the universe is what it is. I'm pretty sure Factorio will have explained if the source randomness for the player inputs, you mean it'll be common. Does it? But now without player interaction generating map for the same seed in Factorio will always yield the same starting results. But no, wouldn't necessarily be that. Gotcha. Yeah, no, but yeah, no, a whole bunch of different ones, because I think Factorio has a seed to it. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is you've got the seed, and that's kind of like the basis of the math and all that goes on. Like, so many games do that. Like RimWorld has that, where when you start the game, your world is generated based on a seed. And if you put the same seed at the beginning, you'll end up getting the same planet. Now, once you start playing, the specific events and all that you get in your playthrough will vary. It kind of starts at the same base point, but it'll kind of, as things happen, it'll diverge farther and farther away. Okay. Go inside before the storm arrives. The trader looks weak, but they have a cunning air about them. They spin a datapad towards me, and I see that they're selling multi-tool components. The prices, however, are eye-watering. Friend, the sales geek, you, They eye me with wary interest and waiting to see if I'll bite. Pay the requested amount. The delighted trader beams from ear to ear, servile as they perform an elaborate display of gratitude. An upgrade module is presented, accompanied by perfume that fills my mind with images of golden splendor. Alright. So they gave me a mining upgrade module. It's not a very good one, but I haven't maxed out the ones I can use, so it's still an upgrade, and later on I can turn into nanites, so honestly don't mind that spend. Plus, it gave me some standing with the Gek. Alright, so there's 700 U that way. We did get all of the creatures on the planet, so that's 2,000 nanites we just got. Okay, the good news is some of these weather events will actually mess with your stuff, so like this storm is making my jet last way longer. So we're able to just jet over here real fast. What's your goal now? You searching for something? Yeah, so we are searching for an artifact because it'll give me a ship inventory upgrade for a mission. It's kind of a side objective, it's not a main story thing. But we're working on upgrading our ship because right now our ship we're running into issues where I just out of space for stuff. Because we're having to deal with that. Delivery terminal accessed. Database connection active. Full 40 historical scan in progress. Artifact scan complete. Consent to upload to archaeological data store. Upload data. Artifact scan uploaded. Database registration complete. Pirate attack detected. Could you keep it down? Some of us are pretending to sleep. So now the problem is, if I take off right now, I'm gonna have to take off into a fight. If I decide to try and run it, we're in the middle of this ridiculous storm, and that's gonna make life terrible. It's not really great. As an interesting note, there are no starting biter nests in Factorio. If you start and walk west, or start and walk right, the first biter's nets will be a randomized from seed given the range that direction. The first net was versus your building is the cornerstone of the later development. Alright, we're going to try and do this real fast. This is dangerous and I don't like it. On my ship. Landing pad unavailable. Well, crap. Never mind. New plan. Get down here. Alright, so what I need to do is if it would stop telling me, I could remember what control was to switch targets. That's not who's after me. There we go, you're the one after me. Come on. Okay, so it looks like we're no longer under attack. Alright, so what other things do we have to do on this planet before we went on to the next place? We need to kill local stuff. We already did that. Call creatures, solar vines. Yeah, so solar... Oh, that's the one. Right, and that one looked like it's taking me to the solar vines. Okay, so we can get that one done, and we need to get the selenium and the phosphorus. Huh. I'm willing to bet we're probably going to land. Oh, you know what? I'm probably like one or two things short. That's fine. You can land at this building. We can turn that in. Weirdly, I have two of the icons right next to each other. Alright. Okay. Just gonna start scanning everything we can. Once we scan enough, we will see if it's all things. One second. I forgot this is a thing. I had one of my tools is trying to be like, we think you're inactive. We're going to shut this down if you don't demonstrate you're still here. It's like, no, I'm still here, I promise. I am actively using your stuff to stream right now. Okay, how close are we? Log. Okay, so you got enough for that. I need to kill a bunch of stuff on planets, apparently. Because of course I do. I wish that this quest here about me building stuff would disappear off my HUD. I want it to go away. 'Cause this one here, it's trying to help me do stuff. But the issue is, I have these other objectives, and I can't really see how they're working because it's kind of stuck there. Okay. Drat brings salt to any planet. Yeah, and that was always like some of the memes we'd have, you know. You'd have like a really awful planet, it'd be like the YouTube comments section. Okay, so that's a depot. Not gonna worry about that unless there's something really good in there. We got plutonium, silver, Herox, radion. Yeah, I mean, that's good stuff. But I don't really need it right now. So a lot of it's gonna take up inventory space. Hey, Cardinal Zin, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Cardinal Zin, please? How was your stream? How's all that going? I'm just trying to avoid tabbing out since it does weird things to the audio. But I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. But thank you so much for that raid and welcome in raiders. But playing some Valheim. So if you're looking for Valheim, you can find it over there. You died a lot. It does happen. If you died a lot and it was Valheim, either you were getting later in the game and have to deal with stuff like mosquitoes and that, or you're getting to mid-game and you just got to the swamp. Or you got Twitch integration. Ah, Twitch integration. Okay, have I murdered enough animals to satisfy my agents? Okay, return, return. Call animals. Okay. We haven't quite killed enough. It was definitely not me that spawned 4 trolls inside your house. Nope. Yeah, the worst one is with Valheim, like, even if you're handling the trolls, they just break all your crap. Okay, there's an animal we haven't scanned yet over here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I should introduce myself. I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record's long since I've broken it by quite a few people now. But, you know, I had it for a while. But in the meantime, we are playing some No Man's Sky, but I do play a lot of, like, settlement builders, city builders, survival crafters, these kind of things. We're just doing a really sweaty permadeath run in No Man's Sky, so if I die, it's over, save file gone, rip. And so we got all that going on. Would you just fall over dead? Thank you. We have turned up almost, but not quite all of the things to make it as harder. The only things we have not turned up is I didn't reduce the stack sizes for stuff that goes in your inventory, because that's just obnoxious. And I did not turn up the time it takes to fish, because that's just obnoxious. Okay, so I think we've got... Alright, so we've got all those done. We got that one returned, we got that one returned. So I need to get the material for the solar vines, and we need salt. So let's go ahead and get the salt sorted. Make sure I got inventory space. Yeah, we're more than good. So we're at the salt mines. We've opened up YouTube. We've gone to the comment section. We're having a discussion about whatever the popular game is for the week. What kind of development do you do, software? So I've done a pretty large range. I haven't done game dev. That's one, not beyond like hobby stuff. But I've got about 15 years in software development. I've done everything from like, you know, 1 second. Why are you not? There we go. I've done everything from like server-side heavy data type dev to I've done, you know, there was a while like the billboards running on the way to Las Vegas are running my software to allow people to run whatever ads they're going to run. The billboards have it all logged and everything so that you can do billing and all that. I've done web dev. I've done mobile dev. I've done a pretty wide range of it. I've done stuff with machine learning and AI and all that kind of stuff. Not too much AI, like very, very simplistic stuff. And not the modern meaningless term of AI, but like the old term of AI where, you know, actually talking about things that are supposed to be learning algorithms, that kind of thing. Not algorithm, learning systems. Because, I mean, 15 plus years, it's a lot of time to be in a lot of things. Okay. So we need to find solar vines. So let's get over there and collect our solar vines. And then I need phosphorus. And then the phosphorus will give us what we need for the farm we have at our base. I've got like 4 or 5 agent missions to turn in now. So there'll be a whole bunch of Gex standing and a whole bunch standing with the various groups and whatnot. Okay. There's so much here. Always attention-seeking, these things. Alright. You think they invent a combine harvester? Well, one could assume in this universe there probably is stuff like that. It's just, you know, this is not flat terrain to do anything like that. And that's like some big root thing. They actually do have types of wheat. Alright. Also video games. So next thing I need is the phosphorus, which I'm pretty sure I saw also was available on this planet. There we go, we got one. Honestly, 300's pretty close. Okay, so let's get over there. We still got about 5 or 6 sections of inventory left. So I should be able to get that phosphorus. And then with that, we can get a couple of different objectives done. It's been a very lucrative trip so far, as like just, we're gonna get a whole bunch of these quests knocked out. And on top of that, we're going to like just have a bunch of just the progression figured out. It's gonna go and give me a inventory spot on my starship. It's gonna give me a whole bunch of rep. It's gonna give me a whole bunch of money and nanites. We also proceeded to expand on our nanites by the thousands for fully scanning not 1 but 2 worlds, I believe, that we got all the animals. Did we get all the animals in this world? No. What am I missing? We have 2 underground and a flying that I've missed. The underground one of them is rare. Usually that ends up being a problem. They just don't spawn very often. And they only spawn while you're really close to or actually underground. What is that worm thing? The worm thing that jumped around? It's a giant worm. I know that sounds like whatever. It's just a creature in the world. It's not... To my, like, I don't remember it being important for anything. It's just another exotic life form. It's a pathetic attention seeker. It's the way it feels, like you're going around. No, is that the rare creature? No. I've actually found you can 100% a planet without scanning the giant worms. I've had it where the giant worm will still show as unscanned. It was the core part of an expedition, yeah. But now that the expedition is over, like you can find a thing that when you mess with it, a bunch of like worms pop their heads out of the ground and spit stuff at you, while you go and grab the resource in the middle. But like the giant worm we saw popping around there, that giant worm, I don't believe it does anything now. Maybe you can kill it and it gives you something. But I haven't particularly noticed anything important about it. Because they just launch around. They actually get around the map pretty quick, so it's kind of a little tricky to keep up and do stuff with them. Lower item for the nest, cooking item? Yeah. But, like, it doesn't seem like they give us agent missions related to them. It doesn't seem like the main stories lead us to them or anything. So it's kind of like after the expedition was done, they kind of wiped their hands of it. They're in the world doing their thing. You can mess with them if you want. You can mess with them if you don't want. Or you can choose not to mess with them. But I haven't seen any quest line that involves them. Versus, like, for example, the expeditions where you have the, Dissonance, that has a whole quest line in the base game, even after the expedition's over. The Corvette has kind of like its mini quest series that just basically introduces it. Some expeditions, they give us stuff that requires us to continue interacting with whatever the new mechanic. And then some of them, it's kind of just there's a thing in the game. But like, it's up to you if you want to mess with it. There's not really anything that leads you to it per se. Whereas, like, we have a couple of things that will lead you to the derelict ships in the game now. Not many. But that was another expedition, was the derelict freighters. And thank you, Groots, for gifting a sub to the channel. The Rush Priss says you got yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So thank you again, Groots. I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. Do we have other options to this hand mining? So, if I didn't want to hand mine this, I could look for it in trade and trade for the material. There are sometimes alternative ways to getting some of these individual ingredients, like you might be able to get them as a crest reward and all that. So you can get to the point where you just really don't have to do much hand mining. And plus, a lot of the stuff that we do hand mining for are upgrades. So where you build something, you upgrade something, and then once you've built it or upgraded it, you've done it. So you don't have to sit there and do that. But not like ship with explosives. Yeah, no, there's nothing like that where you could just mine the surface from space. You do have exocraft, which are like a walker and a there's a couple of vehicles that drive, there's like a submarine, those kind of things. Some of those will have stuff along that lines as well. I think the walker might have a terrain manipulator. It's been a while. But yeah, you can mine these much faster, you just don't get as much from them when you do the higher radius on the drill. So I'm doing it this way because I get a bunch of resources and I'll spend one time to like mine up a ton of the material all at once. That way the next couple things I need that resource for I just don't have to go back. A massive amount less. Oh yeah, no, it's like a third if that. It's really, really less. But it all depends on what you're doing. Like, if you just need 100 of a resource, you're just trying to go through, blast out the big one, move on with your life. In this case, I'm sure I'm going to need more of this in my future. So I'll just get a bunch, it'll take up some inventory slots, and I'll complain about why I don't have inventory. Eventually, I'll end up having to sell it because my inventory is full. But, in theory, I'm getting it all ahead of time so I have it the next time I need it. One thing I could do is I could bother to start building the storage things on my ship. So when I do stuff like this, where I get a ton of this... The war going on watched is so funny. Yeah. It's just a resource depot next to me getting absolutely annihilated. And by that I mean, they never will destroy it. They'll just keep shooting. Actually, I don't think they'll destroy it. They'll just attack it for a while, and then eventually they'll leave. It's just an opportunity for you, the player, if you would like to jump in your ship, fight them off, and then you can gain some standings for whoever the local group is. But yeah, now I guess node this big, if I kept it on the large radius, I would probably get somewhere in the area of like, I don't know, 300, 400, 500 out of this. Would be just kind of the off-the-cuff guess. You know, take it very for a grain of salt. At least you don't lose standings for not doing anything, unlike Fallout. Look, man. Another settlement needs your help. Where you deliberately try and throw Harvey into like the farthest away place you can possibly come up with and never ever ever tune into the radio channel. Yep, so to give you an idea, like I said, you probably would have grabbed somewhere in the area of like 400 or 500 out of that with the large radius. Now, if we check on this, I have 1, 2, 3, almost 4 full stacks from just one spot. That's the resource depot. I believe that's everything I need from here. And I believe of the ones that are missing, it was 2 underground ones. And what? And flying. I'm not gonna mess with them. Those underground ones, I've had such bad luck getting them to spawn sometimes. They'll just stand around for like half an hour just waiting for them to show up so I can actually continue. Alright, so with that, we can go ahead and head over to our cockpit. Did I grab the quest off this board? I did not. Okay, so with that, let's head to the station. We could turn in our, I think it was 4 quests now I've got to turn into the station for missions. What is that red building about? Yeah, because I don't think I have anything in my log for it. Yeah, let's turn everything in we can. How do you change your miner size? It was R and F, I believe? I know R is one of them. I don't remember what the other button was, because I pretty much always make it smaller and I don't have to think about the other way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure R was the button to make it smaller. I always have to think, because I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, I use a Dvorak keyboard. So I have to kind of do the translation in my head of being like, okay, what is my key relative to a QWERTY keyboard? Alright, so let's go over here. One thing we can do actually is toss you two onto the ship. Let's go turn all this in. Oh, it's even more than that. Alright, so nav data, mind control unit, cheese and flesh stew, storage unit, exocraft upgrade unit. I don't like the photo ones. That is a really good one for me to get because of the multi-tool expansion slot, but I'm gonna skip on just because it's the photo one. Because I don't like making a bunch of screenshots on my hard drive for crap I don't want. Okay, so let's go over here. Because I can go to this thing. Got a higher rank with the Gek. Okay, upgrade our ship. Apply augmentation. You're gonna go up there. Alright. So with that, I can add another module onto my ship and still have it function. Alright, so we'll start by donating. Take that, take the key, take this thing. And we got ourselves high enough that they'll give me another ship augmentation for the solid price of free. Which is one of the things we really wanted to go for. Now, not every station will have that, but I think it's the Explorers Guild will always have it. So you can upgrade our ship again. Apply augmentation. I'm going to put it up here as well. Alright. Sell the Gek Relic. Sell the meaty chunks. Oh, no, wait, we had multiple stacks of that. We could sell the meat. We could sell the food. Sell the mind control device. The raw steak. Wait. Did I not pull up a ton of salt? I thought we mined a whole node of the salt. Was it just like surface only, so I didn't get hardly any out of it? That displeases me. Can be stacked down there. I only have 33 salt. I didn't check that. Let's see if I just buy it. I don't remember how much I even need. Nope. Regardless, let's go ahead and we can teleport back to our base. And drop that off. Yeah, no, we had mined up that whole section of salt, and I guess it must have just been like the tiniest skim on the surface. And I just missed that fact. Or it could be when you mine up salt that way, it's just terrible in general, because admittedly I don't think I've ever had to do that. Usually you can get salt when you're just doing anything involving the water, you just find it everywhere in the ocean. Okay, so we can go here. Grab you, solar vine. You have successfully cultivated solar vine, yes? I can smell its heat from here. Its incandescent splendor. Yep, confirm. Wonderful. Savor this moment, friend. For now, I lead you into a more dangerous realm of botanical study. Fungal cluster. I actually need these for multiple quests. So it's on toxic biomes. Fungal clusters are cultivated from toxic environment. But you have proved yourself a master. You can master much, yes? Be careful as you work, friend. Clusters have been known to cause illness, hallucination, if improperly handled. Extended exposure is ill-advised. Wants me to go and plant fungal clusters in the tray. Cool. Alright, let's check on our other objectives. So, we need to wait for you to finish educating your people. I need to find a circuit board. These are both the fungal things there. I need salt for that. I need Valkene daggers. And we can apparently search the base archives again. Alright, input key. Hi. Encrypted. Input key. Nothing. Archive unlocked. Automated archive recovery progress. 27%. New data available. Exosuit technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Personal upgrade module synthesized from data scraps. Additional stuff available. Search the logs. Entry 4925X follows. I glance backwards towards the wreck of my ship. Nothing more than a dot. Walking plane for hours, yet mountains seem no closer. I look up to the sky. Readable archive retrieval complete. Beginning the defragmentation of the next segment. Alright, so we have a module that I do not have a place to put. Cool. I think I'm actually accidentally taking those instead of blueprints. Speaking of which, let's look here. Buildable technology. Yes, I've got all that. I've got a bunch of salvage data, which is all good news. Okay. Cool. Okay, for a moment I thought it was giving me credit for the fungal one. I was like, wait, no, I haven't done it yet. Sure. So we're gonna go ahead and pop up here. I'm gonna take a quick peek to see if we can find fungal mold in this system. I actually could probably check this way. Frost, star bulb. We can get fungal mold in the system. Alright, so we know we can get in the system. Let's go ahead and scan the other planets. And if we can see one of these other planets we can get the fungal mold from. We can do one of those instead, so we are exploring more planets. That'll do it. So we can go ahead and land here. We will grab fungal mold. And I also need the ammonia. Now let me explore another destination. So we're slowly, fully scanning the area nearby us. Now I'm gonna need a lot of this. I'm gonna need like 150 fungal mold or more, because I got 2 quests that need 50 fungal mold, plus I need the other 50 to plant a plant for fungal mold as well. I'm gonna get down here. And then we also need the ammonia, which is no big surprise. There we go, we got a building over here of some kind. That's fine. Looks like an observatory. Okay. Cool, so check out the observatory. We'll start scanning everything, going through the process. Alright, let's get to work on this. Man, I remember, like, way back in the day, you kind of went to all those things looking for, like, getting your words, getting your fistful of nanites. Before people started coming up with, like, all the meta strategies and all that. It was just such a different game way back then. We had to, like, just kind of barely make a little bit of progress here and there. Okay. The operations terminal reveal an automated plea for help. A clear pattern emerges with white noise hissing from the screen. If you can work out what comes next, I can potentially lock down the distressed craft's location. So you have 23, 45, 89, 177. So what it's doing is it's doubling and subtracting 1. So 23 plus 23 is 46, minus 1 is 45. 45 plus 45 is 90, minus 1. Oh no, it's not minus 1. Well, sorry. No, that is right. Right, because it'd be 189. My brain was putting it into 90. So we would be at 177, so that would be 354 minus 1 is 353. Distress signals, coordinates discovered. And there'll be all sorts of patterns where sometimes they'll do like number replacement, sometimes they'll do like it rotates, sometimes it'll be mathematical. Sometimes it's simple as it like doubles every time or halves every time. That one's just, you know, you learn to recognize those. Me and my family have done like tons and tons of escape rooms over time, so a lot of those kind of puzzles, after you see the 10,000th one of them, you kind of just figure it out. That's our ship. There's Jade Peas. Let's go to the unknown building. Let's also do a quick check. There's only 5 times the life forms. One of them is underground, so the other 2 are underground, but always active. So we got all the above ground ones already figured out. And distress signal is a flight away. We're not walking. You feel like those trivia puzzles you learn from seeing trivia shows, not actually having an interest in the subject. Eyes regrow after damage must be nice. Yep. The warrior's nostrils flare in hope and expectation. They show me their personal datapad, revealing a set of highly detailed military plans. Interloper. Vakeen. Pathetic. And we didn't understand anything else it said. On one side of the battle stands the creature's own warrior race, and the other side is robotic sentinels. The warrior demands that I point to one side or the other. I'm going to... Well, he said which... Like, he said pathetic. I'm assuming he's going to be saying, you know, like, which one of them is pathetic. So I'm going to point at the sentinels. The warrior is outraged. They gesture wildly. They angrily, barely contained. My choice gravely offended them. And I lost standings with the entire faction. Look, man. Make sure the communication is clear before you get judgy on me. Okay. So it's ammonia at 900. Yeah, no, I get that. It was just one of those things I didn't have enough words to really have meaningful discussion. So we got a fungal cluster, sweet root. Yeah, so you get the ammonia over here. But that's also one of the reasons why it can be a good idea not to, like, I wouldn't recommend just sitting there like when I first played way back in the day, because it's one of the only ways to get language. Your ways are basically to look for the knowledge stones and that, or to just talk to everyone. And I would genuinely sit there and just go through and talk to each and every person at each and every station and ask them for help with their language. I do not recommend. That got real tiresome. That said, it was cool being able to slowly get to understand everything better and all that. Let's get the ammonia real quick. Okay. That's kind of what I figured, is I could use the ammonia to recharge my kind of buffer ones. And since I'm actively mining it, I'm going to have more than enough ammonia. I figured I'd just go ahead and re-up that one, because I have a S quality buffer for toxic. Okay. I still want to focus on, as time goes on, to get more and more of the ones that reduce the percentage damage we take from the environment, rather than just having more buffer. Because that means I only need sodium to recharge it, or the batteries. And then the rate at which it depletes goes down. Versus having multiple layers of shields like I do, it means I get a really long time between, but I still am using up resources at the same rate to top it off. Fungal cluster, I thought there's one closer. There we go, 200's pretty close. I gotta keep in mind, I need like 150 of these. Luckily when you do these, I'll get like, for each node I'll get a chunk of them. Alright. I think we've got a couple underground beneath us. There we are. Okay, so the hope is there was 2 creatures that were down here that we didn't find yet. We'll take a quick poke. See if we get lucky. I was really hoping one of these would be salt. Sometimes you get lucky in whatever material you're looking for, you find an alternative way of getting it. Okay. So how many did I get of the fungal spores? Fungal spores? I got enough. Oh. There's one of them over here. Okay, is that the more rare one, or is that the more common one? That was the rare one. So the more common one is still to be discovered. Didn't mean to annihilate it, but that's okay. Okay, so quickly destroy these as we work our way back. Because we do manage to find this last, it'll probably only be 1,500 nanites or something like that. Not 1,500. It'll probably only be like 1,500 nanites or whatever. If we get all the stuff on this planet, just because there's so few creatures on this one. Still worth checking. Alright. Right, I think it said 1500 though. Well, no, I see. Yeah, no, you're right. I was just second guessing stuff in my head and getting myself in trouble for it. Okay. We'll get a couple more clusters just to make sure we have enough. That's cobalt. What? Oh, okay, the scientist is available again. I was like, what? I stopped doing things. Come on, give me one more creature. Alright, a couple things out of my path. Okay. But yeah, like I said, I'm always hesitant to do the underground ones just because of the situation where we're running back and forth waiting for it to spawn. The above ground ones, usually there's other things you can work on, there's enough of them that appear, that even the rare ones, but the only time it's a problem is when they're like only certain hemispheres, certain time of day, that kind of thing. Complicating it. There's a lot of hazardous flora. It's a shame I don't have a hazardous flora quest right now. This would knock it out by itself. Okay. And sadly, if I go and I start digging tunnels, I don't see them anymore. Let's get that unknown building. An unknown building over there. An unknown building relatively close over here. An unknown building over there. Pretty much unknown buildings in every possible direction. Alright, we're gonna move on. We start mining kind of casually up. See if we happen to get ourselves lucky and get her another tunnel or whatever. Okay, so this looks like another one of these ones that we're gonna have to break down the door to get into. Judging by the combat drone nearby it. Let's hit the checkpoint. Now if I die, it doesn't matter. I like runs over. But still, you can use those checkpoints for saving when if I get like glitched out and I need to back out of the save. There's some value in saving. Okay. I approach the terminal and search for a way to override the alarm. I find a likely looking button and press it, causing the terminal to respond. Vakeen. And we didn't get a single other word out of it. A flap flicks open with a microphone emerges. A distant voice shouts out, Gra. Bark Gra. I bark aggressively at the terminal. This appears to satisfy whatever demand was being made of me. Access is granted. Normal operations have resumed, and I have access to the facility's main control panel. I should be able to alter the production for my own benefit. Ooh. So, the multi-tool expansion slot's a really, really good one. We're gonna go with that. Yeah, that's a really, really good one. I'm not gonna use it on the multi-tool I have right now, because it's not that good. And it has a bunch of slots. If I do find myself very low on slots in the multi-tool, though. Okay, it looks like it might be another tunnel over here. If I do find myself, you know, with the multi-tool getting really low, we can deal with that. That is not a tunnel, that is a ridge. Okay. Got an unknown building over there. Okay. Now when we get our ship back, we're also going to want to go and check out there's a wrecked ship on the planet. I technically have another wrecked ship that I didn't finish building the engines or whatever. My understanding of how all that'll work is when I get my freighter, it'll be in my freighter. And I'll still have to fix the engine and all that. You'll remember to come back for once you get the next laser gun. Come back for the ship, or not sure which we're talking about. That's a trade beacon. That's honestly pretty disappointing. All right, let's learn a new word. No, the slot. Oh no, I have the slot. It's in my inventory as an item. I'm just gonna keep putting them in my ship until I have, you know, I have the piece of equipment I'm willing to spend the nanites and all that to work on upgrading and all that. So I don't really care about that right now. Okay, start running towards my ship again. Okay. Where there's a humming sack, there is a tunnel. I'm not staying here long, or just kind of walking across down here. Just in the off chance that we got something. And there's another one right there. Okay, so take a quick little look around, because I'm only missing one creature here to get a whole lot of nanites. So it'd be really nice if we could make that happen. Oh, inventory's full. Can go to you. Where are you at? Yeah, we'll go over here and grab some of these. They're not worth a lot of money, but they're worth some. And it gives me an excuse to stay down here just a little bit longer. That's actually productive. Okay. Well, I guess it's gonna be time to move on. I am not seeing any new friends down here. So where was the way out? Okay, we can go to you and get you switched over. There's out. Right, not seeing anything too exciting, so we're just going to keep on running over here. But yeah, now it's generally speaking, when you're going after the life forms, a lot of times if you're trying to get the nanites from scanning life forms quickly, or the cache from scanning life forms quickly, the moment you see underground only and you don't happen to snag it when you're already in the middle of stuff, you kind of just write it off. We can get rid of that little bit of meat. Okay, and we can go to... No, 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 don't. I don't want to die this way. Okay. Stupid toxic storm spawned on top of me. And it ate most of the way through my first layer of shield nearly instantly. Okay, well, we got what we came for on this planet, so let's get the heck off. Okay, meanwhile I can go here. Keep processing all this. We've got that to drop off. We got a bunch of this other junk to drop off. Cool. You can be moved over to the ship. You can move to the ship. You can move to the ship. And you do not have room on the ship. You can go to the ship. Go ahead and make a warp cell out of that. Since ultimately we're going to want to put that in here anyways. So that clears up some more inventory space. Alright, let's go ahead and take the ship up top. So we got the fungal stuff we need and all that. Before we go anywhere though, we've got that wrecked ship to quickly pick up. You can see how easily you could get killed in this game. Yeah, those are kind of your most dangerous things. It's one of the reasons why if you're doing the permadeath, you usually avoid planets that are like extreme danger because you have a lot more of that kind of stuff. But the isolated like toxic clouds and all that, you don't run into that much. Once you start getting some resists up and all that, you can endure it long enough to not have to sweat it too much. Alright, so I need to not hit that, hit this. Go grab you. Process that real fast. It should only take a couple seconds. We get a little more nanites. We probably need to go buy the anomaly and honestly just do a drop off real fast just to get all the stuff we can from that. There you are. Yeah, so ship crashes on the other side of the planet. Okay. Yep, so we don't need to go through the whole process of getting this thing fixed up and sorted. Hello. Just want to claim it, and we can deal with that all later. So it is a B class. It's worth some money. So we're going to claim it and add it to the collection. All right. And the distress beacon. As I enter the vessel, I'm greeted by a pile of military multi-tools, clearly thrown from a rack once housed them. They fizz and spark and look unsafe. A broken body of a tendrilled behemoth lies awkwardly nearby. The craft must have crashed with such ferocity that little else is intact inside the ship. Deconstruct multi-tools to salvage. I disassemble some multi-tools and salvage from the tech within. We got a basic combat scope, a geology cannon. Okay, so we can go to these real fast because I do not want to build those. Take that off my list. And now I can jump in our ship. And it'll be time to get us back home. Yeah, it should get you to be in the same substance. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is get to the space station. Or a base, it honestly doesn't matter which one. By the space station. So get to the space station, we can probably drop off the... Actually, let's check. I'm willing to bet we have to drop these at specific areas. Let's see, how would you get that B ship to your base? So if I go to the B ship, I can repair the things for lifting off and flying, just like you normally do when you start a run. And then I can just fly it over there. The other thing I can do is I can do what I did right there, which is I utterly ignore it. And what'll end up happening later is if I get a freighter, it'll just be parked inside my freighter. I'll still have to repair the landing gear and all that. But it is a way that you can kind of recover it even when it doesn't have the stuff to technically fly. Which is what I'll ultimately do. Whenever I do settle on a freighter, I'll take the I'll take those ship one by one and just take them in for salvage. Okay. Unearth an artifact for more ship storage. I'll add that to the list. Not an immediate priority, but it is on the list. Okay, we can run over here real fast. See about turning this in. Hey, Pickles, how's it going? So free ship inventory. Let's get that set up. Yeah, that's what you're seeing right now is why I put so much focus on getting everything set up earlier. Was now we're just very consistently getting those ship upgrades. So just every other time we come here, we're just getting like tick just one more inventory upgrade. It's not gonna be that reliable. There'll be probably like one in every 4 stations we drop at. But it's one of those things that I don't have to put effort into. It's gonna happen now. Okay, is there anything else you really wanted to sell? I was kind of hoping they would have salt. It's fine. That's what reason you want a freighter for you if I was playing this. Yeah, no, we definitely want to get a freighter. We've only had one freighter that showed up, and it was pretty much terrible across the board. And while I'm not gonna sit here and hold out for like an S-tier freighter or anything like that, I definitely could see it was worth my time to, you know, try and get a little bit better. Okay, so we have all of these. Alright, so I don't have any more functional things that aren't already on there. That's fine. Okay, so I don't have a... Oh, wait, yeah, we do. We need to drop off the fungal mold. That's right. So unfortunately, with the type of missions these were, I had to source stuff and then drop them off at a trade hub. So let's get that done. With some luck, it'll be someplace where you can easily just hop... Yeah, it's literally on the same planet that our base is. So if we drop this off here, we might be able to turn both in. drive, you know, fly immediately over to our base. Plant our fungal mold there. And keep that all going. Oh, that's not the one we're looking for. That's the clue location. Fine. I mean, I'm here. The clue location's fine. What I actually was looking for is dropping off the fungal mold. Make sure I got inventory space before we do this. I've got some. We can drop off the solar stuff there. That gives me a little bit more. Drop that in my inventory. Okay. You get holding out. I mean, honestly, it's not a bad idea to get it early on. It's... What am I looking at? I'm pretty sure that's one of the big trade hub things. No, so there's the fungal mold. Yeah, if we look at the if we look at the stuff here, there was the mold I turned into that. It's like Roland mold or whatever, and then there's fungal mold, which is what I'm looking over here. But they're two different things. I made the mistake myself earlier. I was like, oh yeah, I could get this really easy, and I bought the stuff to, like, I bought the Roland mold and was like, oh wait, never mind, that's not fungal mold. Okay, but then we'll go over and we'll check out that trade hub thing. Cool. Runes take shape upon the stone, burning with the light they sing to me, the Valkene ancients in the language of my people. Alright, we're gonna put meat into it. And historical data revealed. Okay, it's off planet, not my favorite, but it is what it is. Okay, so we're gonna run over here to all of that. Okay, so I actually have a gel. Yeah, so we're going to the giant thing that's overlooking everything. Ow. You... Through my shields, you damaged my stuff? Come on. I know it's a thing. My shields weren't low or anything. I have to buy a wiring loom too. Boo. It just reduced my effectiveness of that. It's fine, I'll just have to buy a wiring loom. I always dislike that mechanic in a lot of games. There are a lot of games out there that will have a whole thing where you can take damage, and if your shields are below a certain percent, you start taking hull damage. That's fine in itself, but when it's system damage, it's like, oh, come on. But then you gotta repair a bunch of stuff. Hey, Anarv! Thanks so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing on stuff? Yeah, if you do hard work and stuff, games shouldn't take it away. Well, that's the thing. It doesn't take it away. You still keep most of it, but it does let them damage it. Did the shadow not work, or did I just miss it? Start up the expedition night. Some horror games. Nice. Hope you had a good time with it. Let me... Did the command not work? Yeah, no, because we didn't see the other shout-out. Bear with me. It looks like the command's broken, which means my bot is misbehaving. So let me go ahead and give the bot a kick real fast. Because we've had every once in a long while the bot will act up. Alright, so let's reboot the bot. Now it'll take a couple minutes. Yeah, it's a thing that happens. But yeah, no, I hope you had a good stream and all that, and I hope you had fun at the expedition. We're not doing the expedition right now. We finished that earlier. Like we did it pretty soon when it came out. Give me my screen back, thank you. We are doing a sweaty permadeath run and all that good stuff. I don't think there's actually anything I need off of you, is there? We're doing like a really sweaty permadeath run where lots can go wrong. They've been slacking, gotta make sure to finish it before it's over. Yeah. It's a pretty straightforward one. It's not like a bad one in any way. Okay, so I need a replacement wiring loom because I smashed my toys. So let's get that fixed. Cool. Never tried permadeath in this game? It's not bad. Normally what you do in a permadeath run is you just beeline for the center of the galaxy, and it's just because, you know, roll credits or whatever it is. I will take those, thank you. So you just try and, like, do that as fast as you can. But, we're actually treating this as, like, a forever run. So we're gonna keep upgrading it. That way when I do inevitably die, it hurts as much as possible. Okay, so we understood the words is to but Vakeen. Excellent. The Vakeen archive is intended only for its own species. Ancient audio equipment drones in a low frequency, seemingly expecting a voice command. Death. Archive access granted. Decrypt archive. The entry is titled The Ballad of Roth. From other references in the archive, Roth appears to have been an early king of the interstellar Vakeen. Grah, the death had doomed old Haroth. One moment, that's the bot coming back up, so let me get all my stuff back where it needs to be. So you need to be there. You're there. OBS is here. Okay. The plague that hides beneath the stars. Atlas Agony, Monolith Born. The 2-in-1. The good king saw them in the end. Heard the words of the ancestors all their life. And think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. Gave hunt gift, honored with battle song. Wished the fallen warriors to life to sing. A chant of glass and heaven and honor. The sentinel bane faced a final horror. Grah, so did Froth perish in malice. That was a good king. Cool, man. Your password is death, and that's kind of worrisome. But yeah, now the big thing with playing this game, like every game that you play, like permadeath and all that, you have, you know, a couple different things that can go good and bad with all that. The big win with No Man's Sky is if you, there you go. Yeah, I hope you had yourself a good stream. I hope the horror stuff went well, and I hope the expedition goes good for you. But you know, check out NR. I'm gonna actually do this so I can check that out later. Check out NR, all that stuff, because if that's what you're looking for, you can find it over there. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a brand new word in our vocabulary. But yeah, so pretty much the big thing is almost every permadeath game is gonna have some jank that you just have to be scared of something going wrong that can get you killed that's not really your fault. The big one in No Man's Sky is like sometimes you'll get stuck inside of stuff collision box in your ship or whatever, and it's just kind of one of those things that the moment you realize you've clipped into something, you just exit and reload your save. and it'll just, you know, kick you back a couple seconds. Because that's not one of those things that you, the player, messed up. There's just a lot of ways in this game that you can, you know, like with the Corvettes, if you walk outside the door of the Corvette, as opposed to beaming down when you're dealing with like a freighter and all that, you can often get stuck inside the freighter's geometry, and you just basically you have to kind of reset yourself, and you can potentially get killed that way. But luckily, there's not too many things like that. Versus if you're doing, you know, no saves coming, permadeath kind of run of something like Kenshi, you just have to live with the fact the game is going to kill you for completely unfair things breaking kind of reasons. Alright, so let's go to this dig site and get that done. To be fair, the password for the archive about the Deceased King was death. Yep. And no judgment for anyone who like save scums type stuff. Like single player games and all that, who cares? It's not something I typically do, but that's fine. Yeah, I meant to actually teleport down, but that's fine. Okay, was this one of the plants we already fully... Gravitino ball inside of my ship. I see the temptation you're attempting to offer me at this moment. Okay, so I need the keys for that. Okay, we got a fragment over there. Yeah, you grab those, and you're in for a time. Okay. Now I'm grabbing the extra keys, even though I only need the 3, because it does seem like you can turn those in for reputation, sometimes. Okay. Yeah, no, graviton balls lead to violence. We are doing a permadeath run. Okay, key, and key. And we get the MacGuffin. We did get the MacGuffin, right? Let's go here. I did not. I opened the box, and I think I walked away too soon. Rare item found. Mummified amphibian sac. A pristine find which, when analyzed, will undoubtedly reveal much about life and the habits of the creatures that left it behind. Cool. Okay, so I think we're new to this planet. No planetary fauna. Okay, so it's a lifeless planet. There are fossil beds and all that we can get fossils from, and those can be fun and pretty cool to do stuff with. But right now, I already got like so many things queued up I'm going to leave that alone. Okay. So, we're checking our list of things we got going. So we gotta drop that off. We gotta build the we gotta do the fungal clusters on the planet. We have expanding the base. I need to turn in both these things to the secure depots. So let's get this base, try delivering the fungal mold. And if we're lucky, I'll be able to deliver both the fungal mold to the same location. And not have to sweat it too much. Okay. We've been having to run around the same system for a while. Normally a lot of stuff will take you out of the system. Alright. Cool. Got all that dropped off. We can turn this in real quick. Requesting access. Granted. I've accessed the client's lockbox. All I need is to deposit the item. Deposit 50 fungal mold. Delivery processing successful. Oh goody. So the person, you know, they're gonna get back and they're gonna go ahead and retrieve their lockbox of fungal mold. Okay, so profiteering finished its thing. Okay, so both of them... No, you have not. Stop telling me to return to the agent. Wait, did you... Yeah, deliver it to a secure depot. Okay. There's an unknown building over there. Not super far. Is this game online? Yeah, so you can play it online or on your own computer. It isn't like a big, massively multiplayer game. You can multiplayer, but you kind of have to go out of your way for it. While you can technically run into each other in space these days, you couldn't when it first came out, but you can now. The universe is just so astronomically large that you're not going to without going out of your way to meet up with other people. Okay. But yeah, so you can... It's basically a solo game that you can choose to multiplayer when you're in the mood. I personally don't play much in the way of multiplayer games, so it ends up being a thing that I don't care much about. But you can multiplayer, so if you got a handful of friends and you want to go do stuff together, there is a mission board thing that you can grab missions and go out and do them together. You know, and use the same save and same progress and all that between your multiplayer and your single player. But we're doing sweaty, try-hard, permadeath stuff. So I would especially not multiplayer that kind of nonsense, because people are trolls. And can be like... That kind of stuff can be way more dangerous, even if they can't directly harm you. You know, instigate trouble that can cause you grief as well. Alright, so let's get back to our ship. And we could turn in the other place I wanted fungal mold. Just the idea of just bringing a bunch of mold. The person's like, oh yeah, I want a bunch of mold. Could you leave it in my secure lockbox? It's like, dude, it's mold. Maybe they need to make a lot of... Well, that's the thing. You could genuinely have reasons to wanting a bunch of mold. There is a lot of molds that have industrial and medical and all sorts of use cases. But the idea that you're going to store it in a lockbox... Like, needing a delivery of mold, it's like, you know what? Fair enough. That makes sense. There is reasons for that. But be like, no, man, we gotta secure the mold in the safe. We can't have anyone stealing it. Penicillin is discovered from mold, but it's not commercially made from it. To be honest, I actually do not know the manufacturing process for penicillin at all. Because I'm sure they would probably isolate whatever it was that does create the penicillin and just focus on just that. Okay, so we're gonna go over here, pop the hatch. I could choose to beam down, but it's more fun to just jump out the back, even though I'm risking taking damage every time I do it. Mad Project there's lots of pens, as pen is in its name. Technically true, because I'm sure there's a lot of documentation. I've accessed the client's lockbox. All I need to do is deposit the fungal mold. Okay, that gives me 3 different missions to send back, and I've got another unknown building right over here. Alright. How much inventory do I have available? Pretty close to none, actually. Because it looks like I could salvage a couple of Corvette parts. Boo. It's a depot. We're still looking for Viking daggers, which you usually find in these green boxes here is where you'll find stuff like that. How do you fly quickly so forward? I hold shift. So we got Radion, Dirty Bronze, Aronium, Radion, Platinum. I mean, good materials and all that, but... So both of those at about 1,000. You at about 800. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. So if you melee attack and jump, you can just kind of pulse it. I don't hold the jump pack most of the time. I'll just do like little pulses just whenever I need to keep back in the air. But yeah, and if you time them together, you can actually go a pretty good boost on it. Also, you want to be running when you do it. Because basically the jetpack will keep your forward momentum. Why would you do this to me? You know my greed is insatiable. There's a whole bunch of salvage over here. I might chuck some materials as we're doing this. Ow. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of that. Gonna get rid of these. And you. So I got some parts I don't care about and all that. That's fine. Go to a refinery. Yeah, and there's always a juggle when you're playing permadeath about you need to take things to a certain level of caution and slowly work your way through, but also there is a side of it where you kind of want to not dilly-dally either. And there is a juggle about, like, there's a lot of risk assessment that you can avoid risk, but if it takes you 1,000 times as long, you also have 1,000 times more time for that risk to get you in trouble. And that doesn't mean you just shirk all risk, because then you're just going to have a much higher chance of dying. There's definitely a little bit of back and forth being like, okay, you know, doing this will spare you a lot of damage. Or sorry, doing this will spare you a lot of time, but introduce a certain amount of risk. The big concern you have with the jetting forward is if we're to actually jet forward, like, off a cliff. But as long as I give myself enough time for it to recover, you can get away with a lot. Alright, before we finish that, so I do have one more inventory spot. Okay. I'm going to trash these. And that. And this. And you. Okay. Rip silicates for one of a bigger storage. Yup. I mean, specifically the powder is super easy to get. If you just start mining with your digging tool, you'll usually have a net gain on those. And so you could just dig out an area and you'll just get all you need. It's how I'm getting all of that, is I'm digging stuff out and just that's what's left over. Alright, so we can grab you. Is there more I want to pop in here? Probably not for right now. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about the frozen tubers. I'd rather have Corvette parts to continue to build and expand my Corvette and hopefully get some upgrades. Yep, so they filled up our inventory again. I'm not worried. It was a Sentinel bounty map that I lost. So we did get some parts. None of them are any good. They're all cosmetic stuff. But that's not the end of the world because I could trade them for better. But at this stage, I'd say inventory is full. We're moving home. Barring seeing something amazing. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure this isn't a planet with salt. Okay. Another nice thing is I actually don't remember what the rules were with fall damage. I want to say this is one of those games that... I can't remember if you can even instant die from fall damage. I want to say it's one of those games where, like, it'll knock you extremely far down. Wait. Like, it'll knock you, like, really, really far down. But, like, you won't instant die. I don't know that for a fact. Don't test that, though. But I want to say it was one of those games. I could very easily be wrong about that. The point being more, you can fall a pretty far distance before it's, you know, highly, highly risk of being lethal. Not that you want to fall from high distances, it still puts you in danger by, like, knocking your shields out, potentially breaking things, putting you at risk that just any other enemy that happens to be wandering through the area can just finish the job. Okay. I might actually have to go for some oxygen soon. We got like one big field of it a long time ago, and then plus I have a thing in my base where I can make a bunch of it. And I've pretty much ignored it as a mechanic in the game ever since. But it is finally, genuinely starting to get down to only having a couple hundred left. Okay. And we can take this back, turn this all into the agents at the station. From there we can... I'll have to double check. Yeah, at that... Nope, not there. From there we can go ahead and go back to my base. Plant the fungal mold thing to get that person to be happy. We need to find a place we can drop off the salt, though. Or not drop off, to acquire salt, though. There wasn't a place in system, was there? It'd be if that last moon does, and I don't think it does. But that's just a matter of when we go to another system and we hit a planet that's either a water planet, so we can go underwater and get a bunch of salt, or we just happen to find a planet where I can mine it directly. We can make that happen. You have discovered Ebony and Purple Heart in Vintage Story, and now no other woods will do for things where the wood type affects appearance. You'll use birch for axles, sure, but building, no way. Give me the pretty woods. Yep, that means you gotta go and get your, like, knife or whatever and cut off every little bit of greens to get as many saplings as possible. so that you can plant yourself a brand new ebony forest. Yup. That's how I felt with, like, getting the slate roof. I got the slate roof on my offline playthrough, and then I was like, oh, well, I guess I just want to make slate roofs from now on. This is way easier and looks way better. Alright, let's drop this off. This is why hardwoods are in danger in real life. Yup. Yeah, so all of that was aesthetic. That said, our starship has at least 3 extra spots. We'll turn in our quests here, but then there's a good chance we'll take a minute to see if I can't get at least one more useful thing added to our Corvette. Alright, hand in quests. Starship augmentation, starship augmentation, and haunted chocolate dreams. Cool. And I do not care about any of the rest of this garbage. And then we can go over here. Upgrade my ship. Apply augmentation. Now let's see what we could turn in up here. Donate. There's the artifact. There's some keys. Alright. Gaining more rank. Alright, so I got more stuff we could potentially donate later. I need more inventory spots here. Let's see if we can't sell our chocolate. There's the vortex cubes. There's the chocolate. Okay. Why do I feel like there's something I'm forgetting? Alright, so let's teleport back to our ship. Before we get into actually building it, let's see about purchasing a module, trade for advanced module. Alright. So. I really wish these things gave us more information before I bought them. So shields were in really good shape. Those are all, for the most part, cosmetic nonsense. Yeah, these are all cosmetic nonsense. Alright. Let me see if I can find one more place for one of the phase beam things to give me more damage. Cool. So I did manage to get one more place for a gun. Let's go to A to E type of modules. Yeah, so it's like when you go here, it would be not this. What I'm looking for is like when you're looking, I should be doing this as well. But like when you're looking here, I wish it'd be like, okay, this is the A rank, this is the B, this is the C, this is the S, that kind of thing. Because they do actually have that when you go to modify your ship. So like if I look at all of these shield generators, all of those I believe are B ranks. I kind of also wish it wasn't locked to the model, because some of the ones that are higher model or higher ranks, I don't like the model as much. Okay. Apply edits. Alright, so let's see about moving stuff around to make sure that's also charged. Good, it's actually already hooked up. Yep, so I boosted the damage a bit more on this. The heat dissipation is like really strong. I'm gonna try, we probably won't be able to pull it off. Going to see if we can... it's under defensive. See if we can make another one of those happen. I'm guessing the answer is almost certainly probably not gonna happen. Yeah, 3%. It's fine. I just need to get more stuff. Okay, so made sure I don't have anything in my inventory. And there's nothing in the ship's inventory regarding that. Okay. So with that, well, actually, you know what? Let's sell some of these things I've been holding on to just in case they ask me for them. Because I'm kind of getting to that point that we're getting our rank high enough, I'm not as worried about that. So this will get rid of for the 600,000 and the 300,000. Cool. Then you do not have anything you want to buy. Alright. So what we can do from here is check on our log again. Okay, so we need to go back to our base, return to the scientist, acquire a circuit board, and then that requires salt, that requires the daggers, and install a teleport receiver on my starship. We can do that. I have space. Okay, so I need 3 wiring looms. I should have that anyways at this stage. And we overpaid for them, but it gets it done, so I will live with it. Is there anything else we definitely want that we can afford? We don't have what we need for those. I don't have the brain. I don't have those. And honestly, with the equipment I have, I'm not bothering with the rocket launcher. Okay, so we got that sorted. Okay, so we need to go back to our base, which is in the same system. Like literally, I'm just teleporting from here back down to the ground. But that's okay. We kept getting quest after quest after quest, sending us all over the place, and they got me like 4 or 5 extra ship slots and all sorts of goodies. So definitely worth it. Okay, so let's start with you. Hang on. Did you know that nanite clusters sometimes resemble fungal clusters? Nanite spores arrange themselves in accordance with some arcane purpose when left in the wild. Abandoned structures pulsate with their seething mass, lurching out from derelict terminals. Nature precedes technology. I wonder, what does the universe inspire in you? Underling clutches her head, apparently in pain, and they say nothing else. Ask if they're alright. Ask if they're alright, but they gesture for me to leave. I do not ask anymore. Yeah, it's probably fine. Fungal cluster. There you go. Do that. And anything else you care about out here? Oh. Okay, so I'll take a moment for that to update itself. I do not think my child experiment is working. They have not assuaged me of my loneliness, and I have two consciousnesses to fear for. I am losing myself, traveler. Take my core to a monolith. Let me interface before the Atlas. I must speak to eternity. The Corvax has no memories of the last journey with their core. Then, I tried to reconnect them with the convergence. This time they seek the Atlas. I do not know if the monolith grants such interface, or if anything does. Okay, so removed their core. Okay, well let's go jam a core in something. Oh, before we go, let's get this machine up and running. And let's go to this. Automated archive recovery in progress. Data recovered, 32%. Search the archives. Entry 4925X follows. They came up from surrounded, back above ground now, but I'm sure they're following me. Should have never touched their eggs. Additional data available. Construction logs recovered. Blueprints reassembled. Prepare for data download. Search for construction database. Multi-tool data technology extracted. Downloading plans. Neural stimulant plans restored. Readable archive retrievable complete. And I'm just going to immediately go to that and be like, hey, you know what? I do not want that pinned. I don't have a place to put it, and I don't want to deal with it. So unpin that formula. We can go to the scientific thing. Alright. Person working in the plant suddenly getting too philosophical about things and then getting sick. Don't get high in your own supply. Yep. Don't worry. We'll get some nip-nip going eventually. Could you level out, please? You're starting to worry me there for a minute. Okay. Put this real fast since it's in right there. Alright. So let's hit these things to learn all the words we can. Before we interface, that way when it asks us questions, we have a ever so slightly... Oh good, we learned the word blood. Cool. And command. And do. I'm sure that's all fine. Okay, we have a bunch of zeros and ones. Love to see it, love to see it. I approach the monolith and prepare to insert the Korvax core within the dais. The structure looks as if it was made for such a moment. Insert the core. Error, error. Atlas obey. Atlas, error, error. Run, error. Run, error, error. Lifeform identified. Korvax echo. Purpose. Servant of traveler. Analysis. Various multitude failure, emotional breakdown, traveler infection, solution. Terminate, insulate, protect, wipe. Rebooting. 1, 2, 3. Monolith offline. Well, think we broke it. Okay. You didn't break it? Are you sure? It feels like the kind of thing you would have broken. And we're back on the ship. I mean, if you really look at it loosely, it does vaguely have the slightest appearance of a cookie. I understand if you tried to eat it. Okay. And you're still making oxygen? The thing didn't get past the licking stage. Let alone dunking. Hey, it's difficult sometimes. Alright, so I'm trying to put your brain back in your body, but the game is busy honoring me in my success in making any type of tangible progress. Okay. The shell sits in front of you, waiting for reconnection. I fear for what has happened to their data core. Reinsert the core. Shell reconnection. Carapace online. Greetings, unknown entity. I passed my test. I share in this joy via the exchange of technology. And he gave me the ability to do a circuit board, which requires a heat capacitor and a polyfiber. How do you feel about structural analysis, stranger? The scientist has once again been reset. But without the connection to convergence, I fear they're doomed to repeat this cycle forever. From the moment they met me in the space station until the collapse into their loneliness. Perhaps I can find them a convergence cube, that they might be reunited with the rest of the Korvax and escape. Except, the scientist deserves a chance to reconnect. They have helped me greatly, and they have taken good care of their beacon. Alright, so... Oh, that is a lot of star bulb and cactus flesh. Okay, so that's not happening anytime soon. And then the other thing is I would need the heat thing that I don't have the recipe for yet. Alright. So, collect a Corvalix convergence cube. So we'll need to infiltrate a facility to get that. I need to wait till I harvest the fungal clusters. I have to make the circuit board. That requires salt. I need the daggers. And install... Okay, I do have to install them. Well, I can't. I don't have room. Alright, so it's looking like we finally reached that point. Objectives. Explore Mobius 7, Bountiful Moon. Did I not do the thing you wanted? Because we have documented all the things here. That's fine. Okay. So with that, we can go to the discoveries. Upload everything. Alright. So let's go jump in our ship and go check out a new solar system, new space system, whatever. There we go. Yep, so we're gonna go warp to just any system we haven't been to. The things we're hoping to find is salt. And just genuinely get ourselves a bit more inventory slot, maybe some useful quests. But the big one for progression is going to be salt. So the ones that got the circles... Oh. Okay, so we got a researcher there. So we keep ending up in the same handful of systems because we're getting nearby quests that are taking us there. Alright, bear with me one moment. This thing is still being like, hey, we think you're inactive. There you go. It always takes 2 attempts, even though I get it right the first time. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, looks like we got a fight going on. Okay. There we go. All right. And we're just keeping work on this. I like that I have the one laser beam way off to the side shooting as well, because of the positioning on there. So I got like the two underneath the ship, and I got like the one straggler off to the side. Okay. Come on. Get a little distance away, because we're getting too close to the carrier or freighter or whatever and catching on its geometry. Alright, come on. The good news is I put so much into the shields. Like, our main focus has been on the shields, so far they've been pretty unable to break them. Well, I'm not trying to shoot other ships on my side. Okay. Alright, we didn't understand a word you said. Cool. The life form appears to be the captain of this freighter. Looks greatly relieved. They gestured to welcome you aboard. End communication. Alright, so which freighter was the one that was actually under attack according to this? Alright, so we got kind of one of these things where it's got sort of a Star Destroyer back, but then the front's got this big dish and then a bunch of cargo pods. I can get behind that if we, if it's more than a C rank. If it's B or better, that's good enough for me. Okay, so we can go over here. Beam down. Hit up the bridge, and see what we got. Yeah, no, space combat is one of the more dangerous things. The two places I'm likely to get in trouble is like very far into Sentinel fights where you have the ones that can almost instant kill you, or if we get into a really nasty space fight, those could be a good way to die as well. Most likely if we die, it'll be one of those two. An Air-Wary Authority clearly marks this being as the freighter's captain. Offer to buy the freighter. Okay. So it is a C-class freighter. And again, it's almost the exact same thing we had the last one, just a different model. I'm gonna hold out. I was very tempted to do it just to progress things, but I'm gonna hold out. Like I said, I'm not aiming to get like an S or whatever. Hello, you. You're an interesting design. But I'm looking for just a little better. Basically something a little bit better than kind of like bottom barrel. Because that's in that like kind of bottom barrel range. Let's see. And I don't care about any of that stuff, so let's hop on here. Alright, with that we can turn over here to the station. Expand our inventory, do all that stuff. I need to get myself for the first inventory slot, it needs to be one of my module slots, not inventory slot. Because I have to install something for one of the quests. Okay. So we can add an inventory slot, we'll go through, do our whole thing, donate what we can donate, all that garbage. Okay, quests, what do you got for me? Let's see. Nothing I actually care about that much. Okay, that's fine, we will go over here real quick. Pop up here. So we've got fire resistance. So we can get those. Those are always good. 1 second. Alright. Oh, because I was interacting with the ship inventory. Ooh. Got ourselves a 100% warp cell efficiency improvement. I can absolutely get on board with that. Basically just doubles my fuel efficiency. Alright. So, exosuit, give me these. Put that in the ship. That's an A rank fire protection. I'll grab that because we get to turn the nanites if we don't use it. Grab that as well. Alright, let's get our inventory upgrade. You got a B-class pirate dreadnought. It's hard to find a better one. Yeah, no, I mean, once you get to a certain point, like, you either get a model you really like, you just get the nanites and all. Oh, we've already been here. That's right. So we have a C rank here. Let's store you. Install you. That's fine. Okay, let's actually install you. That's A. And these are just buffers. I'm going to store you as well. And then this is a movement module. Okay, and you want me to put the neural stimulator in there. That's fine. That accomplishes one of the other goals I had to have. Cool. So we can convert this into nanites. Let's see, you're in chronic new game start and once and only found a cool looking A rank. You miss that freighter sometimes. Yeah. So we can go here, take the tiny bits of nanites that we're gonna get for it. Alright, so let's look at our stuff now and figure out what we're working on. So, the scientific research, we gotta get the Corvax cube. That's why we're in system. That I've gotta wait, that I've gotta get more materials than I have, and wait, that I need salt, that I need Vakeen daggers, that we have to go back to base. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to get the cube. Because this was not a new system, I forgot we had gone to a previous system. So what we're looking for is this thing, and then we're looking for salt. So we're going to first check to see if the planet we're going to happens to be able to have salt. If it does, great. If not, we'll just do a little pan around. We'll still do this mission first, but it's whether or not the moment we finish the mission, we just jump back out to our base. Or go for the salt. And actually, bear with me for a second, chat. I need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. I'll let him know, chat.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. Hidden Revenant was revealed because the meteor hit it. It ran off somewhere we didn't see, but it was chilling there, and Cassie went, never mind, screw this thing, and dropped a meteor on it. Look, I really want to make this work, but you're gonna have to cooperate with me a little bit. Bang it hard. That's my strategy. I've cursed myself by putting that in. Oh god, what's happening? Yeah, that's, That's how that works. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is, okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. Alright, and we are back. So, we're gonna get that Korvax collection cube, whatever garbage. Alright. So, no salt on that planet. And for those who don't know the ins and our fantastic creator on the platform, does stream in German, just as a heads up. Okay, so we got uranium on this planet. So that's not bad. It's not the immediate thing, but it would be good to grab some while we're there. Copper and all that here. But yeah, plays a whole bunch of games. Good time over there. Oh, it was down, not up. There is salt on that one. Granted, it's a catastrophic nightmare is the type of planet it is. And there's one planet behind that one. Oh. So I'm hoping for someplace a little less utterly awful. Okay. Well, either way, we need to do the scientist thing over here first. We'll get that sorted out. So while we're here, it would be worth grabbing the gamma root and worth grabbing some uranium. And how much inventory space do I have right now? I don't need to use that right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And just so you don't pulse at me forever. Oh, 1 second. You should not be in my inventory. Scatter blaster stuff. That's fine. Okay. So this planet looks like it's got water on it, so we can probably get salt here. Because if we see water and we can go underneath it, there's lots of things you can get water from underneath. Violent windstorms and everything else seems less cursed. This stuff real fast. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so grab all this real quick. I wish you weren't literally sitting in front of the door. I'm about to break down and anger you. Okay. As I approach the terminal, I sense an immense sadness and grief. I hear the echo of 1,000 souls, entities whose life was stolen from them a long time ago. Non-convergent user registered. On the display, I see the production line to this factory, a vast array of cubes infused with the memories of an entire species. They appear to be caught in an endless cycle of trauma, unable to do anything but repeat their tragedy. The terminal identifies these as convergence cubes. Ahem. Cool. Attempt to take a cube. I attempt to extract the cube from the production line. I succeed, but I cannot help feeling like I've committed some terrible crime. Yeah, it's a cube of existential crisis. Might be on top of that ridge. Okay, got an unknown building over there. Got a salvage container. Couple salvage containers over there. Yep, so this will be a good plan to get a lot of stuff done. Because of the water, I should be able to get the salt knocked out. Whether it's through getting chlorine or getting salt directly, doesn't matter. Okay. We'll hit this so it stops notifying me of this location. Go ahead and run in there for a minute. Is Rual playing one of your favorite games? Yeah. Can we get a shout out for Penny Meowie, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel, so you know. Again, if you like it here, you'll probably like it there. Alright, so let's see what else we got going on here. Playing some Oxygen Not Included a lot lately, been learning the game, fairly new to it and all that. Okay, so combat scope reduces the bounce around. We won't worry about that right now. The ship's out of range, so not going to sweat it. Okay. So, we need salt. Oh, I remember. I was going to check the discoveries. Let's see. We've got 5 underwater creatures. And then 2 more ground creatures we haven't discovered. Not gonna worry about the other unknown building. Actually, yeah, I will, because I don't know which way the water is. Okay, we'll start working our way that way. When we do find ourselves another spot of water... Oh, wait! Those are just made out of salt. So I'll take care of our salt need real quick. Okay. And then this should be enough salt for what we need. We'll grab a little extra just in case. I don't see a reason not to grab extra. I'm a little concerned about whatever that mist is. But one of the few creatures I'm missing is up here. Okay, so that's 700 away, 500 away, 900 away. All right. So we got our salt, so now the only interesting going in the water is looking for wildlife. Okay. Alright, and so here's hoping we can get lucky and find the Vakeen daggers. Okay. Radioactive supercells approaching. Don't love to hear that. Okay, so dip underground when it gets here. And grab you. Okay, so we're underground before the storm properly hit. So that one actually did give us a hub, which is good to see. Very technology. Salvage container at 600. 700. And just gonna tunnel on through versus dealing with this storm. Okay. Yeah, so just basically while the storm's out there, it would drain our stuff really fast so we aren't permanent. But so your main plants always end up getting tunneled through. Yeah. It's as well as things when you have like I'm playing a permadeath with like really sweaty settings, and while I can certainly survive running around in the storm, it's just a lot of risk. I don't really need to face it. Yeah, you can look at how fast that drains. Get our nanites. Check the stock ticker. It's got that at 400. Oh, right, the uranium. We talked about grabbing some of that. How much inventory do I have left? I don't really have... Well, I mean, I probably should get some uranium. So there's uranium at 800, 700. See, there's some that's closer. Perfect. 100 is a perfect distance for the uranium. Oh, the supercell went away and it didn't even get the notification for it. Alright. Okay, so we're looking for getting a bunch of this uranium for a couple different things. The other thing I want to do is we do want to go to the water and scan for the fish, because if we scan all the animals, we get lots of nanites. Use up keeps resources that keep you alive for other things. Yeah, I don't do tons of tunneling, but if I'm just trying to get around during a storm, it's often easier. Now, granted, sometimes you get lucky and you'll have, like, the storms that they supercharge your jetpack while also killing you. Those ones can be interesting to run around outside, because you just blast forward with your jetpack with abandon. It's interesting how shiny it is versus in real life. It's very chalk yellow. Yeah, but that's just video game things to make it stand out, so you notice it easier. Quite often it's worth making realism step aside so that things can be just more fun to play. Okay, 900. Also about 900. 500. Okay. How's my inventory doing now? I got 4 more spots. All right. We can go to you. Scan all that stuff. Oh, right. I mentioned even though we don't have something requesting us to get the gamma root yet, it's probably in my best interest to do it, because most likely I'm going to have this tell me to get gamma root in like 30 seconds. They're going to bring this stuff back and it's going to be like, okay, what about gamma root? Alright. Okay, so I still got 2 inventory spots left. Salvage container there. The gamma weed is at 600. That's fine. We can go this way, get the salvage, and I'll make a tile free for the gamma root if needed. So it's on the hardest settings. All of our settings are in the hardest with the only exceptions of I do not have the inventory on its absolute highest for minimum stack size, or the maximum stack size. I have it on just the default for permadeath on that one. And then I don't have the fishing set to have the timer be longer, because that's just annoying. But as far as stuff like the damage and the resource requirements and all that, then yeah, it's set to its hardest. Yep, still got 2 spots left. Still 2 spots left. So we should be good for whatever this gives me. Cool. So copper, buried cash. Okay, there's the gamma weed we were talking about. Okay. We haven't had to do this one yet, but I'm expecting us to need to do it. Oh, that does mean I should also check if there is a... Well, it'd be uranium. I would say if there is a material specific to this planet that would be likely associated with the gamma weed, but yeah, it'd be uranium. Okay, so checking our inventory again. So our inventory is basically full. Is there something I want to just get rid of to make a little bit more space before we have to leave? I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the effigy. So our ship's that way. We have a drop pod over there. So we can get ourselves an extra inventory spot while we're here. Do you make food in the game? Not often. They do have bonuses like... Oh, whoa, 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 okay, okay. Let me just go ahead and get away from the extreme localized radiation. But yeah, so they do give you buffs like slow down the rate your hunger goes, or give you resistance to certain things, or make your jetpack boost last longer. But a lot of them, the buffs are pretty short-lived. At least that's what I had noticed. Versus the effort of like remembering the recipes and doing all that. So I don't actually do that much cooking. You can take them to the anomaly and get nanites for them as well. But that's something I haven't really engaged with as much. Okay. Okay, so just need the carbon nanotubes. Oh yeah, no, this game you don't need to worry about spoiling. I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours in this game. Alright, so I need this... Let's put it up there. Because I'm using all my spots already. It's fine. Grab the buried cash real quick. Suspicious scanner module. Alright, let's do that. And more mineral analysis bonus. Let's actually go for these ones. Because I need the Valkyne daggers for our base quest stuff. And that usually comes out of these. We can make another life support. Go up the inventory spot from that. To the shelter, the factory. Trade terminal. Alright, so it looks like we're just heading back to our ship now. Now, near where the ship was, there was water. And I'm pretty sure if we were to check all that... Is everything... Yeah, so it's all 5 missing life forms for us to scan are all underwater. Oh, there's water down there. Let's head towards the water. See if we see any of those life forms. Okay. And not a lot of water. We'll also see how bad it is once we get in the water. Sometimes we go in and it'll be like a much more extreme version of what we're already dealing with. And other times you'll go in and it'll actually protect you from whatever the local issues are. Oh good, a giant nightmare squid. Come on. And grab this. I was assuming when I went over here I was going to immediately see more water. Okay, come on. I'm back. You heard a scream. The 9-year-old saw the tiniest spider they've ever seen and thought it was going to eat her. 1/4 size of your pinky nail. Yeah, but it's, I mean, it's gonna eat her. Both of these things sound like they're probably true. Okay, so we got more water over here. Because I think we scanned all but one of the life forms? No. It still says we're missing 3 underwater. And they're always active. Yeah, they're common and they're always active. So literally I just gotta find some water, poke on down in there, and we should come up with them. The problem is there's not a lot of really decent water in the area. We got 2 more. Come on. Because that'll probably give me a decent amount for it. Okay, I think we just have 1 more. What upgrades do you have? I can check here in a minute. Yes, I got 1 more that's common, underwater, always active. Yeah, if we look at it, I don't actually have that much. I'd have... Honestly, it's really not much. It's just a C-grade oxygen thing. Come on. Let's see, what's your priority for upgrading this run like this? Oh, I usually don't actually have a priority. It's mostly what I have opportunity for. It's just kind of one of those things that, like, if you try and beeline just getting the one thing, you know, there's definitely times you can do that. But it's like, if you get a opportunity to get a lot of upgrades for your ship, grab them. If you got opportunities to get upgrades for yourself, grab them. Because most of the time the game doesn't give you a choice like, hey, do you want the ship upgrade or the multi-tool upgrade? It's just, hey, here's an upgrade. And usually when I'm, like, grabbing missions or whatever, I'll grab anything that's going to give me a decent upgrade. Come on, last fish. I'm burning a lot of resources on this. But this is gonna be a solid like 2,500 nanites once I find you. Yeah, there's like nothing over there. Giant squid, go giant squid, I guess. Come on, you're supposed to be common and any time of day. And nothing special like Northern Hemisphere only or anything like that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So I don't want to push it too much longer because I would really like the nanites, but you can't see crap, which is not exactly the most enjoyable. And we are just burning through a bunch of supplies. Like a really decent amount of supplies are going through pretty fast. Okay. We don't really have a big area. Think you're logging into No Man's Sky? Gonna play for a bit now? Yeah, no, it's an excellent game. Like, you hate to put the time in here and get this close and then not get the final credit. The big problem is I don't have a very big pool of water to work with. If I had a much larger area, I'd have a lot more opportunity. But I'm kind of just running back and forth with this little trickle of water. Sunk cost fallacy is real? Well, it's more you put in the effort and it sucks to walk away without getting the benefit. I understand the, like, the sunk cost fallacy of like, oh well, I'm due and like that kind of thing. It's like, well, that's not really what's going here. Can I find a better pool of water? Not like it's super encouraging. Alright. Oh, if that's all water down there, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. I'm playing Terraria a bit, but you need to change scenery. Yeah, no, Terraria is good, but that's I absolutely understand that. That is a game. I couldn't tell you how many times I've beaten that game and played through it. Like, I have played that game a ton of times. And while it still will always have, like, a dear place in my heart, I've also played it to such a degree that, you know, very genuinely I've tried to play a few more times. There we are. I tried to play a few more times, but very genuinely just kind of got myself burnt. 3,000 nanites. Heck yeah. Alright, so let's check our inventory and all that. So I've got 3 spots available in the inventory because of how much junk I wasted. So let's grab a couple more Corvette parts. That's perfect. So your nephew carried you to kill Moonlord, but in your run, you're at the point of killing Plantera solo. Yeah, no, I definitely remember the first time learning Plantera fight. Like, once you learn the tricks of Plantera is a very manageable fight, but is definitely one of those ones that took a bit more attempts to, like, figure out the way to abuse, exploit, whatever you want to call it. Which is one of the reasons I really like with games like that to play it on my own well before I stream any of it, just because, or sorry, play it on my own before I really a big game with all that. We got more junk that I probably don't care about. I still have an inventory spot left. I don't think I want to go 1,200 for it, though. This is just one. That's even farther. Alright, we'll start heading back towards the ship. Just check along the way to see if we have stuff worth grabbing and all that. Okay. I'm just gonna destroy those. Don't need that. You don't look up guides, but you're still using old tactics, and they still work. Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff that goes much farther than you'd think. A photon cannon module. I mean, that's effectively nanites with extra steps. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, let's get on our ship, get out of here. We got our salt we needed for the settlement. We got the stuff we need for the base. And all that. And we did have to burn through a lot of reserves. We also got like 3,000 something nanites. Just from the checking out all the stuff on the planet. Which is good. Yeah, we're getting there. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things, like, no matter how good a game is, there's a certain number of hours you play it before you're like, okay, I really need to not be playing this. Not that you're never going to go back to it or anything like that, but you're just like, alright, I just need a break. You know, I've done that with Terraria. Like, even with all the playthroughs I've done, I definitely had times where I'm like, alright, I need a break, you know, I wouldn't play it for, you know, a year or whatever, and then come back and do a couple playthroughs with friends or, you know, with mods or whatever. You know, kind of just repeat that process. Project Zomboid's been the difficult one. Like, RimWorld's the same way, that I'll take breaks from RimWorld and I'll come back all fresh for it again. But Project Zomboid, just kind of the way the game's been moving. Like, I have difficulty enjoying the game and anything but the highest populations. But with the changes in Build 42, it's made dealing with the high populations a lot less fun. Not even from, like, the muscle fatigue or anything like that. That's all fine with me. I actually like that mechanic. It's just the crafting of everything and how much more laborious all of your, like, self-care kind of stuff has gotten in the game. Alright. So, what we're going to go ahead and do is go to the station. And then we can use that to teleport back to the settlement, to then teleport back to the base, and do our rounds. Because what all do we have? So we can drop off that data. So, I have Return to the Scientists, that expanding the base. We don't have the circuit board. Okay, yeah, so it's literally... Yeah, we'll go to the settlement, we will build our fishing pond, and then once the fishing pond is started, we'll go to the base, run through the 3 or 4 things there. It's kind of been nice actually doing the settlement stuff. It's one of the things in the game I just never ended up doing for whatever reason. Like, I'd always do the very initial step and then, you know, get distracted by something else and never manage to circle back to it. Part of it was the settlements I did find, like the 1 or 2, they're on very annoying planets. Whereas the one I think we're on this one is a fairly reasonable planet. Like, it's hostile environment, but it's not constant storms and all that I found in the other ones. Okay, so let's go over here. And we'll start by dropping all this in here. Make sure our ship has some slots. Okay, so we can add 2 more modules to our ship. I do have an engine, 1 Titan. We also do have the hab. So that'll be 1 module, will be that hab. So we'll add the hab, and then we're going to figure out what to do with the rest of this. Okay, so modify. Okay, yoink you off. Grab the hab module. Put you back on. Oh, I see. Huh. Okay. Start fresh edits. Begin new modifications. Okay. So removing that made it very upset. So let's leave that side alone and I'll just do the R side. We can add you here. So I've got our guns. We could definitely use more landing gear just to make it look less cursed. I could add the Titan engine here as my other booster. Oh, these all give me the stats. Okay, so I can actually look at the stats and decide which one I want. Alright, I guess that's not as bad as what I was thinking before. Okay. So with that, we are looking at trying to get our engine stuff. So that's maneuverability 2, 10, 12. Two, 7. I wish there was a way you could sort these better. Yeah, so it seems like the twin echo engine. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, so it seems like the twin dynamo engines seem to be pretty good all-arounders. So 11, 11, 12, 14, 16. That still has a higher total. The big Kino streams or whatever. And that's 19 whatever. Yeah, whereas a lot of these other ones have very definite flaws. So it seems like the Kino streams are the ones that you want. The Kino streams are the twin dynamos. Or if we want engines. And then the reactors, there's shield strength. There's launch and pulse drive. There's boost and maneuverability. And then there's warp cell efficiency. So it seems like this is deciding what style of thing you want. Like whether you want to be defensive, have efficiency for exploration. I guess that's for running from a fight. And then for travel. It seems like your reactors are choosing that. Alright, so let's see if we can't get a, maybe a Kino stream going for the last spot there. Apply edits. We can go here. Purchase modules. Trade advanced modules. Okay. So let's go over here to the engines. So we got 4 of the air purifiers. Got the rockets. Okay, the rockets will just do it. Declined with like nothing there, that's fine. Alright, give me my mouse so I can go ahead and hook up a big ol' engine on there. Okay, so with that we can go here to the engines and get that hooked up. Alright, now of the pieces I have for the ship, can I make this look less terrible? Do I have anything that'd work for a frontal cone? You don't need the airfoil. The cowling would work a little bit over there. Not really, though. I could see making those round pieces work if I had more stuff there. Same with the diffusers. But unfortunately, it looks like I'm running around with next to nothing. There, we put some ducting on the front. Oh, I can put those on the side. Okay. So with that, I could probably take the Firebird's cowling. Shove it over here to give it a little bit more of a shape. What else can we do that's worthwhile? Probably not much there. We got a bunch of random junk here. We can make stuff look like whatever. So I had like a purifier, air purifier there. Oh, no, not that. That's fine. We got some air purifiers. We got a ton of those things. Alright, so let's also see. If we're to make these, it's just glass, right? They just have to make glass. I think that's acceptable for now. It's a bit of a brick, but we are working with just whatever we can manage to pick up all over the place. Yeah, so at least we got like kind of matching engines on the back. We definitely could use more landing gear. Yes, it's a bit of a brick still, but that's fine. Okay, let's make sure I don't have any parts in my inventory, and then we need to get the settlement and do all that stuff. Okay, we can go check on the agent. Let's see. Not gonna worry about the standing stuff right now, so we're gonna just move along. We could check up here, make sure I did everything we need to do here. Okay, we can donate that. Alright. I already got all that. Okay, so let's teleport to our settlement. I'm just remembering we will want to pop up here real quick. And sell the modules I'm not going to use. I'm not going to use the photon cannon, give me that. Not going to use the blaster, give me that. That's another 700 nanites I wouldn't have otherwise. Alright. So let's go to our settlement, not our base. Because it's continuing to accrue debt, which is not what you want in something that's supposed to be financially supporting you. We're just going to keep working on upping its production and all that stuff. Okay, so I believe it was over here somewhere. Where's our fish pond getting built? There it is. You can drop off the salt for you. And that'll be 20 minutes. Alright. So that's the reason I wanted to do that one first, is was just drop stuff off and then leave. And now we go to our base. Yeah, honestly, I could see people having fun just building up a bunch of settlements. Because just doing the thing where you just kind of upgrade and all that. I can see people running around doing all that. Especially since it seems it'll be like a passive income later. Alright, let's go over here. How are you not ready yet? Okay. Stranger, I fear something unusual is occurring. Is facility shielded in some way, so that signals are unable to escape? The physicist entity is once again becoming aware of their isolation. The convergence cube may be their only hope. Connect the convergence cube. I entered the cube. The Korvax is temporarily startled, but soon their lights begin to flash with a familiar pattern. I cannot be sure, but the plan appears to have worked. Forgive me asking, entity, but did I know you once? You seem familiar. These terminals, they're on my own design. One machine even called me its parent, attempted to convince me of its love. I deleted the bug, of course. I run a proper code base. I did harvest some useful blueprints from its store. However, would you care for them? Whatever relationship we had developed is gone, and replaced by this cloud of unknowing. Perhaps it was an error. Perhaps it was being the true self of the Korvax all along, and the one I knew was just a sickness or a distortion. I cannot know. Take care while constructing these objects, Traveler. The plans are created by an error, after all. Okay, so that was the heat conductor thing that we were going to need for making the other thing we needed, which is incredibly descriptive, I know. So we can make... Alright. So let's get 2 metal plates. Oh, this is good. Alright, so I need to make a circuit board, which means 1 heat capacitor. And then I need the poly whatever the crap it is. I know I can make it. Oh man, I need a whole bunch of cactus stuff. I should not have made that first. It's fine. Alright, like I said, we'll make the metal plates. I am missing just plain old ferrite dust. Right. Let's check you. Oh, that's my ship. I want to go the other way around. Check you on the ship. Check you on the ship. Check you on the ship, and that should do for right now. Alright, let's grab the oxygen from our machine here. We can do this real quick. Oh. Didn't you say... it's fine. Alright, so we have the autonomous mining thing, so it's 2 metal plates and an ion battery. So I just need a bit more ferrite. Available to build 1. Okay, so it requires a resource deposit. So let's go to our starship. I need to move that metal plate to my inventory so I have it available. And then is the ion battery on the ship or me? It's on me. Okay. Unfortunately, it does not appear I can detect stuff like that. And that'll be the same with the atmosphere harvester, that I will need to locate materials. So that's not very useful for us right now. So I guess in the meantime, we will chuck that on the ship, and we will just live with the life we've caused ourselves. Don't really understand why that hasn't gone farther. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid! I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play, so you know, if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. But yes, thanks you so much for the raid, and you were playing some Mega Bonk today. I have had a number of my viewers ask me to play, and thus far I have still not done it. But I've heard good things. Permadeath No Man's Sky sounds like my No Man's Sky. Yeah, we're not only doing permadeath, we're not on technically the absolute hardest settings you could go, because I did not do the setting that makes your inventory, like, its stack not as high, because it's just kind of annoying. And then technically there was a harder setting to make fishing take longer, but otherwise everything else is maxed out. But yeah, for those that don't know Talix, absolutely, again, check him out. Plays a whole bunch of games like RimWorld and all that good stuff. Really good things. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, the not stacking as high, it's like, okay, that just means I spend more time just selling my junk back and forth and have to farm stuff. And also check out Treacle, who's another fantastic creator who also plays a whole lot of RimWorld. A lot of good people here tonight, but thank you so much for that raid. I really do appreciate it. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You notice there's a past tense. A lot of people have beaten that record at this point, but I had it for a while. That said, I'm a variety streamer. I do play games like RimWorld, City Builders, Settlement Builders, Simulation, and a whole bunch of stuff, Survival Crafters, yada yada. Megaponk is good, fun, cheap. Yeah, I heard it was, they said it was, like, it was like a combination of Vampire Survivors, and I cannot remember what the other one thing. But still, you know, sounded like a good roguelike. Roguelite, probably. And those are always a good time. I haven't played a good roguelite in a good while, and I do enjoy them. I need to correct that. Basically 3D Vampire Survivors, but people think it looks like Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, that's what I was hearing people say, is like Vampire Survivors meets Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, and I have played a decent amount of Risk of Rain 2. Not in a while. Alright, 1 second. I got one panel turned the wrong way. It's gonna upset people. Cool, we got all that. I believe I will need some more hydroponics. So I need some more metal plating. Means I need to go outside and get even more ferrite. But yeah, so we've been doing this run for... Is this the second day? I think this is the second day we've been doing it. Is there second or third day? I don't remember. But either way, what we've been going on is we are playing in, like, Sweaty Try Hard... Get out of here, crab thing. Be cool. But, we're doing this permadeath. Now, I've done permadeath No Man's Sky before on Sweaty Try Hard settings, but that one was just beeline to the core as fast as we can, roll credits. You know, that kind of playthrough. It wasn't about making any, like, significant headway. It was just beat the game, roll the credits, give yourself a big pat in the back, that kind of thing. And I've done that. This one we are treating as a forever save that we are going to continue to grow and expand and try and S-tier everything and yada yada and figure all that out. We've been making decent progress to that end. And surprisingly, in all the time I played this game, I never really put the time in the settlement. I always started it and then got distracted and never got back to it. And so we're kind of there. Well, I have the fungal mold. Hang on, wait a second. Let's change our quest over to that one, because I think it'll update and I'll be able to turn it in. There we go. Ah, you are finished then. Let me see those fungal clusters of yours. It's been such a long time. Alright, cool. So gave him some fungal mode. You learn quickly, traveler. Now that you have mastered some of the most dangerous flora, let us go one step farther. Gamma weed. Gek lost our homes, our city, our identity to the last Grace War, traveler. World upon world, bombarded by atomic strike. All that grows on the worlds of old are warped things, deadly to the touch, screaming with the memory of what they once were. One such crop is the gamma weed. You shall cultivate it here. Let us leave the fighting to others, friend. We shall grow things instead. Underlaying for me, wishes for me to grow, cultivate gamma weed using the hydroponics tray. Yep. I await the results with anticipation, traveler. Now please, forgive me, for I have not been able to sleep recently. I must get some rest. Okay, so the beauty is, I already went and got all the things I need for gamma weed. We'll just tuck that in that back corner. Hey, hey farmer guy. I finished your task. Are the gamma weed cuttings ready? They require delicate care in spite of their chaotic origins. Or perhaps because of them. Who knows? Show me your success. Alright, here's some gamma root. Ah. I'll be able to make fine dishes with this plant. It is a pity that you were unable to gorge on this radioactive treasure, traveler. But perhaps I may offer an alternative. We will sate your hunger with a beauty rather than food. Okay. So now they've given me 3 other plants I can plant. We should cultivate the crop of Gravitino hosts. I will be happy to tell you of the history of this flora, should you wish it. My stories and theories seem to bore other Gek friend. I suppose I am the closest to the Korvax in my wish to study, but even then, those machines lack all the senses of surprise, all the passion of wonder. I must confess that I frequently feel lonely. Underling wishes for me to use the hydroponics tray to grow a Gravitino host. Sure. Many believe that Gravitino hosts cannot be cultivated through artificial means, but I know they are wrong, friend. You will reap the benefits of my experimentation. Okay, so what the heck do I need for that? One moment. Okay, so Gravitino hosts. So I need magnetized ferrite, easy. Silver is not hard, and I'm ever so slightly, just the tiniest bit below what I need. So let's get that tiny bit of silver. And then for the magnetized ferrite, we can just go here. Go to our refinery built in our suit. And I just need to get some pure ferrite. Go to our suits, inventory. We have ferrite dust, ferrite powder. Alright, I need to get ferrite. The classic problem. So we go over here to some of these big nodules that give me pure ferrite. We can just process that into magnetized ferrite pretty quick. And that'll solve that. And then for the silver, I can potentially go underground. Yeah, no, I only had like 3 pure ferrite though. That was the reason I didn't bother. It just wasn't remotely enough for the magnetized I need. Alright. Okay, so I can go here. Pop that geode. And grab you. Here, ferrite. I already got the ship from there a long time ago. Okay. So I can keep this going because I'm sure I'm going to need more pure ferrite. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I definitely had some, but it was like, I don't remember, it was like 3 or 20 or whatever, but it was definitely well below what I needed. Yeah, it's only 25 I need. So this will probably be enough right here. Yep. Meanwhile, we can go over here to the slime, shove that in there. Alright, so we've got our ferrite. Now we just need the silver. Now, I don't remember if underground here we had silver, but I can just go up to space. The very first set of asteroids I see, just start smashing them. And that'll definitely give me some silver. So we're going to go to space, we're going to break some asteroids, and we will pop on back down here. Is there anything on this computer worth taking? Nah, I'm going to leave that alone. Alright, so let's go up to space. Get ourselves some quicksilver. Okay, those are gold. That's platinum. Gold. I mean, I'm gonna need gold too, so I'm not upset about this. Okay. That big one in the back there probably will give me silver. I may have upgraded my plasma lasers a little bit. Just a smidge. Okay, so let's get back down to the base, because that's more than enough for what I need. You picked up big ambitions after watching you play the other day because the life sim looked fun. Enjoying it so far. Any plans to play it again soon? Probably not in the immediate future, but they do have updates 1.10 and 1.11 coming up. My guess is 1.10 is still going to happen this year. 1.11 is kind of where I'm like, maybe this year, maybe next year. And then after that is 1.0, where it officially comes out. So I'll definitely play when it comes out, but I'll probably also play 1.10 and 1.11. I very much enjoy the game, so yeah, I'll probably be back to it a couple times. It's just a matter of when the updates come out, because we kind of did what was in the game, like, right when we played it. Okay, so I planted it. Alright, and now let's see what we got there. Yes, I'm assuming that'll give me the Gravitino ball things. So let that grow there, because our settlement has finished what they're doing. So we can teleport back to our settlement. Yeah, totally fair enough. Enjoying the other content as well. Yeah, and I bounce between. For those who aren't familiar with the game Big Ambitions that's being referred to, the way I'd describe it is like serial entrepreneur tycoon. That basically you're living in Manhattan. You start out with just a bit of money or whatever, and you'll start up like a little retail business, and you make a bunch of money, and you use that money to make more retail businesses. So it's kind of like you're not playing like Supermarket Simulator. You're not like that level down ingrained of like restocking your shelves, item by item. It's like you kind of take the camera and you pan it out a little bit, and you are running like this entire like corporate conglomerate of, you might spin up a bunch of bars and a bunch of, different stores and all that. But yeah, no, it's pretty good. Alright, so let's open up our brand new fishing pond. Unveil the completed building. Okay. Maintenance costs have increased by I cannot see the number. Productivity is increased by another different number. Alright. So let's go here. Greet settlement visitor. Hireling Nuyaka asks if we hear the song that has led them here. They say only this, 16, 16, 16, and scattering coins as is all they ask in return for their message. Do I want to hire them? Resolution required. Assist hireling. Okay. Resolution required. Assist them. Let's see. Alright. That's weird. View the status. Okay, so we are still hemorrhaging money rapidly. Love to see it. In the meantime, we can continue to go here. Manage all settlements. Yeah, so I don't seem to be able to interact. I can only dismiss them. You can heed the warning. Ah. Oh, yeah, I miss it. Yep, it's usually good if you have, like, UI be super clear. Alright, well, that's fine. What we'll do is we'll start looking at what other buildings we can upgrade. So, that's right. You needed nitrogen, and we don't have nitrogen. I think you needed nitrogen, and we don't have nitrogen. Pure ferrite. Shouldn't be hard to make happen. Just need to find the things that are ferrite, not biological. Okay, let's pop back in here. There's apparently a problem. Okay. They gave me nanites. I believe there's a cave over there that we might be able to, there's a cave on one of the sides. We might be able to poke in there and get some pure ferrite relatively easy. Because I can also get the ferrite that way. Yeah, looks like a couple knots over there that might be pure ferrite. Resolve citizen dispute. Oh, here we go. Alright, dispute resolution. A merchant Scoutgek Lin Point is in a dispute with a customer. It concerns an invisibility cloak, which fell apart shortly after purchase. Scout Lin Point has apologized, but the customer insists on retribution. So we can exile to an unpleasant planet. We can acquit and release. We can put them under found arrest. We'll collect a fine. Excellent. So let's get that pure ferrite. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna try and get the ferret we can without angering that sentinel if we can help it. Now, it would be much nicer if what we was grabbing was just giving me directly the pure ferrite, but I haven't seen the, There's ones of these that require you to have the advanced miners, and those will give you pure ferrite most of the time. That's okay. I think just make some pure ferrite and be done with it. Actually didn't check. What are the animal situation? So we have rare underground. Yeah, so there's like multiple rare underground ones and everything. So this would be an awful planet to try and get them all. Not that'd be undoable, it just take a lot of things there. Citizen request. You have a new request available. Alright, so let's go in here first. Recharge that. I need to go into our backpack. Drop you off for a minute. Grab a stock of the ferrite dust. Oh, you don't have much energy left. 1 second. So it seems like if I hang around here, we're going to keep getting requests and all that, which I'd be okay with that. Keeps giving you stuff to do. View citizen request. A small group of citizens represented by the planetary drone IND seek your permission to begin an expedition. They have picked up a distress signal on a planetary radar. The signal is several days away, but duty compels them to respond. You will begin it, will take more debt, and the settlement expedition begins. A glorious expedition. Cool, we've incurred more debt. Yay. You are unimpressed by the overseer. Sir? Sir? Get your butt over here. I don't understand any of your words. The sense of humor, extremely poor. Noteworthy ability, lighting fires. Personal inventory, miscellaneous personal notes, notebook. Current satisfaction, 10%. Dedication, exceptional. You're lucky you have high dedication. You don't want to know what we do here to, insubordination. It's a hard galaxy. That's all I gotta say. Alright. So, what do I need to upgrade this building? Multi-story dwelling. 300 magnetized ferrite. Okay, we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, that's nitrogen. So we're gonna need to figure out where we can get some nitrogen to really help that. That's nitrogen as well. And standard dwelling. Okay, and that'll take you 20 minutes. Alright, so with that, let's go to our log, because we're obviously not gonna sit there. Yeah, so they both gonna take around an hour. We need to wait on that, we need to acquire the circuit boards, we need to have that. Search the base computer archives. Alright, so let's get back to the overseer's office and teleport there. But yeah, so the settlement is pretty much just, you just keep doing stuff here and upgrading things. Honestly, it's pretty decent. It's one of the things that now that I'm starting to mess with it, part of me wants to go onto like my big non-permadeath save like off stream and just work on settlement nonsense. Because it feels like one of those things I can do when I'm working on our stuff where you just queue stuff up. and let your person just sit inside the house and wait for the next thing to get done. And then when you're short on material, you seek it out. So it feels like it could be something that we don't have much in No Man's Sky, which is just kind of passive gameplay. I mean, I guess you could do the farming stuff too. So right, I needed to go to the computer. That's not what I meant to do. It is what I did, though. Alright, so with the base computer. Alright. We need a pass key. Interloping. Nope, didn't like it. And we need a pass key. Money. Nope, didn't like it. Need a pass key. Honorable. Nope, didn't like it. Weapon? There we go, we needed weapon. Automated archive recovery in progress. Data recovered, 42%. New data available. Search the archives. Archive number 4925X follows. The Sentinel drones. Patrols never seem to end. I claimed so much from the Earth. Additional data available. Construction logs recovered. Blueprints reassembled and prepared for download. Alright, hit the database. Multi-tool technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Efficient thrusters plans restored. Cool. Readable archive retrieval complete. Beginning defragmentation of next segment. Don't make me make those. Because I don't actually want them. Alright, so you do want me to install the efficient thrusters on my ship, which has no space for literally anything because I have done... Oh, I don't have this hooked up right. Alright, I'm kind of glad that did distract me from that, so we'll shift you over here. I will need to put you away. Okay. So I need to get the guns in place, so let's grab you and shift you over. So guns in its spot. The engines aren't in the right place either. Okay. So grab you. Grab you, grab you. Grab you, grab you, grab you, grab you. Put you over here. We can put the extra engine up here. I can grab you down here, grab you there. And then the shield, that's not what I needed. Still good to have. Put you away. And you go there. Cool. So it looks like we got everything hooked up. Nothing's overloaded, and all spots are taken. These don't link to anything anyway, so we don't care about them. And everything else that can be linked is linked. I don't remember what the heck we were doing here, but we're done with it. Oh, and I'll need to go to you. Alright, so you wanted me to make that. Let's actually see if we can do that. So let me grab something I'm not super worried about. So for right now, let's store the scanner. To make this, I need 2 wiring looms. I put that back because we're going to need to go to the station to get the wiring looms. I need to really clean this out and we just haven't done it. So you can teleport to a station. Doesn't really matter which one. Because we'll make the efficient landing thing, get credit for the mission, and then immediately rip it back out, and then sell it for the nanites to advance the quest there. Alright, so let's go over here. Actually, let's start up here. See if I can donate anything here. Let's see. Donate. Switch. We're good. Let's try and sell some stuff. Let's see here. Sell that, I don't really need it. Sell this, because I can easily get more of it. Da, 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 da. Sell those for right now. Alright, I'm gonna just part with those pirate transponders. I've been holding them on to them for when they ask for them. It just hasn't happened. But it is becoming an actual nuisance. The same thing with the salvage glass. I probably should be just parting with that. Now, granted, I don't really need to at the moment. It's going to clear up a bunch of inventory. Alright, so let's go here. How many wiring looms did I need? So we need to take you out of your position. Put you there. So it's 2 wiring looms and a dehydrogen jelly. And 2 wiring looms. Okay, so we got the efficient thrusters done, and I'm going to... Okay, we have installed it, it's satisfied, so I'm going to store this. Put you back in. I'm going to fly up here real fast. And we'll go ahead and sell those back. Cool. Meanwhile, we want to go to our exosuit and keep the refining going. Okay. So we can head back to our base. I had to think about it. And hit up the base computer to keep that moving along. We should get to the Gravitino ball thing to pop out not super long. Then we'll be able to hop over to the settlement to get its stuff going. Because all those things just have timers they're working on right now. It's interesting to me because most of this game didn't have timers, but apparently the base and the settlement added some. But like most of the stuff you craft, you just, the little dial spins, you just get it immediately. Or you have the refining, which doesn't take very long at all. Okay. Okay, so it's time for the next one. You? Nope. Friends? Nope. No. Okay. Trade. My. There we go. Automated archive recovery in progress. Data recovered, 58%. Search the archives. Entry number 4925X follows. Having a great success with advanced materials, able to far more efficient synthesis. It seems I can create pathway to materials from all over the system. Additional data available. Construction logs recovered. Blueprints reassembled and prepared for download. Search construction database. Base technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Shield lattice plans restored. Don't make me make those. Alright, so it's defragmenting the next segment, and let me guess. Now you're going to require me to make the lattice before we could do the next part. Of course. The good news, I actually at least have spot for it this time. So now I just need to make one antimatter thing. We just slap that right in there. Now I just need to uninstall that from that spot. We'll need to wait till that's done, but then we can move... Yeah, I'll wait till that's done. I'll move that over, plunk that in there. So it supports. I just have to wait till this has its stuff done. In the meantime, we can do this. Recovery archive. Input recovery, key password. A. And myself. Unlocked. Automated archive recovery in progress. 61%. Alright, we'll search the archives and... Working fast. The fading sun. Set up camp in the foothills. Hardly luxury. But it keeps out the cold. And I've gone... Let's see, I'm gone by morning anyway. Perhaps some other traveler will shelter here one day. Alright, we got new blueprints to be assembled. Base technology extracted. Downloading plans. Base lighting plans restored. Cool, so you can make pretty lights. And leave. Alright, let's go to the refinery. Drop that in our inventory. Move the technology over here. Put you there. You returned 6 hours from sleep. The stream is still going. Feels good. How's the game going? It's going good. We are continuing to survive and thrive, so that's always good. Alright, so let's see. So you want me to construct a wall light. And I need to plug it in, of course. Alright. Oh, wait. Did I miss something? Construct the wall light. I did that. It's right there. Hey, Sentinel, that's trespassing. Yeah, no, I did hook it up to power. Okay, for whatever reason, it did not count the one I did. But that's fine. He did have poisonous disagreement, poison cloud. Yeah, no, it just, I was in the middle of something and it appeared on me. It didn't, we weren't like super close to death or something, but it definitely took a chunk out of me before I got out of it. Alright. Recover data encrypted. Input passkey. Friendly. Thank you. Automated recovery in progress. Data recovered 74%. New data available. Search the archives. I saw another one of them today. One at the space station. They looked at me. I wasn't there. Stared right through me. Was just a geck when I returned. Imagining things? Okay, we got a new construction database thing. Appearance modifier, plans restored. Okay, and we're working on defragmentation, so I'm not gonna probably keep this around, so I'm just gonna go like right in here. Just plunk it right there. Yay, I built the thing, give me credit. And deleted. They rank 3 with the Mercenaries Guild, which allows you to buy rusted metal. It's a whole thing. Alright, we got the password, money. That machine knows what's up. And we are at 82%. Search the archives. Thought I had hours to, but daylight is already fading. The sun is slipping. Light barely penetrates the thick rings looping endlessly around this. I need to hurry. Only the finest for their mercenaries. Exactly. And we got a new construction recipe. Oh, actually, Roamer Geobay plans restored. Heck yeah. And then defragmenting. Alright. It's time we get to heckin' drive. So I need 2 ion batteries and 5 plates. Which means way more ferrite. Meanwhile, we can go to you. What is next on the agenda for processing? Nothing. And unfortunately, while this planet's really nice, it's really not great for the ferrite department. Okay. Alright, so we got a bunch of those. Pop that, I need 5 of these. The bluegrass is life. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely staying here. I'm very happy with the planet. It's just, you know, everything has their pros and cons, and this one of the cons is when it comes time for ferrite, not the best. Heck yeah. Customize its visuals. I didn't know you could do this. Okay. All right. Yes, those are just shapes. Sure, I'll make it null. Ah. Null, null, null. Engine cover. Null. Boost module. Cool. So that gives me the extra craft thing. You like the number 11? Yeah. Alright. And we need another thing. Maybe friend? Unlocked. Automate archive recovery in progress. Data recovered. 98%. Time has come. Move on. Something is calling me, I can. On my Starship computer. Plotting route to the center. Log lost. Construction logs available. Okay. Base technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Landing pad plans restored. Oh, you're so expensive I don't actually want those. You're gonna make me build them, aren't you? Don't do it. Alright, so I need 10 plates. 10 plates and 2 ion batteries. Alright, so 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh. You don't literally have anything equipped on you. Exocraft. Fusion engine, all this. so we can actually give it different tire profiles. So I have a completely obnoxious amount of storage on this thing. Unfortunately, what I don't have is any way to do anything worthwhile. Alright, so I need an alarming amount of bioferrite. So what we're going to do is let's hop over to the other planet for this part. Because I can go to that cave and get a bunch of stuff and not have to deal with the constant harassment of the Sentinels. And then we also might have the chance of having it, you know, give me more stuff to do and all that in the meantime. And then the assumption is once we do this, that'll be end of the base computer and that whole quest line's done. Which I'm going to build that landing pad and I'm going to immediately rip it back up. Because the Corvette can't land on it. Alright, check to see what's going on here. No pending decisions. View the status. Alright, so we're at 9% happiness. We're still making only about half as much there. The Sentinel alert level is at 11%. And we're continuing to build up debt. So let's run over here. Because I think it was just over here we were upgrading a settlement. Yeah, you. Okay, so settlement finished upgrading. Open the building. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, and upgrading you farther is ionized cobalt. It actually wouldn't be too hard to do, but let's see if there's something we can build up easy. That requires nitrogen. I don't have that to spare. Standard home. Pure ferrite. Okay. So what we want to do is find our way into one of the caves, because that'll give me cobalt. And then on top of that, we can probably find tons of ferrite in the cave as well. Because I need a lot of it. Alright. I need to hold on to those. Well, no matter what, we're going for cobalt now. Oh, good. I can see there's a cave entrance right there. I'm going to need a bunch of cobalt. I'm going to need a bunch of ferrite. Would you go away, stupid little mechs? There, I'm inside. Leave me alone. Because I'll need enough cobalt to make the ionized cobalt. That's pure ferrite, I'll take that too. Okay. Getting a bunch of cobalt real quick, that'll be good there. Then go back out, go for the ferrite again. Okay, so I need to make 2 batteries. We'll go into our inventory here. There we go. Got some geodes here that I missed. We go see more. Alright, so I'm still going to grab a little bit more cobalt. Because then we want to get the next building in our base upgrading. Because that's basically what we're doing, is just bouncing between making a building upgrade, making a building upgrade. I don't see any reason to not upgrade a building at any point. It just feels like everything makes your base better. So just jumping on the next upgrade, it's like, sure, might be not the optimal building to upgrade. But you get the idea. Alright. Got a pile of rocks over there. For the ferrite I need. And my assumption of what's going to happen is with the settlement is as we build it up more and more, occasionally they'll get attacked by the sentinels. So like the more you're making and the more lucrative it is, the more often you have to kind of come back and help out or whatever. But there's probably a way to like reset the threat, or you have to go out of your way to like disable the threat. Okay. Try and get the last of this. And see if we have enough for the 10 plates I need. Alright. There we go. We got all the stuff I need for our base back home. Domestic unit. Okay, we already have another building being upgraded. That's finest. So let's see where we're at right now. So right now we have 10% happiness. We're still sitting at about half the income versus our expenses. It's still taking time to get all this sorted out. So go to the overseer's house. Pop back over to our regular base to get that done. And we're getting all this base stuff sorted out, which will be good because once that's done, it's off the table. We don't have to worry about it anymore. We can just focus on what we want to focus on. Alright. So you want me to build a landing pad. Cool, it's done. And now we delete it. Because I don't actually want it. That's still not the thing I want. It's the base computer. Alright. Let's see, if you leave while it's still racking up debt, Can you get yourself stuck? I don't believe so. I think it's only working while you have the game open. And it probably has a cap. Archive for user iteration lost. Unavailable. Possible remote terminus backup available. Download coordinates. Follow coordinates. Like, I don't know one way or another for sure, but I would be surprised if you get yourself, like, stuck with it. Okay, so we've got the coordinates. It is located off-world. Check the galaxy map. Alright, so time for a new system. That's fine. Oh, I haven't gone far enough. There we go. Okay. And you want me to go back to the same system that we've been to a whole lot of times. Okay. Friend. The transmission cut off before the message can be completed. A fragmented hologram is flickering in my starship communicator. Was a citizen of a planetary settlement in which I am overseer. They clearly are in great distress. Acknowledge the broadcast. I let the shelter know that I have heard, though I receive a harsh alarms of the sentinels in reply. Okay, does that look like it's a timed thing, though? I'm going to focus on the base computer thing, and we'll circle back. Because my assumption is, basically, progression will stop on my base until that's sorted, because it would really suck for that to be a thing that could just happen where we just kind of ping-pong back and forth. So we'll hit the corrupted archive, we'll teleport back to the settlement, and deal with whatever that is. I'll probably just have to fight sentinels. And then we'll deal with dropping back to the base with whatever this is. Okay, so that's probably looking where we're actually supposed to go. Okay, let's get out of here. Alright. I have reached the location marked by the base computer. The remote archive terminus hums, waiting for my input. Access the memory. Attempting to read memory. We sought to escape from reality, but why we're all here isn't it? I can remember what it was like to be a traveler, to have that hope, that intolerable thirst for the new. I should never have listened to you, my love. There is no fire in this place, no trophies fit for gods. There is only darkness. A family of glass. They watch everything. Search the physical cache. I searched the physical cache attached to the terminal. Whoever recorded this message left a piece of technology. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's get back on our ship. Alright. What we're going to do here is we're just going to immediately go up to the space station. We're going to go and deal with our settlement's distress signal. Then we can drop off whatever that base thing was we just did. Okay. There. That'll take us to the space station. And my assumption is we'll land at the settlement and we'll have to fight. The only concern I have is what we'll have to fight. Because if they're showing up with like walkers and all that, I am hiding in the ground and proceeding with procedure, put head between legs and openly weep. It's been tried and true. If it's something else, I could probably take care of it without too big of an issue. The dogs with the laser beams would be pretty rough as well. I've got decent... Well, no, actually, I don't really have decent damage, do I? I forgot, my ship has really good damage, but I the character, am pretty sad in what I can bring to the table. So I'll pop over here. Take a quick peek at this one. I'm standing here. Nothing that excites... Like, the only one that excites me a bit is kind of quests I really don't want to deal with right now. I'll turn the stuff in here. Alright, give me my free storage. Give me my free batteries. I got nothing else to show you. So let's go ahead and upgrade our ship for free, because free is a great price. Upgrade you. Apply. Okay. So we got that sorted right now. And now to our settlement. And I'm guessing I'm going to have to raise the class of our ship before I'm going to be able to put any stuff on the top. Wasn't giving me the option to add to that inventory. Oh, we have a walker. Alright. I guess it's sink or swim time. Where's your support? Okay, that left arm, I want to stay out of its range. That machine gun's gonna shred me. need an angle where I can actually get some work done. Okay. Ouch. The problem is I don't have much in the way of upgrades. Now, Walker is one of the worst things you can run into. I need a second for my shield to recover. Okay. Yeesh. That was a pretty significant escalation. I was like, okay, first wave, we just have a handful of these things. This isn't too bad. Oh, just going straight up for the walker. All right, so upgrading our weapons is now a priority. Considering you see we've only destroyed 20 sentinels and we're already destroying a walker. Receive anomalous broadcast.
This terminal is fascinating. It's recorded all sorts of data about you and these settlers. I could see they've been, well, that's not the point. I have shut down your little major domo for now. Robots cannot be trusted. Now, with what I have to tell you.
Listen.
Anyone with their eyes open could see a sentinel spike of that magnitude. Even if they weren't spying on you, what happened? Did they leave any interesting tidbits behind? See what you can find. Then, come to the anomaly. I have to know more.
Signal your agreement. Rare item found. A shell of a sentinel drone. All that remains of its after destruction of the combat. While the exterior is physically intact, its internals are severely burned. Given the right tools and several exotic components, it may be possible to repair it. Yeah, I mean, I might be mixing them up. I've done all the waves that I've cleaned it. Yeah, try and remember, because I've definitely done the walkers. I've disabled drones on planets many times before, where like they stop showing up. It's been a while, because I usually don't just sit there and hammer away at sentinels all the time. Alright, so we need to go to an anomaly. Did you finish building your things? There's something over here. Still, where we're at, that is not what we want to be tangling with. We don't have to. Okay, somewhere around here we had another building. I think it's there you are. No, that's the landed ship. Got a building under construction. There's got to be an easier way to spot them. Like, I know you can spot them at the computer level, like a check mark to open it. C-class storage unit. I think it was a standard dwelling or a house. Oh, was it the standard dwelling right next to the multi-level house? No. But yeah, regardless, it still comes down to the same thing of need to put some priority on getting things in better order combat-wise. It's always like domestic units or whatever, but it should have a checkbox above the computer. I'm just not seeing which one it is. And I'm curious if there's like still the timer. No, it would have the timer on it. There you are. I kind of wish that was above the building itself, a lot easier to see. All right, so reopen the structure. Standard home. I would need the ionized cobalt, which I have. Because we are not being picky about what we're upgrading. If I can upgrade, I upgrade. Alright, so we're going to need to call in the anomaly. We've hit that stage. Which is good, because I got a lot to drop off at the anomaly at this point. Actually, we have an expedition report. Bear with me for 1 second, chat. I'm just trying to delay the ad break, because we're not going to be going super much longer, but I can kick that ad break down the road about 15 more minutes, is about as far as it'll let me go. But it should be enough for us to see what the expedition report is, and do this last little quest series for right now. Before we wrap. The symbol is in the floor. Debrief the screen. The mission has returned to the settlement. With Planetary Drone Ind as its leader, they went out to respond to a nearby distress signal. They offer deep thanks, Overseer, and present a token of appreciation. So we can claim the nanites, or we can donate the expedition proceeds. We're gonna knock down our debt by almost 100,000. Alright, so we checked the hub now. Yep, so we managed to knock that down. Our sentinel threat is reduced. Things are gradually getting better. Little by little. Alright, so let's get to the anomaly. Talk to this person. Okay, and it's been a long time since we've been to the anomaly, so I have a lot of stuff to turn in here. So that'll be good, because we should be sitting in like just short of a sea of nanites to get a bunch of our upgrades for exocrafts and all that. We have unlocked our first of our exocrafts, which is good. We can focus on just getting what we can all there. Okay. I also need to go and add more stuff to my ship. We'll worry about that later. Okay, so let's start running around doing all the things, so... The rumor is so good? Yeah, I mean, a bunch of the different exocrafts all have their pros. I usually use the roamer more than anything. One of the ones I want to put more time is I never did get the mech one really sorted. So you wanted to talk to me. Teta scans the room with narrow eyes darting rapidly back and forth. After slight hesitation, they erupt in a flurry of excitement. Deceit, imposters, betrayal, suspicion. They have eyes everywhere, traveler. Eyes everywhere. But I'm not without my own methods. My network sees much of its own. But first, tell me, in your own words, what exactly happened at your settlement? Describe the new sentinels. Huh. They have never shown mercy to those who try to build on planets. It is constant. But this is new. Unexpected. We must learn more. Reveal the recovered drone shell. Let's hold the drone in his hands gently, turning it over with a softness you had not anticipated. Forgive me, traveler. They have chased me for so long, but I've never seen one so close. Perhaps this one is our key. I could restore it, remap its mind. Our own link to their infernal hive. Alright, Lexray, you take it easy. Yes. It would take only a few new components. I shall begin at once. See what I can source from the others. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Speak to the other traveler iterations. But first, let's go over here. Turn the stuff in over here. Okay. I ponder what you have found. Me with grateful heart, little one. But still, the infinity of wonder is out there to discover. Perhaps another day we shall share more memories. Ask about their past. It is not for me, not for dwelling on, young one. What has come before and what may come ahead are what they are. It's too late for me now. Oh, weird. I was expecting you to let me give you more stuff. It's been forever. Traveler hopes to make progress. Traveler tests themselves. I will help in exchange. Progress for progress. Or wealth, perhaps. Experience. Or materials. Both valid. Today, gold nuggets. Alright, so we can transit milestone. You have seen very much. But do you understand? Not for me to know. Please take this. And a casual 2000. Love to see it. And we can go over here with the nanites. Learn new recipes. Pass 2. Cool. Pass 3. Cool. Warp core can also be good. That's fine. We're just gonna start unlocking recipes. This is certainly not the best use of my time. We're gonna end up needing these things for all the major upgrades. And I've got 20,000 nanites from all the planets we've scanned. Okay. Yeah, this is all the stuff we got from that. I'm not as worried about that quite yet. We'll come back to this one, valuable products. Yes, multi-tools? So many multi-tools. Research multi-tools. Okay. So optical drill increases the yield. You got the fishing pole, waveform scanner, survey scanner. Oh yeah, so I'll need the survey scanner for stuff as well. I'm not too worried about most of the rest of this though. Not right now, I don't think. Well, this is literally, I was just saying we need weapon stuff. Okay. So we can get the neutron cannon, a high energy attachment, significant area damage. We can get the pulse splitter, which is a rapid fire weapon. It's basically like a submachine gun kind of thing. We got the scatter blaster, which is a shotgun. I've definitely used the scatter blaster a lot. We got the blaze javelin, which is basically like a railgun kind of thing. It's just one really hard hit. You got the mortar, and then you got the bolt caster. The bolt caster I've used the most, and then the the scatter blaster I've used the second most. Enables ricochet, causing projectiles to bounce if they hit the target. They do not damage. Let's see, a powerful combat upgrade for the pulse splitter. This module installs a series of delicately. That's what I don't care. Impact fire duration. Causes target to hit to burn for a short while, causing additional damage. Interesting. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking either we go the way of the javelin or the pulse splitter. I'm leaning towards the pulse splitter. So get ourselves like a submachine gun and just, you know, more DACA. Okay. Exosuit upgrades. We have the Mark II here. I'll be able to make those things now. And I'm not super worried about a lot of these right now. Like, a lot of those are good. Construction research. So the agricultural stuff we've already been unlocking. And it seems like a lot of this we've been unlocking just as we go. Electrical cloaking unit. Mineral extractor. Yeah, and that's all stuff we have to scan for, and that's the gas extractor. Power switches and all that. Don't really care about the lights. Those are the fossils. Those are all decorative. Yeah, the aquatic construction for underwater bases. Right, so we can get the Roamer, the Colossus, and all that. This is salvage data. Exocraft summoning station. So that's any exocraft. So I get the Nomad, the Minotaur, the Nautilon, the Pilgrim, and all that. And the Race Initiator. And Nautilon platform for the submarine. And that'd be the orbital exocraft thing. Okay, well, let's start getting these. I will grab the Minotaur. I'll grab the Colossus. And then the thing for summoning them anywhere. The exocraft room for when you get that. And technology modules wise, I probably should save stuff. Automated trap for that. We have the atmosphere harvester. The alternative landing platform. Short range teleporter we won't worry about. It's one thing we can do. Get the glass roof. Okay. Let's look at our starship research. Let's get our nanites here. Now I've already gone into the phase beam. 40 limiter rewires the phase beam with nanite electricity, bypassing conventional thing, and that's just an upgrade. And those are just flight assist reduction. Oh, Oh, that's where you can override and you'll be able to drift and all that. We'll get the, I don't care about the emergency warp. The launch auto charge can be really good. I'll grab one of those. That's just one of the things when you're just sitting there, it takes care of. The aqua jets will be nice for when we go do water worlds. And most of the rest of this, I'm not super worried about. Okay. And now let's go check the exocraft stuff. And see what we got with the exocraft stuff. Okay. So we can get a couple things. We have the exocraft radar, which will let you scan for stuff on the planet. That's a really good one. There's lots of utility in a lot of this. Radar amplifier. Another amplifier. We can get an exocraft mining laser. We definitely want that so we can actually mine with the things. And then an advanced mining laser. Let's see, mineral processing rig. A large refinery unit designed to house within the belly of the Colossus. Yes, it's a big miner, not worry about that. Self-greasing servos just gives us engine efficiency. The Minotaur... Oh, we can actually give the Minotaur the ability to run around on its own. High power sonar, that's for the Nautilus, I believe. Yeah, it's all for the Nautilus. Let's see. That's a boost module for jumping. Alright, let's go for the radar amplifiers. Because that's kind of the utility stuff. Get for that for the Minotaur as well. Because all the stuff, once I've unlocked it, I've unlocked it. The AI pilot's an interesting one. That the idea that I could basically let the Minotaur run around and do stuff for me. Give you a mining laser. Precision mining laser. Train manipulator for the Minotaur. It looks like the Minotaur, basically, you can make it a stronger you. It's got all the Minotaur stuff. I'm just gonna get everything we can. It's just one of those things that, you know, I'm gonna use it all. Okay. I wish it wouldn't hop me out of that every single time. Okay. And this is because we got all of those nanites this whole time from all those plants we fully scanned. There's also, because they're only... Nice to buy 3 of them. Alright, and we should be just about spent. Yep, so we got literally all the exocraft stuff. We go to Synthesis Lab. I'm pretty much spent on all the stuff here. Yeah, I literally can't afford... Oh, wait. That's not true. I can afford you. No, I can't. I'm a liar. Okay. Alright, I'll get the amplified cartridges for you. And last but not least, nothing else because we're spent. Alright, so with that said, chat, we are getting about that time that I need to be wrapping up because I only got about 5 minutes I can put off the ad break, and I can't delay it any more than that. And so I'm going to be wrapping up soon, and don't worry, I will save. But with that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you are watching over on, YouTube and all that, the stream will be ending abruptly, so don't forget to follow, like, subscribe, all that kind of garbage. If you are over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to be going to the end